Arthur Leywin, son of Reynolds, and Alice Leywin. The council has decreed that, due to your recent actions of excessive violence and the inconclusive circumstances involved, your mana core is to be restrained, your title as a mage is to be stripped, and you are to be incarcerated until further judgment. Effective immediately. Those words, spoken with a cold, almost detached authority, were followed by 3 distinct reactions from the people around him. The first came from those who were ignorant, but curious. They eyed him with perplexed looks, studying his appearance as they tried to make it fit with the words the lance, Varai, had just read. Inconclusive circumstances, excessive violence. He could feel their cautious skepticism as they silently tried to figure out how a boy, barely a teen, could cause the council itself to issue the verdict instead of the city governor. The second reaction appeared on the ever-foolish faces of the all-accepting crowd, those who blindly worshipped any form of higher authority. They took the words written on the communication artifact as God's truth. He could hear their whispers from where he stood and see their eyes narrowing into disdainful glares as they decided that he must somehow be responsible for everything that had happened inside the academy. The third reaction was one he would have expected only from his family, but to his surprise, the students and faculty who had been involved in the incident, those who still had enough strength to speak, all cried out in protest. Because his family was the closest, he could hear them the most clearly. "Incarcer! Your Honor, there must be some sort of mistake," his mother's voice called from the other side of the fence. "Yes, I'm sure there's an explanation for all this. My son would never. There must be an explanation for this," his father amended, knowing perfectly well what he was capable of. Other outcries of protest echoed through the crowd, some from students he recognized, others from the staff present at the scene. Varai ignored them all. "This makes no sense. How dare you punish the one who actually did some good? If it weren't for Arthur, you Lances wouldn't have had anyone left to save." He turned his head toward the source of the voice. To his surprise, it was Kathleen Glader. She was marching in his direction with unbridled fury in her eyes, an expression he had never seen, nor expected to see, from her. "I will see to it that my mother and father rescind this decree at once." The lance opened the scroll she held, revealing the signatures at the bottom. "Your father and mother were the ones, along with King and Queen Greyzunders, who voted in favor of this judgment," she said. Though her words were respectful, her expression and tone could only be described as indifferent, even rude. Kathleen's brother held her back, speaking quietly into her ear. He couldn't hear what he told her, but the princess finally relented, her face red and her body shaking. Knowing that no matter how much he tried to reason with the woman, she wouldn't listen, Art spoke up. It wasn't her decision to make. "Can I speak to my family one last time before you take me?" Art asked, his voice coming out more sullen than he had wished. Varai gave a terse nod, and he walked back to where his parents were leaning against the fence. For a few seconds, they just stared at each other, not knowing how to begin. "Don't look so sad, guys. This misunderstanding will be cleared up soon." He flashed them a wide grin, hoping to mask his uncertainty. He had allies within the council, but there were too many unknown factors at work here. He wasn't as worried for himself as he was for Sylvie. Having a dragon alive on their continent wasn't a matter that could be waved off. Art's facade must have faltered as he focused on his thoughts because his parents' expressions changed. They both gazed at him, wide-eyed and afraid. You honestly have no idea if you'll be able to come back to us, do you?" His mother stuttered, her voice thick with worry. He couldn't meet her eyes. Instead, he focused on her hands. Her fingers were deathly pale from the strength of her grip on the iron fence. "Brother, you're not going anywhere, are you? This is all a joke, right? Right?" Ellie's face was crimson, and he could tell she was doing her best to keep from breaking into sobs. She was so tense that her lips were almost white. He leaned forward to be at eye level with his sister. He studied her childish face, hardly able to believe she was already 10. One of his biggest regrets was that he hadn't been by her side as she grew up. He had met his sister for the first time when she was 4, and even after that, he had been with her for only a few weeks at a time. He hoped that he would see her again before she was a teen, or an adult, or ever at all. Art got back up, prying his gaze away from Ellie's face. "I'll definitely be back home." He turned around just in time. He didn't want them to notice his eyes watering. The lance named Ulfrid conjured a stone knight beneath him, lifting him up and separating him from Sylvie, whom Varai carried off in an orb of conjured ice. Lance Baron approached them, carrying the wrapped corpse of his deceased younger brother. His gaze pierced through Art with pure venom, but he didn't attack him again, and so they departed. Baron informed the others that he would be making a detour to his family's home to deliver Lucas's body for a proper funeral. Ulfrid seemed about to argue, perhaps thinking that the body should be returned to the council for examination, but Varai waved him off. Art could only assume that was an argument they would have elsewhere. Art wasn't sure if the ability to fly was part of being a white core mage, but even without invoking any spells, all 3 of the lances were capable of flying, and they had enough power left over to support the conjured knight who was carrying him. Art's eyes stayed fixed on Xyrus Academy, which seemed to grow increasingly smaller the farther they flew. The place itself didn't mean much to him, but his time at the school had been spent as an ordinary student mage. He had been considered gifted, but he was still just a student. As the floating city fell away below them, he had the feeling he was leaving his life as an ordinary student behind. They traveled wordlessly through the sky. All his attempts to start a conversation had blown away on the wind, or perhaps he was just being ignored. As gently as they were treating him, to them, he was still a prisoner waiting to be judged. "Papa, what's going to happen to us?" Sylvie voiced in his head. "I'm not sure, Sylv. Don't worry, though. We'll be okay," he reassured her. She didn't reply, but he could still sense the emotions she was feeling. Uncertainty, fear, confusion. They traveled south, though it was impossible for him to tell exactly how far. Below them, all he could see were the Grand Mountains, which divided the continent of Decathan in half. "We should stop here for the night," Varai said as she descended into the mountains, and Ulfrid and the stone knight carrying him followed her down. They landed in a small clearing on the edge of the Grand Mountains, facing the Beast Glades. He was still shackled at the wrists and ankles, so he sat leaning against a tree, watching Ulfrid erect a stone hut with a mere flick of his wrist. "Hold still, Arthur Leywin." Without waiting for him to respond, Varai clamped an artifact over his sternum. Instantly, he felt the mana drain out of his core as the device sank deeper into his skin. "My magic can't help me escape, so why the sudden precaution?" Art asked through gritted teeth. The sensation of his mana being forcibly contained wasn't a pleasant one. "There are other ways you can make trouble," she replied tersely. Then she lifted Sylvie, still encased in the translucent prison, and retreated into a second hut, only moments after Ulfrid had conjured it. "How could I even—" he muttered under his breath, annoyed. "It's because we're so close to the Beast Glades." Art turned his head toward Ulfrid, who took a seat on a newly created bench next to him. "You are lances, though. Are you saying there are mana beasts that even you aren't capable of defeating?" Art asked. "I haven't met one so far, but the Beast Glades hold many mysteries that even the lances have to be wary of, especially at night, when the more powerful beasts roam. Despite our powers, boy, we're still mortals. Death never looms far from us. With all the strange events these days, one can never be too careful." There was a brief silence, broken only by the low sound of the howling wind. Then Ulfrid sighed. "What am I doing? Telling all this to a little kid?" Art cocked his head in the direction of the hut. "To be fair, your comrade doesn't seem like the best of company." Art was surprised when the old lance erupted into a fit of laughter. "You're right about that, boy. Let me tell you, spending time with Varai and Baron together is more stress-inducing than any SS-class mana beast I've ever fought." Still grinning, he looked him over. "Let me ask you something, boy. I'm curious as to how you became such a capable mage at your young age." "How do you know I'm capable? You've never seen me fight," Art challenged. "I've heard Baron tell me about his younger brother." The one you killed. I also heard some stories from the students I talked to, he answered, shrugging slightly. They talked for a short while, but though Ulfred seemed amiable, he was also very guarded. He wasn't able to pry any sort of information from him. He spoke professionally without revealing anything crucial, as did he. In spite of their little dance of polite conversation, there was a subtle tension between them as Ulfred weaved his questions into jokes. They tiptoed around each other with their light words, each fishing for hints to satisfy their mutual curiosity. After an hour of fruitless effort on both sides, Ulfred suggested he get some sleep. While Ulfred wasn't as distant as his companion, he was, in a way, more mysterious. Ulfred hadn't been so kind as to create a stone hut for Art, as he had done for himself and Varai. Without shelter or the protection of his mana, the sharp winds sent chills throughout his body, and he made himself as small as possible as he lay curled against the tree. He fell asleep at some point, but was rudely awakened when the stone knight picked him up like a sack of rice. "Hi, best friend." He patted the conjured golem indifferently as it whisked him back into the air. "Sylve, how are you holding up?" he asked his bond. "I'm okay, Papa. The cage is a little small, but it's comfortable," Sylve replied. Her emotions were linked to his, so he was careful not to let any of the worry he was feeling leak out to her. He didn't need her to know just how worried he was about her, or what the council might do to her if they found out the truth of her origin. Flying over the beast glades, he realized just how big their continent was. The diverse terrain of the mana beasts seemed never-ending. They passed over deserts and grasslands, snow-capped mountains and rocky canyons. More than once, he spotted a mana beast large enough to be seen even from the height they were flying. Ulfred and Varai constantly released their killing intent, warding off all the mana beasts in Art's vicinity. Still, several times they detoured around some threat he couldn't sense, and in these moments, the lances withdrew their auras. Art assumed Varai had put the mana restriction artifact on him, so he wouldn't purposely attract the attention of dangerous territorial mana beasts. He had to commend her, as that was something he would probably have tried as a way to escape, although whether he would have had the ability to survive this deep in the beast glades, even if he had escaped, was a question he wasn't very keen on learning the answer to. He didn't have much time to ponder it. Varai stopped suddenly, sending out a blast of wind around her so she could hover in midair, and took out the communication scroll from which she had read the council's sentencing. "We are here," she said after carefully scanning the area around them. Art looked around in the sky, but there was nothing near them other than the birds dumb enough to venture close to flying humans. Just as he was about to ask her what was going on, Varai raised a hand, as if searching for something in the air. With a soft click, the sky split apart to reveal a metal staircase. Ulfred smirked at the sight of Art's gaping mouth. "Welcome to the council's floating castle. Looks like some of the keener mana beasts have sensed the castle. We should hurry if we don't want any unnecessary trouble," Ulfred said to no one in particular. Replied Varai. The resounding roar of mana beasts below prompted them to climb up the aged staircase. Art, however, was being hauled over the golem's shoulder, free to admire the iron steps which were pitted with dents and rust. Peering down from the sky, he could faintly make out the subtle movements of a few huge mana beasts shrouded in the dense cluster of trees. The stone knight, which had Art slung over its shoulder, gently lowered him onto the base of the flight of stairs. Then it crumbled into sand and reconstructed itself into a cape, fastening itself around Ulfred's shoulder. Ulfred winked at Art upon noticing his surprised expression. "We dwarves always carry a bit of dirt with us wherever we go," he said as the door closed behind them. Art had thought they would be surrounded by darkness, but a moss-like substance covering the walls began glowing with a soft blue light. Varai dissolved the ice cuffs that shackled his legs together so he could walk on his own. She took the lead, while Ulfred followed closely behind them. They had been trudging up a seemingly endless flight of stairs for at least an hour when Art finally voiced his frustration. "Is there no faster way to go up than climbing this absurd staircase?" He sighed. Due to the assimilation process he had gone through, he was stronger than most humans, even without his mana core, but he was still growing impatient at the wasted time. "Magic cannot be used at within the castle entrances," Varai answered immediately, a hint of impatience in her already cold voice. Art let out another deep breath and followed along silently, stealing a glance at his bond. Sylvie was sleeping a lot more than usual due to her recent transformation. Winsome had told him about the different forms Asuras could utilize, depending on the situation, but he never knew how much of a toll it took on Sylvie to release her draconic form. It made sense, though. Sylvie was basically a newborn in the eyes of deities who could live for thousands of years. Lost in his thoughts, Art didn't realize that Varai had stopped. He let out a surprised grunt as he bumped into her. The female lance was just a tad taller than him, but he was a step below her, so his face had hit her back. However, his arms were cuffed in front of him and had hit someplace a bit more intimate. He didn't think much of it, but Varai reacted in a way he would not have expected. She let out a rather girlish squeal as she jumped forward. She whipped around to face him, and he could see her face flush in embarrassment and surprise, before immediately contorting into a fearsome glare that might have made someone else break out in a cold sweat. Collecting herself, she turned back around and placed her hand at the end of the stairwell before muttering softly, "We are here." Ulfred, his amused smirk obvious under his beard, shrugged his shoulders and nudged Art forward. A glaring light seeped through the crevice of the wall, which had split apart. Art's eyes adjusted until he could finally make out what was ahead. A brightly lit corridor with an arched ceiling stretched high above them. Mysterious designs had been carved into every visible surface. The engraved runes made the corridor seem more like a memorial, etched with names of the deceased, than a luxurious decoration. Each engraving and design seemed to hold a purpose and meaning. There were simple chandeliers hung from the ceiling every few yards, but, while the hall was brightly lit, the white light gave the space a cold, emotionless feel, reminding him of hospitals back in his old world. "Now that we're inside the actual castle itself, it is best not to converse with us or any of the lances," Ulfred whispered, with an unusual chill to his voice as they entered through the crudely made door. They walked in silence, only the echoes of their footsteps filling the hall. On either side were doors that didn't match the metallic corridor. There were doors of different colors and materials, all quite distinct from one another. The corridor didn't seem to have an end, so Art was relieved when Varai stopped along the way at a seemingly random door to their left. She knocked on the door without pause until it swung inward, revealing an armored bear of a man. The guard immediately knelt, his head bowed. "Rise," Varai replied coolly. The guard stood back up, but did not make eye contact with either of the lances. Instead, his gaze was fixed on Art, and he regarded him both curiously and cautiously. "Tell the council of our arrival." Ulfred waved the guard away impatiently. The armored man gave another quick bow and disappeared behind a black door, which had been hidden, appearing to be a part of the wall until it was opened. After a few minutes, the guard returned and fully opened the door for them, allowing them in. Lance Zero and Lance Balrog have been given permission to meet the council, along with the prisoner Arthur Leywin. Art looked at Ulfred, raising a brow. As he walked past Art, he muttered, "Bah, code names," as if embarrassed. Art trailed behind the two lances, wearing a wry smile. Whatever waited ahead would most likely determine his future, but suddenly all he could think of was what the code names for all the other lances might be. Art passed the guard and stepped through the hidden door, immediately sensing a change in the atmosphere. They were in a large circular room with a high-rise ceiling made entirely of glass. The room was sparsely decorated, with only a long rectangular table at the very back. The 6 members of the council were seated behind the table, each one looking at Art with a different expression. "Your Majesties." Ulfred and Varai both bowed toward the council as the kings and queens rose from their seats. Not knowing exactly what custom dictated in situations like this, Art followed the example of the two lances and bowed as well. "Ignorant. Do you consider yourself on the same level as the lances? You should take a knee at the very least, as a sign of respect. A husky voice boomed. Art looked up to see that it was the Dwarf King, Dosid Graysunders. He sported a bushy brown beard that spilled from his chin and covered his upper torso. The barrel of his chest was covered by leather armor adorned with gold plating, which seemed like it was restraining his muscles rather than protecting them. With his great bristling beard and dark, heavy eyes, he looked much larger than he really was. However, looking at his soft, uncalloused hand twiddling the golden wine flute, Art wondered whether those muscles were ever put to use or if they were just for show. Art had a hard time controlling his face, and it contorted into a look of annoyance. But before he could make a rebuttal, he caught sight of Alduin Erelith, Tessia's father, and the Elf King, who frowned in worry. He gave Arthur a quick shake of the head, clearly warning him against doing anything to upset the Dwarven King. Clenching his jaw, Art relented, taking a knee. "My apologies, Your Majesties. I am but a boy from the countryside, uneducated in the ways of nobles and royalty." Graysunders snorted and plopped back down on his seat, crossing his arms as his sturdy frame sank into his chair. The veins on his muscular arms stretched with every little movement. Now, I'm sure the journey was long and everyone must be eager to get started. Veray, uncuff Arthur," said Blaine Glader, Curtis's father. The lance dissolved the cuffs that bound Art's wrists, but left the slumbering Sylvie inside her frozen orb. Art surveyed the rulers of this continent. It had been years since he had last seen Blaine and Priscilla Glader, but aside from the few extra wrinkles, little had changed about them. The human queen's expression, especially, conveyed a strong resolve despite the dark bags under her eyes. Art had never seen the dwarf queen before, but she was just as he had expected, manly. She had a defined, square jaw with sharp eyes, and her dark hair was pulled straight back into a ponytail. However, in contrast to what he had imagined, bangles of gold and other fine metals clustered around her thick wrists and neck, speaking volumes about her lavish tastes. Alduin and Mariel Erelith, however, seemed to have aged significantly in the few days since he had last seen them. He wasn't surprised. Their only daughter had been the focus of Dreneve's act of terrorism. The two lances took a few steps back from Arthur as he regarded the council. Alduin Erelith spoke in a gentle, vaguely guilty tone. From what Varai had said, Alduin and Mariel had not supported the order to arrest Arthur, something he was very grateful for. "Arthur Leywin, before we begin, I would like to thank you, not as a leader, but as a father, for saving my daughter. Need I remind you that we are here as leaders of this damned continent, not fathers?" Dosid interjected, pounding his fists on the table. "This boy mutilated one of his fellow schoolmates before killing him. We've all read the description the scout sent us." Priscilla shook her head, interjecting with calm dignity as she said, "Dosid, I hardly think it's necessary." Both legs crushed into mush past the mid-thigh, left arm dismembered and cauterized past the elbow, right arm frozen and crushed, genitals. As the Dwarf King read from the scroll, even he seemed to have a hard time saying what was coming up next. Genitals, along with the pelvic bone, crushed and... "I think that's enough, Dosid," Alduin warned. "It seems I've made my point. Yes, it's all convenient and everything that this boy happened to save the entire school, but that does not justify the torment he put the Wykes boy through. I can only see this as him using this whole fiasco as an excuse to get revenge on someone he's clearly had enmity with in the past," Dosid said coldly. "You can't be saying that Arthur's main motive for delving blindly into such a dangerous scene was just to seek revenge, and even if he did, what of it? You can't prove to anyone here what Arthur's motives were. He did what we couldn't do in a time of need, potentially save every student inside Xyrus," Alduin barked back, his face turning more and more red. "Yes, which is why I'm not suggesting we kill the boy. We merely need to cripple him as a mage." It was the Dwarf Queen who spoke this time. The cold indifference in her voice seemed to make even her husband falter for a moment. "What my wife, Gloundera, said is exactly my thought as well. This boy is too dangerous if left alone. Imagine if he and his pet dragon decide to make enemies of us. Art's ears perked up at the mention of Sylvie. My God, do you hear yourself? You sound paranoid. Blaine, Priscilla, what do you have to add to all this? Tessia's mother was shaking her head, disconcerted. Marial, speaking as a parent, my husband and I both agree with you on this, Priscilla said evenly, her distant gaze switching back and forth between Sylvie and Art. But we must consider the Graysunders' view as well. They are thinking not only of themselves, but the entire continent. So, what? We cripple the boy and kill the dragon on the off chance that he might harbor ill feelings toward us and decide to get revenge. Alduin was nearly yelling as he stood up to face the other leaders. Alduin, know your place. Don't think you are on the same level as us just because you sit here. May I remind you of your inability to even take care of your own lances? Dawsid growled menacingly as he pointed an accusatory finger at the Elf King. This continent is potentially on the brink of war, and you were careless enough to lose one of our biggest assets. Your Majesties, was I brought here to simply hear my judgment, or am I allowed to— You will not speak until you are instructed to, Dawsid roared, cutting Art off. I refuse to accept any claims this boy is trying to make. He could say that the God of Iron himself spoke to him and ordered him to do all this, but it does not change what he has done and what he will be able to do if left alone. I see no point in me being here if I am not allowed to speak and give my account of what happened and why it happened the way it did. Art did his best to control the volume and tone of his voice, but it was still coming out a lot sharper than he wanted it to. You're right. There is no need for this prisoner to be here. Ulfrid, lock him up in one of the lower cells and keep him there until further orders, and lock his pet in a vault, Glondra Graysunders responded, waving her hand toward Art. Dawsid, Glondra, the council is not for you to run and order as you see fit. Aya, Alduin growled. Behind him, a figure masked in the shadows kneeled, awaiting a command. Stand down, elf. Remember that you only have one lance at your disposal. There was heavy tension as the two kings locked eyes. Finally, Alduin conceded, sitting back reluctantly in his chair. As Ulfrid's stone knight picked Art up, he met Alduin's gaze for a brief moment. Art could see the unrelenting determination in his eyes as he gave Art a firm nod. Art bit his tongue and chose to stay silent. It was obvious that the Dwarf King and Queen were all for crippling him, while the Gladers were refusing to support either party in deciding his fate. He was going to have to rely on Alduin and Marial if Sylvie and he were going to get home unscathed. As the golem carried him through a different door and down a flight of stairs, he tried to talk to Ulfrid, but was met with stony silence. When they reached the bottom of the stairs, he took a look around. It seemed like your typical castle dungeon for traitors and prisoners of war. It was a spacious area with many cells, but much of it was covered by shadows that the light of the few burning torches didn't reach. Ouch, he could have warned me, Art muttered aloud, brushing the dust off of his knees. That voice, Arthur Leywin? His head bolted up at the feeble yet familiar sound. Director Goodsky? Director Goodsky? Art sputtered incredulously. Yes, although director doesn't seem to be appropriate anymore, seeing as I have been stripped of that title. Who would have imagined I'd meet you in here, Arthur? She replied weakly. Her speech was breathy and pained. It seemed she had suffered considerably. Stripped of your title? I don't understand. What is going on here? Why are you here, Director? Art leaned against the metal bars of his cage in hopes of hearing her more clearly. Judging from the source of her voice, he deduced that her cell was diagonally opposite his own. But because of the way the torches were arranged, most of the cells were in darkness. We will get to that later. There was a hint of despair in Director Goodsky's voice as she asked, Arthur, why have you been locked up? With your abilities, I assumed you would be able to fend well enough for yourself, or at least escape if necessary. Lucas was holding Tessia captive, and I had to use most of my mana to fight him. When the two lances appeared, I didn't have enough strength to escape. Art sighed. I apologize. I don't quite follow. The half-elf boy, Lucas? It was obvious that Director Goodsky wasn't aware of any recent events at her academy, though this realization didn't surprise Art. He would surely have been there to help if she had known. He filled her in on as many details as he could in the quiet of the dungeon, and could only assume that her silence indicated she was listening intently. It was hard to tell whether there were prisoners in the other cells too, but the information Art was revealing wasn't exactly confidential. He got Director Goodsky caught up on the attack, including what had just happened with the council. Can you describe for me exactly how Lucas seemed to you when you fought against him? Goodsky asked. Apart from the massive increase in his mana manipulation capabilities, Art noticed that his physical appearance was different as well. Let's see. He had this sickly gray skin tone and dark lines running down his face, neck, and arms. Art assumed those were his veins. His hair color had changed too. It wasn't blonde like he remembered it, but more of a dusty black and white color. The Wykes family is known to have a keen fondness of elixirs, no matter what the side effects might be. No elixir on this continent has the capacity to enhance the user's mana core that drastically, Art, Director Goodsky interrupted. You weren't able to catch a glimpse of what the leader of this attack looked like? No, he was gone by the time I arrived. Why? I just wanted to confirm some things, but I think I already have a basic understanding of the whole situation. I knew it was bound to happen, but not this soon. They're moving forward with the plan much too quickly. The director's footsteps echoed as she paced inside her cell. What do you mean you knew it was bound to happen? Who are they? Director Goodsky, I'm beginning to have a nagging suspicion that I truly hope is wrong. They were both silent for a few moments, only the flickering snaps of the torch's flames breaking the stillness of the dungeon. I cannot say, Art. I am bound by forces beyond anything either of us can hope to go against. I am truly sorry. A binding? Huh, I see. How convenient. And is there a way to remove this binding? Art replied sardonically. Ignoring his tone, Director Goodsky said, I have searched for decades on this matter, and always without success. And let out a deep breath. And the reason you're locked up here is because, from what you've told me, and based on what I already know, it seems I have been made a scapegoat. I assume the council wishes to use me as a convenient excuse for all that has happened recently. Why would they need a scapegoat? I cannot say the reason for that either, she replied. There was clear frustration in her tone, not directed at Art, but rather at herself. Arthur, it is painful for me to continue trying to talk about this. Even the very thought of telling someone what I know activates the curse. We should both get some rest. Heaven knows we'll be needing it. With a sigh, Art stepped away from the metal gate and leaned his back against the stone wall of his cell. Even if the artifact hadn't been binding his mana core, he would still have been unable to use any sort of magic here. With nothing else to do, his mind began racing with thoughts. They were inside a floating castle located above the farthest reaches of the Beast Glades. Assuming he could escape with Sylvie and Director Goodsky, would they be able to make it out of the Beast Glades alive? Assistance from Sylvie was out of the question. Her recent transformation had left her in a state only slightly better than a hibernating bear. Goodsky was a silver core wind mage, which might be enough for them to fly back. Still, Art realized that the three of them would probably be wiped out. On their way there, the two lances had constantly released a strong killing, intent to ward off any beasts, and even then, they had been cautious enough at times to hide their presence. It would be near suicidal to try to simply fly over the entire Beast Glades. He clicked his tongue in frustration. Despite what felt like hours deliberating with himself, he was no closer to an answer. It was impossible after all. The more he tried to plan for their escape, the harder it became to push down the creeping sensation of hopelessness. So he rolled over on the cold floor to try and get some sleep. What the hell was that, Glader? I thought we had an agreement, Dawson barked after slamming the door of Blaine's study. Yes, I am well aware of our agreement. Rest assured, you will have my and my wife's vote, Dawsid. However, even you cannot make me spout such irrational accusations at the boy who has just saved the entire future generation of this continent, including my children. Blaine responded icily, pouring himself a glass of aged liquor. And I'm saying that there will be no future generation if you do not side with me. Arthur and his bond have to go. That was the agreement. They have to be brought back to him if we hope to have a future on this continent. I know what the stakes are, Dawsid. I do not need you badgering me every moment you feel insecure, Blaine hissed. What you and I are doing is betraying the entire population. You realize that, yes? He stared at the dwarf. Though he was seated and Dawsid was standing, their eyes were almost level. It's not betrayal if the continent is already bound for annihilation. Blaine, you and I both know what's going to happen to Dickathan, whether we try to save it or not. We have to look beyond that and try to salvage what's important to us, Dawsid said consolingly, making a placating gesture. If that's what you tell yourself so you can sleep at night, go ahead. What we're doing is abandoning our people so we can save our own asses, Blaine scoffed, shaking his head. That is what I tell myself. What he promised isn't a bad deal. My family will all live and serve him, and so will yours if you follow through. And what of our people, Dawsid? What will he do with the citizens of Dickathan? If even the kingdoms of Sapin and Darv aren't safe after we promised allegiance to him, what will happen to Elenoir? Bah! The elves have always been too old-fashioned and righteous for their own good. We could have convinced Alduin to side with him if not for that old geezer Virion butting in. It's a shame. But unlike us, the elves don't realize what being a leader truly means. Just imagine, Blaine, the technology, the riches that he and his people will bring to Dickathan. Immortality, unrivaled martial strength, infinite wealth. It will no longer be just a fantasy for us. It's only a matter of time. Mind your words. I am following him for the sake of my family. Do not lump me together with the likes of you, abandoning your own race for the sake of personal gain. I'm sure you can imagine what he will most likely do once he arrives. What will become of the rest of the three races? Either a genocide of some form, or, if he's smart, he'll make them all his slaves. Blaine's response rendered Dawsid speechless. His mouth moved as if he was trying to refute the argument, but no audible words came out. Nevertheless, my wife's love for our children seems to heavily outweigh her concern for the entire human kingdom, and my duty to preserve the Glader blood will always triumph, so rest assured, we will side with you. Hopefully, my ancestors will forgive my actions. This is the only way to save the Glader line, Blaine sighed in defeat. Dawsid lifted his hand as if to pat Blaine's shoulder, but he gave him a sharp look. Feigning a dry cough, Dawsid excused himself, leaving Blaine to his own dark thoughts in the silence of his study. Blaine stared blankly at the extravagantly decorated room, furnished with rare wood carved by master carpenters, embellished with rare gems and metals worth more than a small town, and a sense of dread and guilt began surfacing in his stomach. These luxuries meant nothing to him. All his life, all he had wanted was to be the strongest mage in Dickathan, to make his father and his ancestors proud. Yet it was blatantly obvious that his talent as a mage was subpar compared to even countryside peasants. Only through spending an enormous amount of resources on mana-strengthening elixirs and aids had he been able, barely, to break into the red stage. He caught himself harboring feelings of scathing envy even toward his own wife and children. Blaine had always been ashamed of this, but there was little else he could do. Even having control over the two lances did not help his feelings of inferiority. Instead, it was a daily reminder that he needed to be guarded at all times to properly rule over his own people because he wasn't strong enough to fend for himself. Was he truly making this decision for the safety of his family and himself? Or did he, like Dawsid, hunger and yearn for power incomparable to other mages? The safety of his loved ones was what made him take action, but the more he dwelled on it, the more excited he grew at the prospect of gaining strength, of being at the pinnacle of his abilities. He thought of how his people would fear and respect him for his own power instead of the lances he controlled. His true motives and intentions became more and more blurry the more he thought upon it. After an hour of alcohol-fueled contemplation, Blaine realized that no amount of drink could wash away this miserable feeling. He stumbled over his own feet and toppled to the ground. Losing his grip on the glass he was holding, it hit the floor an instant before he did, shattering. The shards embedded themselves into the arm he used to break his fall. He could only curse in frustration at his own ineptitude. How pathetic was he? Stumbling around, being cut by mere glass. Had he been born more talented, more powerful? He picked himself up, ignoring the bloodstains on the floor, leaving the shards of glass in his bleeding arm, and staggered to his bedroom. The stench of liquor in his breath lingered as he sighed deeply. Memories of when he had first met the boy flashed in his mind as he trudged toward the door to his room, which now seemed so far away. Even before his children started speaking about Arthur from school, he had left a deep impression, enough for Blaine to see him as a figure of great importance in the future. Perhaps the only thing greater than his strength as a mage was his poor luck in being involved in this conspiracy. "I'm sorry, boy," Blaine mumbled under his breath. "I would like to believe that it is for the good of this continent that you become a sacrifice." Even as he said the words, they sounded empty to his ears. He had hoped saying it aloud would provide some sort of reassurance, but what he felt for Arthur wasn't grief or sympathy. It was stronger than the feelings of a king sacrificing for the greater good, even stronger than the weight of a glader trying to keep his bloodline alive. Blaine felt the soothing sensation of his dark envy being resolved with the death of this boy. He loathed himself for this, but what of it? He was Blaine Glader, fourth of the name, yet his talents as a mage didn't amount to even a single drop compared to the ocean that was Arthur Leywin. Why should that boy of no origin carry a power that was better fit for him? He unlocked the door and wobbled unsteadily, brushing off the maids who rushed to help him. "I'm sorry, boy," he mumbled again. "It is for the greater good. For my greater good." The silhouette grew larger, an enormous castle, shrouded in darkness, but whether Art was approaching the castle or the castle was moving toward him, he had no idea. As the shape drew closer, he was gradually able to make out the details. The fluttering house flag at the top of the highest tower, the splendid fountain carved with intricate features, the high gates with sharp spikes and barbed wire. Little by little, the shadows concealing the castle receded, exposing more of its exterior. Art could see the image of a flaming phoenix on the house flag and crows gathering atop the gate. However, a horrendous feeling began creeping up his back the closer he drew. When he finally arrived below the towering gates, he locked eyes with a particularly grotesque crow. It regarded him for a few seconds, then let out a caw and resumed its meal. What was it eating? Art couldn't see from the bottom of the gate, but for some reason, he felt the need to know what the birds were eating, this unrelenting urge to find out. He began climbing up the gate, ignoring the spikes from the barbed wire that dug into his hands. The higher he climbed, the more crows gathered at the top of the gate, joining in the feast. At some point, he became so shrouded in crow feathers that he could only see black. He roared for them to disappear, but no sound came out. Despite the silence of his shriek, the flock dispersed, and he saw what they had been so eagerly consuming. The decapitated heads of Tessia and his family were impaled on black spikes. There were chunks of flesh missing from their faces. Without their eyelids, their half-eaten, milky eyes seemed to stare distantly, and their lipless mouths hung open. As he reached out to remove their heads from the spikes they were skewered on, their gazes all suddenly focused on him, and they screamed at him, revealing hundreds of writhing insects that had burrowed inside their mouths. "All your fault." The sudden volume of their voices made Art lose his grip on the gate, and he plummeted downward as their lifeless eyes continued to stare at him. He bolted up from the stone ground he had been lying on. Cold sweat had already drenched his clothes, and he sat there heaving for breath. It was just a dream. He stared down at his hands, and saw that they were trembling. As he tried to control his breathing, an unfamiliar voice startled him to his feet. He whipped his body toward the sound only to find himself staring at a darkened figure in the corner of his cell. She stepped out toward him, and he was able to see her more clearly. "Do not speak," the woman said quietly, but her mouth wasn't moving. The soothing timbre of her voice tickled his ear. It dawned on him that he recognized the woman. He had caught a glimpse of her earlier today, then as now she was covered in a cloak that hid her appearance. The second elven lance, Aya. What surprised Art most was the fact that despite how close she was to him, he wasn't able to sense her mana presence at all. It reminded him of when Virion released the second stage of his beast form, but it seemed as natural as breathing for her. "I bring you a message from King Aerolith," she whispered, leaning close to him as she handed him a piece of paper. He immediately unfolded it and began to read. "Dear Arthur, while explanations and apologies for the recent events concerning the disaster at Xyrus Academy are in order, I fear the scale of this incident is much deeper and more sinister than what it appears to be on the surface. You do not have much time. In a few hours, the Council will declare you and Cynthia Goodsky the perpetrators of the act of terrorism that befell Xyrus. Director Goodsky will be sentenced to public execution. You and your bond will be imprisoned. I'm sorry I cannot help you more in this matter. My voice simply cannot overcome the unified front of the dwarves and humans. What I'm about to tell you next is something that was not meant for my ears. I have yet to find all of the missing pieces, but I overheard an exchange between King Glader and Dawsid. They are planning to deliver you to someone. I do not know who, but it seems to be the only reason they're keeping you alive and intact. I have already sent my father, along with a few escorts, to take your family to a hidden location where they'll be safe from those who wish to do your family harm or use them against you. Think of it as a small compensation for all you've done for Tessia. I hope this at least gives you some ease of heart. My apologies, as this is all I can do for you for now. Even if my lance could free you from your cell, once you stepped outside, the other lances would be notified. Stay strong and be firm. Alduin Aerolith." As soon as Art folded the letter, it crumbled to ashes between his fingers. When he looked back up, expecting to see the lance, she was no longer there, having disappeared as quietly as she had arrived. Art had to admit that a heavy burden had been lifted from his chest. The safety of his family had been a concern for him the entire time. Considering the information Winsome had passed on and the Council's behavior since their first meeting, he had begun to question the possibility of the Vritra playing a part in all of this. However, now that the Council had decided on the public execution of Director Goodsky, he was almost certain that the Vritra were involved. Art had originally suspected the Wykes house of retaliating against him for killing Lucas by somehow tilting the odds against his favor. They were a family of wealth and high influence after all. But the Wykes family had no reason for involving the director of Xyrus Academy. Even though Goodsky wasn't from an influential family, her name bore weight all over the continent. The Wykes family alone wouldn't be able to influence the Council enough to make them do something as rash as condemning her to public execution. Even if shifting the blame to Goodsky would ease some of the burden the Council faced from the public, her death wouldn't be worth it. Unless there was a third party involved, calling the shots, either bribbing or forcing the Council. Art let out another deep breath as he sat down, remembering how he had refused to grow attached to anyone in his past life because he didn't want any weaknesses. Shaking his head to try and disperse the thoughts, he leaned his back against the cold wall. He couldn't dwell on his past life. If he hoped to spend much more time in this life, he needed a plan. "Get up!" a sharp baritone voice snapped. Art's eyes fluttered open at the abrupt bellow and clanging of the metal gate. Rolling to his stomach, he pushed himself up and stretched, feeling his bones ache from sleeping on the hard stone floor. Expecting to see Ulfred, who had brought him to the cell, Art was instead greeted by Baron's unhappy face. By unhappy, he meant a scowl of impatience, laced with a hatred for his very existence, written on Baron's face. Art couldn't blame him, considering he had been the one to kill Baron's younger brother, but he sensed that Lucas's death wasn't the only reason for Baron's blatant animosity. "The Council is waiting," Baron spoke sharply, opening the gate. He grabbed Art's arm roughly and half dragged him out of the cell after binding his arms. "Good morning to you as well. I see you're not much of a morning person," Art quipped, trying to keep himself from falling as Baron jerked at his arm. The lance said nothing in response, though his cold glare spoke volumes. As they made their way toward the exit, Art noticed that the cell Director Goodsky had been held in was open. Art tried communicating with Sylvie as he was jerked along through the castle corridors, but there was no response. Only silence. They arrived in front of a different room than yesterday's. The large double doors, towering high enough to admit giants, were closed, with muffled sounds coming from the other side. "You don't know how much I'm looking forward to the trial," Baron said, his jaw tensing as his grip on Art's arm became even tighter. "Don't worry, though. I'll be sure to treat your family with the same care you showed mine." The lance turned to Art, his lip curling upward in a smirk, just enough to reveal his sharp canines. Had Art not received the letter last night, he might have actually been worried. But he knew his family was safely hidden and that for now, the council needed him alive and intact, so Baron's empty threats didn't mean much. "Are you honestly trying to pick a fight with a 13-year-old? Art shook his head, using his best expression of disappointment. A sharp tug lifted Art from the ground, and suddenly he was face to face with Baron. "I don't think you understand what's about to happen to you right now. You're going to either end up dead or wishing you had died, while your little dragon is going to become a prized pet for one of the kings. You think this only affects you? I'll make sure your family and anyone you even remotely care about faces a miserable death," he said, spittle flying into Art's face. Yes, the great Lance Baron is going to take vengeance for his lunatic younger brother, who chose to go to the dark side and kill innocent students by tormenting the teenager who put him out of his misery, and killing his family too. All hail Lance Baron. Art spoke in a monotone, but his voice was dripping with sarcasm. He could see Baron's right hand ball up into a fist, but the latter just clicked his tongue in disgust, then tossed him back to the floor with enough force to send him rolling toward the tall double doors. Dusting himself off as best he could with his arms tied in front of him, he remained seated, leaning his head back on the doors as he gave Baron a wink. Either Baron didn't see, or he chose to ignore him. Just as he was about to say something, he heard faint sounds coming from the other side of the doors. After assimilating with Sylvia's dragon will, his entire body had been strengthened, including his senses and reflexes. He wouldn't be able to last more a few minutes against a lance without his magic, but his hearing was strong enough to vaguely make out some familiar voices inside the protected room. Perpetrator of... Refusal to answer. He felt he could safely assume the person on trial was Director Goodsky, and it seemed the council was almost done with their sentencing. Sentenced to public execution. The last statement, in Dossid's booming voice, rang particularly loud. After a moment of silence, the tall doors against which he was leaning suddenly swung inward without so much as a creak, and he tipped backward. Looking up from the floor, he spotted the guard who had admitted Varai, Ulfred, and him during the first council meeting. The guard regarded them without any emotion. "The council is ready," he said, shifting his gaze from him to Baron. As he picked himself up, he was able to lock eyes with the former director of Xyrus Academy as she was escorted out by two guards. Her gaze was firm, but her jaw was tensed with suppressed anger as she passed him by. Keeping his expression deadpan and unreadable, he trudged toward the council, studying each of their faces. Wordlessly, he sat on the single chair and waited for them to start. Baron moved to stand behind Blaine Glader, and as the double doors shut with a loud thud, the room was filled with an eerie silence. The Dwarf King was the first to speak, his eyes glued to a stack of papers he had begun shuffling through. "Boy, let it be known that the council is merciful. Even though your heinous actions against a fellow schoolmate would normally result in at least the incapacitation of your mana core, we have agreed that since your actions were for the sake of the greater good, your sentencing will instead be as follows. Arthur Leywin is to be stripped of his previous title as a mage and of all benefits that come with that title. He is to be imprisoned until further notice." Dossid spoke grandly, as if he believed he was being benevolent. There was a brief silence. Art suspected the Dwarf King was waiting for him to shower him with gratitude and flattery. Finally, Dawsid spoke again. "Is there anything you would like to say?" "Just a few questions, Your Majesty. While my first punishment is clear enough, what do you mean by imprisoned until further notice?" Art tilted his head. "Over the next few weeks, we'll be monitoring how the disaster at Xyrus Academy plays out concerning the victims and their families. As soon as we see that enough time has passed and the memories of your actions have dissipated from the public mind, we will release you. Think of it as a sort of provisional detention instead of imprisonment," Blaine explained, mustering up a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. "I see. Fair enough, I suppose. And what of my bond?" Art asked. "The council is being kind enough to let you live, yet you ask for more," Glondra snapped, banging her thick palm on the raised desk. "That is another issue, Arthur. Losing your rights as a mage means that you will no longer be able to keep your bond." Alduin spoke up to tell him this. Had it been anyone else, Arthur might have reacted differently, but reading the subtle intonations in Alduin's words, he knew the Elf King was only trying to keep him from trouble. Their eyes locked for a few seconds, then Art forced a stiff nod. "I understand, Your Majesties." "Good. Baron, take him back to his cell, but keep him chained up." Blaine waved them away. Art studied the expressions of each council member one last time. While Blaine looked more self-assured than he had during yesterday's trial, his wife was still pale with guilt. Alduin and Marial wore stoic expressions, their faces like masks. The dwarves were both looking down at Art with haughty, self-satisfied smirks, and in that moment, he was certain that they were the ones involved with the Vritra. Art could tell Baron was furious, but he stayed silent throughout the trip back to his cell. He decided it was best not to antagonize the Lance in his current state, so he remained mute as well. Art had expected to be taken back to the same cell he was in before, but instead, he was brought to a different holding place with an actual bed and toilet. The accommodations weren't terrible if one ignored the bars. It was like a very secure room in a very cheap inn. After tossing Art inside, with a bit more strength than necessary, Baron left. Art's arms were still chained together in front of him, and the artifact was still embedded in his chest, limiting his abilities. In the absence of any windows, Art couldn't discern how many hours had passed, or whether it was night or day, but he sat there patiently. Eventually, the sound of soft footsteps approached. "It seems you were expecting me," the voice sighed. Art's lips curled upward as he gazed upon a strikingly familiar face. "About damn time, Winsome." He pursed his lips, trying to contain the laughter building up inside him. "Cheers, my love. The madness will soon be coming to an end." Dawsid held up his goblet as he leaned forward. "Cheers." His wife smiled back, touching her glass with his to make a hollow clink. Leaning back in a leather armchair much too big for him, Dawsid relished the dry taste of fermented fruits, which had cost as much as a small house. Admiring the extravagant rings on each of his fingers, sparkling in the candlelight, he couldn't help but smile widely. "Just think, Glondra. After this, no longer will our people be stuck in holes at the bottom of this continent. With his new rule, we, along with our people, will be there to serve directly beneath him. Dwarves will no longer need to be tools, slaving away, forging weapons for the humans. We will be the chosen race that will lead this underdeveloped continent into a new era alongside him." Dawsid sighed. "Was he really that powerful, dear? You're the only one who has had direct communication with this being. What was he like?" Dawsid's wife leaned her head on her arm, getting comfortable. "It was nothing like I'd ever imagined. I fought my share of mana beasts when I was younger. Unlike the old dwarves who stick to their traditions, I carried no pride in the weapons that I had built. What satisfaction is there in watching someone mindlessly swing the weapon you poured your blood and sweat into crafting? No, the only weapon I ever finished, I made for myself. With my war axe, full cleave, I slew hundreds of mana beasts of all classes. There were some that could send shivers straight down my spine with just a passing glance, while others could petrify even the strongest of mages with a glare. Dawsid took another sip from his glass. Yet, when he first made himself known to me, I couldn't breathe. My head felt like it was being pounded by hammers, and my whole body stung as if each pore were being stabbed by needles. I've lingered at the gates of death countless times, but nothing ever made me so fearful. Looking down at his hands, Dawsid saw that they were trembling. I truly felt I was facing a god. I had this overwhelming notion that he didn't need me in order to achieve his goals, yet he was giving me this chance. He chose us, my love. He chose us, he whispered. I believe you, my dear. Tell me again what he has promised us when he assumes control of Dicathan. Dawsid's wife scooted next to him, cuddling against his arm as her large hands wrapped around his waist. He promised us everything we could ever hope for. Vast wealth, magical abilities beyond comprehension, more people to serve us, and best of all, an eternity to enjoy it all. Gloundera, I can finally swing full cleave once more. No longer will this crippled body of mine hinder me, he said, his voice growing louder as he became more excited. That's wonderful, my dear. Truly, being on the council is hindering your full potential, his wife cooed as she rubbed his belly. Leaning further back, Dawsid enjoyed his wife's touch. Ha! We three kings have a joke we share with one another, that the three kings of this generation all lack talent and potential as mages. We call it the Dicathan Kings Complex. Screw them. Unlike the other two, I was once a great mage, an orange core mage at my prime, and I would have soared to even greater heights if it weren't for that damned incident that left me in this pitiful state. He had never told his wife that the incident had occurred because he'd had some fun with a peasant girl. He unconsciously licked his lips as he recalled that night. It would have been a lot more enjoyable if she hadn't been screaming so loudly. He didn't know how her husband found out, but he had been crafty enough to get him alone, even using his own wife as bait. Of course, he ended up killing them both to hide his little secret, but not before the husband had managed to land a wound on him that would forever cripple his mana core. Curse them. They should have just quietly accepted their fate. In fact, they should have seen it as an honor, he spat. For having put him in such a pathetic state, even being tortured and killed wasn't enough punishment. Dear, hush. The dwarves all respect you and you know that, his wife scolded gently, snapping him out of his bitter memories. Respect? Bah, bull testicles. They all grudgingly obey me because of the 2 lances I have in my possession. I can feel it. Their eyes, when they look at me, I know what they're thinking. Why is such a weak dwarf leading us? He was just born lucky. He doesn't deserve the crown and lances. Then we can kill all those who once looked down on you, simple as that. And you will do it with your own 2 fists. His wife moved her hand up, stroking his beard with her thick fingers as she looked up at him, her soothing smile accentuating her powerful square jaw. You forgot one thing, though. Of course, he also promised us fertility. We will finally be able to have sons and daughters of our own to carry on the Grey Sunder's bloodline. In fact, why not see if he has already blessed us? He put down his wine glass and shifted his body to face his wife. As he looked deep into her dirt-brown eyes, he dug underneath her clothes to feel her warm, coarse skin. He could feel her shudder at his touch as he continued softly rubbing her back, slowly reaching lower and lower. Her eyes closed in pleasure, and he used his other hand to untie her thin gown. When he slipped his hand underneath her top, she gasped in surprise at the chill of his fingers on her firm, exposed bosom. He slipped off her gown to reveal her defined shoulders, smiling at the mesmerizing sight. He'd never understood the tastes of human and elf men wanting thin women. A real woman should have muscles like these. His wife inched closer impatiently as he took his sweet time undressing her, coaxing her as he spread her legs. Bang! The door to their room slammed open to reveal his guard, who had been stationed outside, looking wide-eyed at them. "What is the meaning of this?" he roared. "How dare you barge in without—" Like a wooden plank, the guard leaned forward and dropped to the ground without a word. He sprang up from their intimate embrace as he realized there was a hole through the guard's back where his heart should have been. He was dead. "My greetings, Grey Sunders." A cold, hoarse voice filled his ears. He took a step back and could see his wife quickly redressing, fumbling as she got off the couch. "How dare you barge into this room? Do you know who I am?" he screamed, fear filling the very depths of his soul as he stared at the figure. He couldn't make out his features in the shadows where he stood. "Of course," the intruder answered evenly. "You two are an infestation, which I have come to remove." A light flashed toward them, but a wall of molten lava intercepted it just in time to stop the intruder's attack. Still, he could taste the blood that trickled down from the tip of his nose into his mouth from the glowing needle that his lance's magic had barely stopped in time. Alfred, how could you let someone just barge into my room?" As he stumbled backward, his firm rebuke to his lance ended up sounding much more like a frightened whimper. "My apologies, Your Majesties. I do not know how he managed to get in, but I have notified Mika as well. The intruder will not be leaving," the lance stated. Even as he gave the king and queen a curt bow, his eyes never left the shadowed figure. Micah was the second lance under the king's command. Though she wasn't as obedient as Alfred, her skill as a mage was enough to make the king lenient toward her. Good. Take care of that intruder right now. I want him alive if possible." The king pointed his finger at the figure, hoping his queen couldn't see how fiercely it trembled. "I seek only the Grey Sunders' heads. Needless bloodshed is not my desire," the voice said coolly. Dowsid involuntarily backed up against the wall when the mysterious figure spoke. For some reason, the presence of the stranger left him feeling terrified. However, with Alfred by his side and Mika on her way, Dowsid reassured himself that there was nothing to worry about. "Unfortunately, the only thing I seek is your head," Alfred hissed, his limbs becoming engulfed in flames as he channeled mana into them. As Dowsid's lance emitted bright flames while dashing toward the intruder, the features of the elderly figure became clear. Despite recognizing the person he faced, the fear inside Dowsid only intensified. The intruder appeared elderly, with long white hair tightly tied into a ponytail that flowed like a stream of liquid pearl. Despite his age, he stood with poise, hands elegantly placed behind his straight back. Both of his eyes were closed, emphasizing the third, unblinking eye in his forehead, which glowed with a radiant purple light. "Magma Knights," Alfred rumbled, his voice barely a whisper. 5 soldiers made of magma instantly materialized, rising from the floor at the intruder's feet. However, before they could reach for the elderly intruder, he moved his arm with a faint blur, causing them to crumble into pieces. Alfred summoned additional magma knights, but as soon as they emerged, they were swiftly diced into little pieces by a movement too rapid for Dowsid Greysunder's eyes to follow. "Bestow upon me," Alfred chanted through gritted teeth, "Hell's armor." As Dowsid's lance approached the intruder, the body erupted into dark crimson flames. As the flames subsided, the exquisite armor made of magma encasing Alfred became visible. Red runes intricately covered the armor, and a cape of billowing fire flowed down his back. "This is what you get for being so arrogant. Die!" Dowsid cheered maniacally, a crazed smile forming on his face. He eagerly prepared to witness his lance destroy the intruder who had left him feeling pathetically afraid and helpless. Alfred's first blow landed squarely on the intruder's face, decimating even the wall behind him from the shockwave. Dowsid's fist clenched in excitement as he anticipated the gruesome outcome the man's face should have now become. However, as the dust cloud faded, Dowsid Greysunders felt his mouth drop open with shock. The intruder's face remained intact and unblemished, but Alfred's armored arm had snapped in two, his fist reduced to a bloody pulp, with splinters of white bone protruding from his knuckles. "You have admirable skills for a lesser being. Your powers may prove useful for the future of this continent, but right now, you are only an irritant," the intruder declared. As he spoke, he manifested a thin, glowing blade from the tip of his finger. His next movement was so rapid that it seemed as if he had teleported, though in reality, he was moving at such a monstrous speed that Dawson's eyes couldn't comprehend. The intruder blinked a few feet over to where Ulfred stood on guard, and the tip of his glowing saber gently touched the center of Dawson's lance's armored chest. "Break," commanded the intruder. The Hell's Armor, a high-ranking fire attribute defensive spell, shattered into dust. Blood spewed from Ulfred's mouth as he was flung across the room, colliding with the wall against which Dawson had backed up. Blankly staring at the scene, Dawson felt a shiver down his back, sensing the intruder's unblinking eye fixed on him. His throat was too dry to swallow, let alone speak. Glancing at the trembling figure of his wife, an earth-shattering sound made him whip his head back. "Hello, King and Queen. Micah is sorry she's late," chirped a familiar voice from within the cloud of dust. "Mika, your king was almost killed. Hurry up and dispose of that man," Dawson sputtered, holding on to his wife. Micah stood out as an anomaly among dwarves, lacking the typical traits that made a dwarf lady conventionally attractive. Short and thin, she possessed pale, creamy skin, a departure from the usual admired bronzy complexion. Her features resembled those of a feeble human child, with only slightly pointed ears indicating her true dwarven nature. Despite her unassuming appearance, Micah possessed monstrous abilities in gravity manipulation. Wielding a giant mace more than 3 times her size, she could effortlessly control the weight of objects within a certain radius. As the dust cloud dissipated, it became evident that the intruder had skillfully evaded Micah's surprise attack. "Another annoyance," the intruder remarked, his voice sounding somewhat more put out, though it could have been Dawson's imagination. Before he could approach Dawson, the ground crumbled around him and his lance. "Welcome to Micah's world. Don't die." Micah giggled, effortlessly swinging her giant morning star. "Excellent gravity manipulation," acknowledged the intruder as he approached Micah. Dawson could sense her surprise at her opponent's ability to walk toward her effortlessly, each step leaving a deep imprint as the floor tiles cracked from the increased gravity. Even with his life in danger, a nagging feeling of jealousy ran thickly through Dawson. This was what he desired, the power to fight like Mika, to be at the apex of strength and magical capabilities. "How can you move so easily? Your body weighs more than 4 tons, Mika hissed as she slowly retreated, maintaining a careful distance from him. "Is that your limit?" the man asked. "Huh?" Dawson's lance responded, caught off guard by the unexpected question. "It seems it is," the man remarked. "What limits? Micah has no limits," she yelled, leaping up for her final attack. Infusing more mana into her weapon, Dawson Graysunders observed slight ripples in the space around it, indicating the distortion of gravity. "Eat this." Her mace descended with enough force, seemingly capable of bringing the entire castle to the ground. However, the intruder calmly lifted a single finger, effortlessly halting the monstrous strike. A wave of hopelessness overcame Dawson. Despite the extent of his lance's power, he knew Micah couldn't win. Scrambling to his feet, he thought, "I can't die here. I need to escape." From the corner of his eye, a flash of light revealed the intruder manifesting a glowing blade that pierced through Micah. Though no visible wound was apparent, it had evidently affected her. Micah fell to the floor, the whites of her eyes visible, her mace crashing heavily onto the ground. "That useless brat couldn't even provide me with enough time to escape." The intruder turned to face Dawson Graysunders and his wife with his thin, glowing blade. Glondera shrieked and pointed a finger menacingly at the figure. "You don't know who you're messing with. My husband will soon be the new right hand of Agrona of the Vritra, an almighty deity." "Shut up," Dawson hissed, striking her in the face before she could finish. "Asura. There are no deities in this world, only Asuras," the man corrected as he slowly approached them. "But please, have mercy. Spare me, O Great One." Dawson Gray Sunders felt a spreading warmth between his legs as he fell to his knees, begging. "Do you want to live?" the man asked, as his single eye looked down at him. "Yes, please. I'll do anything," Dawson pleaded, attempting to comprehend the dire situation. Who, in this continent, could possibly dispose of a white core mage so easily? "I see Agrona failed to choose his pawns with proper caution," the man continued, his voice filled with contempt. "Please, I've never even met him. He only called out to me, threatening to kill my wife and my people if I didn't obey. I beg you." "This was all against my will," Dawson pleaded, prostrating himself on his hands and knees as his forehead touched the warm puddle of his own urine. "Very well. Release the 2 lances in your possession from the oath," the man commanded, his voice even and cold. Release?" Dawson Gray Sunders stuttered. "Yes, is that a problem?" The man's single eye narrowed. "No, of course not." Dawson took off the artifact that he always kept around his neck and imbued his mana signature into it. As he released the oath, blood dribbled from the corners of his mouth. Instructed by his father to never undo the oath, Dawson had been told that it could and should never be released. However, his life was at stake. Ulfred and Mika glowed a faint red, indicating that the artifact's binding had been released. Dawson looked back at the intruder. "There! I did it!" "Good. They were unfortunate to have such a poor master, but they will be useful pieces in the upcoming war," the man responded, nodding as he observed the 2 lances. "Now please, please let me go." Dawson hated how weak and desperate his voice sounded. "I'm sorry. Did I say I would let you go?" As Dawson looked up, there was a change in the man's expression. For the first time, a small smirk formed on his face. He attempted to respond, but his voice had been taken from him. Instead of words, blood gurgled from his throat. Instinctively, Dawson Gray Sunders reached for the wound he hadn't felt, but knew must be there. His numb fingers plunged into a gaping, wet hole where his throat should have been. As his vision faded, he forced his gaze from the intruder toward his wife. Glondera was staring back at him with wide, disbelieving eyes, reaching desperately for him. Her thin gown bloomed red with her lifeblood, which gushed from a hole in her chest. The last thing he saw before his eyes went dark was his love's still-beating heart. In the darkness, he could feel a cold hand grasping his soul, pulling him away from his body. Let the game of chess begin. The intruder's words echoed from afar as Dawson's consciousness drifted toward whichever level of hell the hand decided to take him. An expression of ever so slight amusement reached Winsome's raised brow and sharp eyes. The Asura, still wearing a military-esque uniform with a trim, side-swept hairstyle to match, held out Art's bond. "Sylvie!" Art exclaimed. He bolted up from his seat, but was extra careful as he lifted her from Winsome's hand. Upon careful inspection, there were no visible wounds on her body, and by her rhythmic breathing, it seemed that she was simply asleep. With a relieved sigh, Art carefully placed his sleeping dragon on his head before regarding the Asura standing before him. "Thank you," he said, giving him a meaningful nod, and Winsome responded with a look like a parent might give to a child who had misbehaved. "I knew you were rash, but to think you would get yourself and Lady Sylvie caught so soon, and by allies of the Vritra no less," Winsome reprimanded him. "To be fair, I was saving the Academy from the Vritra." Art half shrugged, as if that would validate his actions. "You need to understand that you and Lady Sylvie's safety should take precedence for now." "Winsome, there were people inside that academy whose lives I consider more important than my own." Art's face grew stern, reflecting the resolve in his voice. Winsome regarded him for a moment before speaking again. "Was it for the elf princess?" he asked, as if he already knew the answer. "It wasn't just for her," Art said defensively, his voice coming out a lot less confident than he had wanted. "No matter," the Asura sighed. "What's done is done. But what I do not understand is why the perpetrator of the incident took your friend Elijah with him." "I don't know either." Art was at a loss as well. No matter how many times he had pondered it in his cell, he couldn't come up with a reasonable explanation. "I don't know," Art repeated, "but I need you to help us out here, Winsome. I need to find out where they took Elijah and what? Save him?" The Asura cut in, his deep-set eyes cold and penetrating. "You can't escape from this place, but you think you have the ability to save him?" After releasing a deep breath, he lowered his voice and continued. "But I do know roughly where the man named Draniv took your friend." "Really? Where?" Art grabbed his sleeve unthinkingly. "After investigating the artifact left at Xyrus Academy, I suspect it was a teleportation device that Draniv used to escape with your friend Elijah, as well as the device he used to get here." Art finished the sentence, a feeling of dread growing inside him. "They took Elijah back to Alakria, didn't they?" "Most likely," Winsome replied, his voice cold. Art slumped back against the wall, staring at his feet. Neither of them spoke for a while. "Winsome, I was going to suggest that I follow Elijah to Alakria in the hopes that he is still alive, so I can save him. You would then probably respond by telling me that I shouldn't even dream of it, since I'd get killed as soon as I set foot in Alakria." Art looked back at him, and it dawned on him that this was a truly rare moment. He had no answer. "So what do I do?" "Well, I wouldn't say you'd die as soon as you set foot there." The Asura smiled slightly, a hint of empathy evident in his usually cold voice. "But yes, it would be suicide. Luckily, the pawn the Vritra clan sent left before you arrived. Otherwise, they would be much more wary of you. As of now, they hold enough interest in you that they want you in their possession, alive. But if they find out that you actually have Lady Sylvia's innate will as well as her daughter, I'm afraid even the Asuras will have a hard time keeping the two of you safe. What am I to do then? Just give up on my best friend?" Art countered. "I calculated the possibility of receiving aid from the Elf King, and I knew you'd help us escape, but even so, there wouldn't be a safe place for us to stay. Considering that the Council is working for the Vritra, I would either have to stay where my family is hiding, or burrow somewhere deep within the Beast Glades. If I stayed hidden with my family, I wouldn't be able to train without revealing my mana signature to the lances, which would endanger both my family and Tessia's. In order to benefit from hiding out in the Beast Glades, I'd have to make my way to the deepest, most dangerous areas, which means I'd be at risk from mana beasts and may not survive any longer than if I just charged off to Alakria." Art thought of the roars of the giant mana beasts they had passed on their way to the castle, and how even the lances were cautious enough not to brazenly charge through. "You seem to have quite a good grasp on the situation at hand," the Asura acknowledged, giving Art a terse nod. "Have you discovered anything about the Council's connection with the Vritra?" "Enough to reasonably suspect that the ones most closely connected to the Vritra were the Grey Sunders. The humans seem to be favoring the opinion of the dwarves as well, but I have a hunch that they're reluctant," Art said, thinking aloud. "Impressive," Winsome admitted. Sliding back his left sleeve, the Asura looked at his watch. "Arthur, it is about time we—" "Who are you?" a voice interrupted. Both Winsome and Art turned their heads toward the voice. It was Byron. "It seems he has finished taking care of things," Winsome muttered softly to himself. "How did you get in here?" The lance's eyes narrowed as his gaze flickered between the Asura next to Art and the supposedly locked-up dragon on top of his head. Despite how rash Baron had acted with Art, he realized that Baron was actually very cautious and level-headed under normal circumstances. Baron regarded Winsome with caution, not leaving any openings in his stance, even though they were separated by a reinforced cage. "I asked how you got in here," Baron growled, his eyes glued to the mysterious visitor. "Are you with the other intruder?" "Yes," Winsome replied indifferently, taking a step toward the lance. "Then no further explanation is necessary." Baron raised his fist like a loaded cannon, and the gathered electricity crackled and popped around his arm. Art frantically jumped out of the way, knowing what was coming. He had launched a flash ray spell, and Winsome had forgotten to remove the artifact that was strapped to Art's chest, disabling his mana flow. If Art were to get hit with that spell, there wouldn't even be ashes left to bury. A condensed sphere of electricity shot from the lance's fist, disintegrating the reinforced metal bars as if they were tissue. However, Winsome stayed glued in his position as the spell rapidly approached him. Art braced himself against the moment the ball of lightning would collide with the Asura, but as Baron's high-level magic reached Winsome, the Asura simply reached up and caught the spell as if it were a rubber ball. Art had known without a doubt that Winsome would be able to handle the attack, but even he hadn't expected it to be done so easily. Crushing the orb of condensed lightning in his palm, Winsome turned to Art and gave a flick of his head. "Looks like we have our way out." Art let out a snort of laughter, but before either of them could say anything else, Baron had reached Winsome. "Child, there is no longer a reason for you to fight me," Winsome said coolly, as he easily dodged the barrage of lightning-imbued strikes and kicks. Unlike Art's, Baron's lightning magic seemed to mostly consist of external spells. Baron activated a Thunder Lance spell in the midst of his attacks, conjuring 5 spears made of lightning to stab at Winsome. Having moved to the furthest wall of the cell to avoid the brunt of their fight, Art watched as it seemed to him that Winsome was actually bored. Enough. Winsome gave a simple flick of his arm, which seemed slow in comparison to Baron's rapid succession of attacks, and suddenly the lance's face was buried in the ground. The entire cell shook as a spiderweb of cracks split the reinforced floor, Baron's sunken head being the epicenter. From catching his spell to burying his face, Winsome was doing a fine job of humiliating one of Dickathan's strongest mages. "Heal!" Winsome said impatiently as the lance struggled to free his head from the ground. Although Baron's face was scratched and a little bloody, he was otherwise unfazed. "Baron, stand down," came the familiar voice. It was Varai, the female lance who had caged Sylvie and was capable of going up against 2 lances herself. "I don't understand." "He's with the intruder," Baron said, turning to face his fellow lance. "He is a deity, not someone you can address so flippantly," Varai snapped back, her voice particularly cold. "My apologies, O Great One. Our king humbly asks for your presence." Despite knowing what Winsome was, it still stunned Art to see Varai actually bow to someone. By comparison, Baron's look of confusion was pretty amusing. "Deity?" the lance stuttered stupidly. "Correct. And now that you know what I am, ignorance is no longer an excuse," Winsome answered, looking harshly at Byron. "Bow." From the way Baron's head slammed into the ground again, it looked like Winsome had done something to forcibly make him kneel, but it was a pleasant sight to see nonetheless. When he rose, Baron very reluctantly broke Art's shackles and removed the artifact inhibiting his mana flow. Then they were led back to the room where Art's trial had taken place, but this time he wasn't chained. A guard, not the same one as last time, opened the door for them, revealing the people inside the room. "Welcome," King Blaine was the first to speak, rising from his chair. His complexion was almost sickly, as was Queen Priscilla's, and they sat around an oval table that hadn't been there previously. Sitting adjacent to the human king and queen were Tessia's parents, Alduin and Merilith, along with their hooded lance, who had delivered the note to Art the night before. Both the king and queen of the elves acknowledged Art with an uncomfortable greeting, but otherwise remained silent. Also sitting at the table was Director Goodsky, who wore a baffled expression to complement her disheveled appearance. When Art locked eyes with the man sitting next to her, he instinctively leaped back on guard. All the hairs on his body stood on end, and every fiber of his being begged for him to run away from the elderly man, who had an eye in the middle of his forehead. "Arthur, it is all right," Winsome said soothingly. Art found it odd that the Graysunders weren't present, but the rest of the people in the room, except the one person he didn't know, rose from their seats and each gave a small, respectable bow to Winsome. Acknowledging their gestures, Art motioned for himself to take a seat with Winsome at the table. As he sat down next to Winsome, he could feel the gears in his head turning, trying to make heads or tails of the situation at hand. Here he was, sitting alongside the council and their lances, Director Goodsky, who had been a prisoner sentenced to death, and a man whose identity he had no clue about. There was a palpable tension in the room, enough to drive a normal person out in sweat and fear. Art had placed Sylvie on his lap and was petting her when he heard someone rise from their seat. To his surprise, it was the man he had instinctively wanted to escape from. He appeared to have 3 eyes, but 2 of them were closed. His white hair was tied back, reminding Art of Virion when he had first met him. For those who do not know me, the purple eye on his forehead focused on Art. I am Aldir. Winsome and I have been sent here to give you lesser beings a chance of survival in the imminent war with the Vritra. The Asura continued without pause. So, just as we feared, there really will be a war. Alduin spoke aloud, as if simply voicing his thoughts. I have taken the first step of discarding the corrupted. My role here now is to oversee the remainder of what you lessers call the Council, and instruct you on the necessary preparations to fight against the continent of Alakria. As soon as the word corrupted came out, both Blaine and Priscilla Glader froze, and the blood drained from their faces. Your Majesty, if I may say something, Blaine said weakly, and Art thought something must have happened to make the king appear so meek. You have clearly shown us your capabilities, enough so for me to believe that you are not of this realm. The difference in our abilities is vast enough that I am unsure why you would need us. Can't you simply go to the continent of Alakria and defeat the Vritra? Leaning toward Winsome, Art whispered in his ear. What did that other Asura mean by discarding the corrupted? The Grey Sunders have been eliminated, and their lances are now under my control, Aldir said, answering in Winsome's stead. Everything made sense. It seemed the Asura had killed the ones working directly for the Vritra, while leaving the Gladers with some sort of warning. That was why the human king and queen were such nervous wrecks. And as for your point, King Glider, yes, it would be simple enough to gather the Asuras and personally fight against the Vritra. However, the Vritra clan, along with the 3 other clans that are under their command, were all former Asuras who have broken our law. Even we can no longer calculate how much stronger they may have become. Moreover, Aldir continued as he faced the frightened king, a battle of that magnitude would undoubtedly level the world, and that's me being conservative. King Glader responded with stunned silence as everyone tried to imagine the ferocity of a battle that could sink continents. Aldir continued speaking. We Asuras and the Vritra clan had agreed to a treaty where no higher beings can directly attack one another or interfere with any lesser beings. Instead, hold on, Art cut in. Doesn't the fact that you killed 2 lesser beings contradict that? The Asura's glowing purple eye narrowed as it peered at Art, but after a brief moment, Aldir's lips curled into a smirk. Dickathan received no direct aid from us Asuras, but is now up against a population governed directly by a Grona of the Vritra. Even with my actions, he wouldn't be rash enough to break the treaty in retaliation for us having simply evened out the playing field, Winsome answered in Aldir's stead. What of the Blackhorn demons that have been invading our land for years? One was even responsible for killing a lance, Art countered. You're talking about the owner of this fragment? Director Goodsky held up a black shard, which had once belonged to the horned being that had killed Alea Triskin. Boy, I see it wasn't a lie when Winsome said you are not simple. The being responsible for killing the lance and the ones that have snuck into this continent are not Asuras. Those monsters were once lesser beings, such as yourself, that have gone through countless experiments, Aldir spat with obvious disgust. So there are monsters which are not Asuras, but are still capable of destroying the strongest mages in Dickathan? Is it even possible for us to win? Mariel Erlith said, speaking for the first time. Yes, but they are limited, Agrona's precious trump card in this war. Now that he knows of my presence, he will not dispatch them as recklessly as before. Aldir sat back down, turning his body toward Art. Think of me as a general in this upcoming war. It is in the Asura's best interest that we are able to defend this continent. Now, Winsome, isn't there something you and the boy have to do? I will take care of the rest here. We require significant preparation before we can defend ourselves. Giving the three-eyed Asura a nod, Winsome pulled Art up, then led him and the sleeping Sylvie out of the room. Something we have to do, Winsome? Isn't it important that we participate in the discussion? Shouldn't we be in that room as well? Art asked as he followed the Asura. That is not your fight. Aldir knows what he is doing and will do his best to prepare you lessers for the imminent war. We need you to be stronger when that time comes, if you do not want to be useless. Makes sense. So what are we going to do? First, we're going to visit your family. You will need to say your goodbyes to them. The Asura's back was to Art, and he was unable to determine whether Winsome was joking or not. Goodbyes? What goodbyes? Where will I be going? Art pulled back on Winsome's arm, surprised when he turned around easily. I'm taking you and Lady Sylvie to the homeland of the Asuras. Your training will be held in Epheotis. Am I allowed to know all this? Art asked, removing a sharp branch from his hair. They were hiking through a familiar part of Elshire Forest. Winsome had teleported them nearby, a feat Art hadn't even realized was possible. It had taken him only a few moments after arrival to recognize that he had been to this part of the forest before with the Aerolith family. They were headed toward Elder Renia's hideout. You have been given permission to stay in Epheotis, so you will figure it out sooner or later. Although it isn't necessary to memorize the information I've told you, it is always beneficial for one to know the local culture, mannerisms, and politics when in unfamiliar territory, especially if you have to interact with the important figures of the place, Winsome advised, not bothering to turn around as he pushed branches and vines out of their way. But I have a feeling you already know the importance of that. Of course, Art smirked. However, knowledge without understanding is but a sword stuck in its sheath. You've told me the what, Winsome, but you've yet to tell me the why. Very true, Winsome admitted. Do not worry, we'll get to that soon enough. Okay, so there are 8 races of Asuras in Epheotis. Each race comprises multiple clans, but only one clan of each race is considered one of the Great Eight. The Great Eight, the Asura corrected immediately. What race was the Vritra clan? Art had tried multiple times in the past to determine what sort of creatures the Vritra clan might be, with their horns and gray complexions, but nothing came to mind. The true form of the Vritra clan is that of a fearsome serpentine Asura called the Basilisk. It will be good for you to take note of the races and clan names of the Great Eight. What became of the Basilisk race after the Vritra clan and other Basilisk clans' betrayal? Art pressed on, swatting a particularly annoying insect that seemed to think his ear would make a good resting spot. A lesser clan replaced the Vritra clan as one of the Great Eight, and some of the more radical races pushed to annihilate whatever remained of the Basilisks. Fortunately, the ties between the races reach far back in history. Friends of the remaining Basilisk clans stood up for them. In the end, drastic measures such as genocide were never taken. It would be foolish for a whole race to bear the crimes of a few, after all. Art couldn't discern what Winsome was thinking as he told him all of this. The inflection and tone of Winsome's voice didn't match with his words, which sounded almost sardonic. I see. Art continued walking, his dirty boots crunching on fallen leaves and broken branches. How were the Great Eight selected anyway? The clans of the Great Eight have almost never changed. For example, even though the dragon race has the fewest number of clans, the Indrath clan, the clan of my master and Lady Sylvia, has been a part of the Great Eight since the beginning of our history. However, even to this day, the great clans are far stronger than the others. This is about the closest thing to an answer I can give you. As they made their way toward Elder Rinia's hidden shelter, Winsome taught Art the names he needed to know and then quizzed him on them. Art was able to process most of the information fairly quickly, but his sleep-deprived and starved state took a toll on his ability to retain information. Anyway, not to complain, but couldn't you have brought us any closer? If you teleported us to Elshire Forest from an airborne castle in the middle of the Beast Glades, I'm sure you could have taken us a few miles farther. The home of the diviner, where your family is currently taking refuge, is surrounded by a fairly large barrier that I did not wish to agitate. Teleporting through it could cause a ripple in the barrier, which might give away the location of everyone inside. Ah, my apologies then. I'm just a little on edge, Art responded, scratching his head. They had just gone through the waterfall that hid the entrance to Elder Rinia's home when Art spoke again. So let me get this straight. Agrona, current head of the Vritra clan, led his race out of Epheotis to Alakria, where he had been experimenting on the lesser races and declared himself eternal ruler. A rather tasteless title to give to oneself, but in essence, yes, the Asura confirmed. Then this treaty that you talked about earlier, if the Vritra clan and the other clans of the Basilisk race are Asuras, shouldn't they be forbidden from being directly involved in this upcoming war? Art asked, trying to keep track of how many turns they had taken in this maze of a tunnel. Yes, but that was never the problem. Winsome stopped walking and turned back toward Art. Arthur, didn't you ever once wonder why the Asura races didn't just kill the Vritra clan and the clans following them? There are 7 other races after all. Of course I have, but didn't you say something about consequences that would affect the lesser races living in Alakria? I did. But what I have not told you was that the treaty was not our first course of action. After Agrona and his followers escaped, the Great Eight, excluding the Basilisk race, came together for the first time, regardless of factions, and their leaders formed an assembly. They decided to send a small division of our elite warriors to quickly dispose of Agrona and his followers. Winsome paused for a moment, and although his level tone gave little away, it was clear that he was deliberating whether to express what was on his mind. Eventually, he let out a sigh and conjured a small barrier around them, which illuminated them with a gentle, rippling blue light. Arthur, what I'm about to disclose must stay with you. This information is known only to a few members of the Indrath clan. Art nodded, locking eyes with Winsome as they waited for him to continue. Everyone in Epheotis believes that Lady Sylvia was somehow captured and held prisoner somewhere, but in truth, she chose to go with the elite division tasked with killing Agrona Vritra and the clans that followed him. What? Art exclaimed, his voice coming out a lot louder than he had meant it to. How does that make sense? She went on a mission into enemy territory without knowing what to expect. That's basically suicidal. There's no way Sylvia's father would have let her go. Of course, Lord Indrath didn't allow her to go, Winsome growled. What I'm saying is that Lady Sylvia concealed herself and followed after the others. By the time they were aware of her presence, it was already too late for her to back out. There was a long pause before either of them spoke again. So what ended up happening to the Asuras? The ones the leaders of Epheotis sent, I mean. What none of the leaders expected. Winsome's face contorted in disgust, and his hands formed into fists. Agrona, that cunning snake, was waiting with an even larger army of basilisks and lesser races that had the same innate magical abilities as the Asuras. It took only a moment for Art to realize what his words implied. The Vritra clan was interbreeding with the lesser races of Alakria, he whispered. Winsome nodded before continuing. Apparently, Agrona and his followers had been interbreeding for quite some time. There were tens of thousands of the mutts waiting for our battalion. So the band of elite Asuras your people sent was outnumbered. Tremendously outnumbered, he stressed, and the element of surprise we thought our warriors would have was rendered moot. What befell them in the end? Art murmured. The Asura shook his head in response. Communication was lost soon after the battle started. While we are certain that their side took a considerable loss in numbers, we can only speculate that our brigade of elite warriors, the prides of their respective clans and races, were either killed or captured. Art remained silent, his mind filled with thoughts on how Sylvia had managed to escape. Winsome's next words snapped him out of his daze. Lord Indrath was furious when Agrona himself appeared to tell my lord that his only daughter had been killed in battle. If it had been up to my master, he would surely have waged war, ignoring the consequences. However, the rest of the clans were against it and pushed for a treaty. Winsome turned around and resumed walking, letting the barrier fall and casting them back into darkness. A treaty was eventually formed between the two sides, forbidding the Asuras from acting directly because of the collateral damage it would cause if a full-scale war were to occur between the 7 Asura races of Ephiatus and the Vritra clan's army of basilisks and lesser half-breed mutts. There was a tone of obvious spite in his voice. As Art thought over his words, he realized how much of a disadvantage Dickathon was at. This treaty had been in place for generations, and even though it prohibited Asuras and the half-breeds from directly participating in the battles, who knew how many of the so-called lesser races of Alakria had the blood of Asuras mixed with their own. Art wanted to ask why the other Asuras hadn't also bred with the lesser races, but he reasoned that if it had taken centuries for the mad genius Agrona to come up with a way, then the other races probably hadn't yet found how. Even if they could, he assumed most would be against such interbreeding with lower races because of their own morals and pride. Then he had a realization. Wait, so the 6 ancient artifacts you gave to the people of Dickathon? Yes, it was our way of giving the people of this continent a sword and shield. We knew that the powers and knowledge contained within those artifacts would ignite a revolution for your people. We were right. But it was only through recent events that we learned it hadn't been nearly enough. It is Lord Indrath's hope that with our direct intervention, we can equip the mages of this continent with the strength needed to defend Dickathon from Agrona. We fear that if Agrona is able to conscript the inhabitants of this continent, the Vritra clan will amass enough fighting power to overthrow Ephiatus. And this is where I come in, Art sneered, crossing his arms. A stronger chess piece, which the great clans can utilize to gain the upper hand in the upcoming war. Well, I would think of it more as us training you to defend your family and homeland, Winsome countered. Honestly, I prefer knowing there is a mutual benefit over embarking on questionable acts of altruism anyway, Art said with a shrug. I guess you still don't trust us completely, Winsome said curiously. Then he asked, on a side note, how do you plan to inform your family of our plans? Don't worry, Winsome. I spent a long time thinking about how to break it to my parents while I was in jail. Art winked, walking past the Asura and toward the flickering firelight coming from the end of the tunnel. As they approached the tunnel's end, Art could see the shadows of a few people surrounding a fire. He smiled at the sight of his large warrior father scrubbing dishes near the underground stream, while Elder Rinya, his sister, and his mother concentrated on a simmering pot over the flames. Something smells delicious. Did you make enough for me? Art yelled, causing everyone to whip their heads in his direction. He observed their reactions when they realized who had spoken. His father dropped the dented pan he was scrubbing. His mother and sister simultaneously bolted up from the makeshift chairs they were sitting on. And Elder Rinya simply gave him a meaningful smile as she continued peeling the potato in her hand. The only one he didn't see was Tess, but he wasn't sure if she was even here or not. In seconds, Art was wrapped in the embrace of his family as his mother and father checked him for any signs of injury, while his sister's gaze went straight to Sylvie, sleeping in his arms. Is Sylvie okay? Ellie asked, concern lacing her voice as she carefully lifted Sylvie out of his arms and hugged her warmly. Your brother just escaped from prison, and you don't even ask if I'm okay? He croaked, pretending to be hurt. You always seem to come back alive anyway, she shrugged, focusing her attention back on Sylvie. His father gave a snort of laughter as his mother did her best to hide her smile as she chastised his sister. Art felt a sharp pang in his chest at his sister's callous words. Where was the sweet child who had stuck to him like glue and shed tears when she couldn't see him? Had she already reached the rebellious stage? It seemed that someone had already informed his family he would be visiting them soon, but it wasn't difficult to guess who. He hoped, though, that Elder Rinya had not spent any more of her life to use her powers for his benefit. His parents began interrogating him for the full details of exactly what had happened, but suddenly they both froze, falling dead silent. The soft footsteps stopped behind him, and he didn't hesitate to make introductions. Everyone, this is the person who helped me escape my imprisonment, and also my prospective master. Art waited for some sort of reaction, but his parents and sister were still silent, frozen in place with their eyes glued to the figure behind him. "Ah, Winsome? Tone it down," Art said, turning to see Winsome looking at him in confusion, then his eyes widened a bit in understanding. "My apologies," Winsome replied, and the air around them returned to normal. He had gotten used to the pressure the Asura exuded, but to a normal mage, it was suffocating. Art's mother and sister fell to their knees, and his father stumbled, barely keeping himself on his feet. Elder Rinia, who was a bit farther away, stood up and made a deep bow toward Winsome. She wasn't sure whether she knew his identity, but she at least seemed to understand that this unknown person was not ordinary. "Welcome to my humble abode. Please, make yourself comfortable." The elderly elf spoke in a well-mannered, respectful tone that Art had never heard her use before. Winsome simply nodded in response, and the cave was filled with silence except for the crackling of the fire. Art's father was the first to speak. I'd like to thank you for helping my son. I know he can be a handful." The Asura actually smiled faintly at this before speaking. "It seems your child has caused you many worries, and will continue to do so in the future," Art's mother finished as his father helped her and his sister back up. "But Arthur, what did you mean by prospective master?" "Alice, your son has just finished a long journey. There's plenty of time to discuss this after he's gotten something inside his belly," Rinia scolded, ushering everyone back to the fire. Thankful for the chance to finally eat something, Art sat down, impatiently blowing on the hot stew to cool it down. Winsome declined the offer of food, but sat down with them, idly watching the fire. Once everyone had finished their meal, Art's father began telling them what had ensued on their side. Virion had taken Tess and Lilia somewhere else to properly tend to their injuries. The Helsty family had followed him to look after their daughter, which explained why only Art's family was there. Elder Rinia teased that Art would be able to reunite with Tess in a few days, and everyone smiled at his embarrassment. Eventually, they all ran out of things to chatter about, and the cave was silent once again. Arthur could tell his parents were awaiting his reply to their earlier question. He turned his gaze to Winsome, who stared back at him, expecting the same thing. Scratching his head, a gesture which had become a habit during awkward circumstances since coming to this world, Arthur spoke up. "Elder Rinia, is it all right for me to speak to my parents in private?" "Of course." The diviner gave him a warm smile. "What about me?" Ellie chirped, still cradling Art's bond in her arms. "Sorry, Ellie." Art shook his head as he led the way inside the tent. His parents came in after him, looking a bit confused. "Isn't your master going to join us?" Art's father asked, looking back outside before closing the flap. "There is something the two of you need to know about first." The timbre of Art's voice and the expression on his face silenced them, and they sat down in front of him without asking any more questions. "Before we begin, there's something I've thought long and hard about telling the two of you, ever since coming to this world." There ensued a lingering silence, following Art's words, as his parents attempted to process the revelation. "Coming to this world? What do you mean, honey? You were born here. I don't understand," Art's mother responded, reaching out to him. She clutched his hands tightly, as if fearful he might vanish if she didn't. Meanwhile, Art's father gazed at him in silence, patiently awaiting further explanation. With a deep breath, Art gently squeezed his mother's hand and spoke with a reassuring smile. "Of course I was born here, Mom. I'm your and Dad's very own flesh and blood. Trust me, I remember better than anyone else when I was born." He chuckled, earning another perplexed look from his parents. "I was transported, reborn. I'm not quite sure exactly what, but something happened and I was taken from my world, and brought into this one. Wait a minute, son. You're going to have to back up. Art, what are you talking about? Another world? Are you okay? Did that man out there tell you this? Where is this coming from? Art's mother cut in as she scooted closer, examining his head, probably looking for signs of a concussion. No, Mom. Winsome doesn't know this. No one but the two of you knows any of this. I don't know the correct term for this phenomenon either. I've thought about it for a while, but my best guess is that it's something akin to a reincarnation, Art explained. Arthur, did something happen to you after they took you away? Did they hurt you in some way? Come here, let me try and heal. Honey, the boy is fine. Go on, Arthur, his father encouraged him, but his mother persisted. No, Ray, our son is not fine. He's spouting nonsense about another world and reincarnation. Art, let me... Alice, let the boy speak, his father snapped, using a voice Art had never heard before, stunning both his mother and him. So Art explained. He described the world he'd come from, the role he had played there, and the relationships he'd had. He offered an excruciating amount of detail to make sure they knew he couldn't have made this up. Throughout it all, his parents stayed mostly silent. His father asked questions here and there, but his face remained expressionless. His mother, however, was visibly shaken. Her face was pale, and the trembling of her hands increased as his story progressed. Art couldn't tell how much time had passed, but by the time he finished speaking, he was feeling very tired. His mind was numb, and he suddenly wanted nothing more than to lie down and rest. King Gray, his father mumbled, running his fingers through his hair as he leaned back in his chair. So the fighting, your talent in magic. Yeah, the Kai system in my old world worked similarly to certain aspects of mana in this world, Art replied. And as for the fighting, you get the idea. So, ever since you were born, you've been able to understand what we were saying. You remember everything? His father asked. Art simply nodded in response. His mother chuckled. Art's father and he both turned their gaze to her. To their surprise, his mother started laughing. His father wrapped his arm around her, but she just glanced at them, seeming disoriented. I get it. This is all a joke, right? Oh, my son. Art, you almost got us there. Right, Ray? She said, still laughing. However, when neither of them responded, her smile faded. Her eyes searched their faces for any cues that would confirm her belief. When she couldn't find any, she grabbed Art's hand and stared at him with a look of desperation. This is a joke, right? Arthur Leywin, tell me this is a joke. You can't really be some former king who died and was transported into the mind of my unborn child, can you? Can you? I don't know exactly what happened, but I'm not joking, Art replied, unable to look her in the eyes. No. This isn't happening. Ray, don't tell me you believe all of this. Our son is sick. Something must have happened to him while he was gone. No, something definitely happened. Ray, say something. Tell me our son is sick. His mother grabbed his father's arm, pulling on his sleeve as tears rolled down her pale face. Honey. Wrapping his arm around her shoulder, Art's father held his mother close to his chest. Ray looked up at Art and motioned for him to leave the two of them alone. Art wanted to hug his mother, to tell her he was still her son, but he couldn't muster up the courage to do either. Opening the tent, he walked out without saying anything, leaving his parents alone. Elder Rinia, Winsome, and his sister all looked up as he walked toward them, but the look on his face stopped them from asking any questions. Even his pouting sister held her tongue as he sat down next to her and the slumbering Sylvie in front of the fire. Time passed slowly, and his mind felt like it was trying to swim through a particularly viscous syrup. Was telling them the right decision? What did they think of him now? Did they still think of him as their son, or would they inevitably grow distant? Noises blended together incoherently, and everything other than the fire he was staring at slid out of focus. But it all immediately snapped back when the sound of the tent flap opening reached him. Art's father came out of the tent, looking much older than he had a short while ago. He expected his mother to come out right after him, but his father shook his head. "Ellie, can you stay with your mother inside the tent?" he asked as he grabbed a small, light-emitting artifact and motioned Art to follow him. "Here you go. Feel better, you poop." Art's sister stuck her tongue out as she carefully handed him his bond. Art felt a smile tugging at his lips as he watched her skip toward the tent. Placing Sylvie atop his head, he followed his father into the tunnel Winsome and he had arrived through. He concentrated on the sounds of their echoing footsteps until his father finally decided to speak. "Your mother. She's sleeping right now," Ray announced with a sigh. "Is she okay?" Art kept a few steps distance from his father, watching as the older man idly kicked a pebble as he walked. "She was in quite a bit of shock, to say the least." "So you believe me? Unless you've suddenly developed a taste for sick gags, you have no reason to lie to us about this. Besides, it all makes sense now. The early awakening, your brilliance as a fighter and a mage. It all makes sense," Ray repeated. "Are you okay?" Art's eyes stayed glued to the pebbles, which glittered in the dim, white light as they bounced across the uneven ground. "Of course I'm not!" Art's father exclaimed, turning around. "This isn't easy news to swallow, Arthur. All the memories we had as a family in the past, was that all a facade? What you thought the son we wanted would have been like? How am I supposed to act around you now? You're technically older than me, yet you're here now as my 13-year-old son," he continued, looking at Arthur desperately for answers. "And your mother. Your mother nursed you as an infant. She mothered a middle-aged man thinking he was her own son." Art stood silent, unable to reply. Everything his father said was true, after all. His father's fists were clenched so tightly that blood dripped from between his fingers. His expression was ghastly. From his trembling frown to his furrowed brows, his emotions rioted uncontrollably across his face. Fear, anxiety, frustration, confusion. They were all there. "I'm sorry, but are you really our son, Arthur? Or did you take over the unborn baby that would have been our son during your reincarnation, or whatever it was that happened to you?" he blurted. His eyes widened immediately as he covered his mouth with his hand. I didn't mean that," Ray stammered. Letting out a deep breath, he whispered, "I'm sorry, Arthur. I'm just very confused right now. Like I said earlier, the truth is I really don't know. I don't know who or what brought me to this world, or why. You're right, Reynolds. Perhaps I killed the fetus inside. I don't know how the process that brought me here works," Art stated coolly, swallowing back something particularly hard in his throat. Ray winced when addressed as Reynolds, and was about to say something, but then just closed his mouth. "I didn't want to keep hiding this from you, but now I'm questioning whether I made the right choice," he murmured with a dry laugh. "I wanted to tell you for so long, but never had the courage to. So I wanted to say it before I left." "Left? You're leaving?" his father asked, clearly surprised. "Yeah, and I think that, given the current circumstances, it'll be good to spend some time apart," Art continued, a certain, unintended, aloof edge to his voice. "How long will you be gone?" "At least a few years." "That long, huh?" Ray replied, staring at the ground. He showed no sign of stopping Art or forbidding him to go. Art turned around, his chest aching and his head throbbing with an intensity he had never experienced before. Humans. No matter how powerful they had the potential to be, they were still so fragile. "You know, I never had any memories of family in my old world, growing up in an environment where no one truly loved me, and in turn, being callous and distant to everyone, made me an unrivaled fighter, but a crappy person. Ever since I came to this world, the two of you, my parents, and later Ellie, taught me something I'd never known. I may not be the strongest fighter or mage in this world, but I'm a hell of a lot better person now than I ever would have been in my previous life. I'm sorry for the hurt I caused you. Thank you for making me a better man. and thank you for loving me as your son." Without turning to face his father, Art headed back to where Winsome waited. As he walked away, the muffled sobs of his father behind him, he struggled to keep his own tears back. When Art returned to the main cave, Winsome and Rania seemed to be deep in discussion. Elder Rania held something wrapped in a blanket. He could have sworn it moved, but he chose to ignore it. Winsome had just drawn his hand back from whatever was bundled inside the blanket when he noticed Art approaching. "I see you've wrapped things up. Are you ready?" Winsome's glittering eyes studied his expression carefully as he rose. "Yeah, let's go." "Wait, aren't you going to say goodbye to your family?" Rania asked, setting the blanket-wrapped bundle carefully on her seat. "No need. I've already sorted out everything I needed to hear. I leave them in your care." Art gave her a curt bow and was about to follow Winsome when Rania grabbed him. Her eyes glowed mysteriously, and he silently waited for her to speak. Suddenly, she placed her hands on his cheeks. "Arthur, please. Your expression is frightening, unbecoming of someone as kind-hearted as you. I cannot begin to understand the gravity of the battles that lie ahead of you," she said. "But do not fall back to your old ways. As you well know, the deeper you go into that pit, the harder it will be to climb back out." Her eyes faded back to normal, and she slapped his cheeks gently, then turned him around and nudged him toward Winsome. "Now go. I'll take care of things here," she said with a soft smile. While Rania had been talking, Winsome had retrieved a large disc-like object and dropped it on the ground. The Asura pricked his finger and let a drop of his blood fall to the disc. Immediately it expanded, emitting a column of light that reached the ceiling. With his mind still on what Rania had said, Art turned to Winsome and asked, "Was there something wrong with my face?" It reminded me of the pantheon Asuras of Ephiodus. They are a race of fine warriors who have learned to close off their emotions in order to fight with maximum efficiency. A very useful technique indeed. Winsome nodded his approval. "Now, let us go. Are you sure you have tied up your loose ends here? I will need your full concentration once we're in Ephiodus." Art glanced around the cave one last time, then took a deep breath. "I'm ready." Hugging Sylvie tighter in his arms, he accepted Winsome's invitation, and they stepped into the column of golden light. Ray detested himself for the unfolding events. A part of him yearned to have reassured Arthur that everything was acceptable, that the familial bond still stood strong. However, a more substantial aspect of Ray, the part he loathed deeply, wished Arthur had never disclosed the truth. From early on in Arthur's life, Ray had observed the distinctiveness in his demeanor. Arthur consistently exuded a level of composure and maturity beyond his years, even when behaving like a typical child. It all appeared calculated. Since a tender age, Arthur's actions manifested a peculiar foresight. Every move seemed purposeful, driven by a hidden agenda or plan. Perhaps that was why Ray fixated on understanding Arthur's motive for divulging this secret. Wouldn't it have been preferable for everyone, Arthur included, if he had kept it hidden? What was the underlying reason? What was his ultimate goal? The difficulty in accepting the revelation gnawed at Ray. Was it due to wounded pride? His own selfish arrogance, pondering whether he had fathered and nurtured a genius of unparalleled magnitude, a prodigy that surfaced only once in a millennium? The signs had always been there. His strange behavior from an early age, his inexplicable prowess as a swordsman, and talents as a mage. Had he subconsciously chosen to ignore all those signs just to maintain his petty ego? Deciding just to accept the fact that his own flesh and blood, his son, could be so bloody impressive? Ray had to laugh at himself, at how difficult it was now to say son, such a simple term of endearment. It took him a while to drag his sorry feet back to the cave. Looking around, the only person he could see was Elder Rania, cradling something by the fire. He glanced at the tent where his wife and daughter were, but he couldn't bring himself to go inside. Instead, he sat down next to their benefactor. "He left, you know." The aged elf's eyes remained glued to the bundle of blankets she cradled in her arms. "I figured," Ray sighed, feeling like a child being scolded. I have long dreaded the day he decided to tell you. You knew Elder Rinia? Startled, Ray turned to the elf seated next to him. I see many things, but only for that boy do I have to grind my old head to try and piece together what is in store for him. She met Ray's gaze, her eyes dim with weariness. He's hardly a boy, Ray scoffed. Leaning forward, he lost himself in the flames that danced in front of him. Bah! He's still a child to me, just as you're still a child as well, Elder Rinia chortled. Leaning back carefully in her seat, she continued. I've always found it amusing, the preconceptions people have about age and intelligence. The older someone is, the more wisdom he or she should possess, and the more intelligent someone is, the more logical he or she should be. Pair those two traits up, and the intelligent senior should be cold, calculating, shrewd. Don't you agree? Noticing Ray's puzzled expression, she gave a soft smile, gently set down the bundle, and leaned closer to him. Do you see me as cold, calculating, and shrewd? The aged elf asked with a wink. No, of course not. But I don't understand what this has to do with Arthur, Ray stammered, caught off guard. Weren't you wishing Arthur had just kept his mouth shut? Thinking you would feel better if you were still ignorant of who the boy really is? I bet you were wondering why he told you in the first place, right? Before Ray had the opportunity to reply, the aged elf poked him softly in the chest, right where his heart was. The heart remains the brain's biggest enemy. Well, actually, for men, the brain's most formidable foe is probably... Elder Rinia's gaze dropped. When Ray realized what she was referring to, his immediate instinct was to cross his legs, but he soon found himself laughing along with her. Elder Rinia straightened up and continued. As I was saying, emotion, the heart, constantly clashes against things like validity, efficiency, utility, anything logical. That's what gets people hurt or even killed, yet they can't seem to help it. It lessens individuals, but makes them greater as a group. So Arthur was acting on emotion rather than logic when he told us this? Bah! How could I know what he's thinking? She shook her head. I do know this, though. I've known that boy since he was a mere toddler in this world, and he's come a long way since then. Much of that cold exterior of his has slowly melted. Perhaps his coming out this way was a step he had to take, to break out of that shell he once found safety and comfort in. Elder Rinia got up and stretched painfully, then handed Ray the bundle of sheets she had been cradling. Hold on to this for me so I can prepare some food for your wife. I suspect she won't have much of an appetite, but she still needs to care for her body. Thank you, Elder. Ray gave a slight bow, then asked, What is it anyway? Arthur's master only told me it was a gift for the Leywin family. There was a mysterious grin on her face, and Ray was suddenly helplessly curious as to what it could be. Ray carefully peeled away the layer of blankets and gaped. It was a mana beast, an infant mana beast to be more precise. The small bear-like creature was dark brown, except for two darker spots above its eyes that made it look like it was scowling, and a tuft of white fur on its chest. Oh, so cute! Papa, what is it? Can I keep it? Ellie's sudden exclamation startled Ray, and he nearly dropped the mana beast. Honey, you scared me. I'm not sure if... Just then, the mana beast woke up and locked eyes with Ray's daughter, and he trailed off. If that's a good idea. Ray stared as his daughter's eyes, and the beast's, began glowing a faint gold. He sat motionless, witnessing what he assumed was the bonding process. Ray had yet to bond with a mana beast, but now both Arthur and Ellie had. He sighed to himself, bitterly acknowledging the fact that it was important for his daughter to have a bond to protect her. The image he'd briefly formed of him riding into battle atop a mighty bearish mana beast slowly crumbled. The glow subsided from their eyes, and a gold insignia imprinted itself onto Ray's daughter's right collarbone. The bear-like mana beast stretched out its arms as if wanting Ellie to pick it up, and it let out a soft whine. Ray's daughter giggled as she picked up the mana beast. "I'll name you Boo," she said. "Boo?" Ray sputtered. The creature was sure to grow up to be a ferocious Manhwa beast, and it was difficult to imagine it being called something so cute. "Yup. The black spots make him look like he's always mad." "So, Boo," Ellie declared, "let's go help Grandma, Boo." Ray's daughter skipped off, then stopped and turned around. "Oh, I forgot. Papa, Mama is awake." Ray immediately rose and made his way to the tent. Elder Rinia's tent was much larger inside than it appeared from the outside. Quietly stepping into their room, which was separated by another flap, Ray smiled when he saw his wife sitting up. "How are you feeling?" he gently asked, taking a seat next to her. "How long have I been sleeping?" she groaned, rubbing her temples. "Only a few hours." Ray put his arm around her and pulled her close so she could rest her head on his shoulder. "Where's Arthur? Is he gone?" Alice inquired. "Yeah," Ray replied, holding her tightly as she began trembling. "Am I a terrible person, Ray?" She sniffed. "No, you're not. Why would you ask that?" "I called Arthur sick. I didn't take him seriously when he told us his secret. I didn't want to take it seriously." She looked up at Ray, her eyes filled with tears. "That's normal. I wouldn't trust anyone who could easily accept what Arthur told us," Ray consoled her, gently running his fingers through her hair. "Am I a terrible person for doubting whether Arthur is our son?" She hesitated. Ray wanted to tell her no, but how could he when he had called himself terrible for thinking the exact same thing? The pain and hurt he'd been feeling since learning the truth about Arthur was a result of the selfish desires and dreams he had placed on the child he called his son. But Alice was the one who had actually birthed Arthur. She went through the stress, discomfort, and pain of pregnancy for 9 months before enduring the agony of labor. She nursed him, fed him, took care of him when he was sick, and taught him the ways of this world. Now, everything she thought she had known about the child had turned out to be a lie. Ray bit his quivering lip, trying to stay silent. Ray needed to be the strong one, the pillar of support that his wife could rely on. "I'm sorry," Alice suddenly whispered. Her head was still leaning against Ray's shoulder, preventing him from seeing her face. "You have nothing to be sorry about, honey. We just need time to sort out our feelings. Arthur knew this. That's why he told us before he had to leave." "How long will he be gone for?" she asked. Ray might have been imagining it, but he thought his wife's voice sounded somewhat brusque. "He said a few years," he replied, expecting Alice to be surprised. Instead, she gave a slight nod and muttered, "I see." "Alice, what's wrong?" Ray held her at arm's length, trying to get a better look at her face. She wore an expression that was vaguely familiar. Her eyes were dull, almost lifeless, and she refused to make eye contact with him. "I wonder what our son would have been like if Arthur hadn't taken over," she mumbled, looking at the ground. "Alice, please don't say that." "Don't ask something like that," Ray pleaded, his voice coming out in a sort of whimper. "Would he have been courageous and outgoing like you? Or maybe he would have been a bit more careful and shy like me," she continued, tears rolling down her cheeks. "Honey, don't. Just don't." Tears were falling down Ray's own face, and he was doing all he could to steady his voice. Arthur is what? Our son?" Alice met Ray's eyes, and he could see how desperate she was, how lost. "If you haven't noticed, Ray, not once since we started this conversation have we referred to Arthur as our son." Ray opened his mouth, trying to refute her argument, but nothing came out. No sound, no words, only silence. Taking a deep breath, Ray wiped the tears from his wife's face before speaking. "It's hard for me to confidently call Arthur our son, just as it is for you. Hopefully that'll change by the next time we see him. But Alice, it doesn't change the fact that we have considered him family for over 13 years now. We laughed, we fought, we celebrated, we shed tears together. Isn't that what brought us close? Not the blood running through us, not who we once were in the past, but what we have been through together." Embracing his wife tightly, Ray continued, Remember when Arthur almost sacrificed his life for you in the mountains on our way to Xyrus? He expected to die that day. You know very well he wouldn't have done something like that for anyone else. So don't dwell on the what-ifs. Let's just try to accept what's happening around us. Ray could feel his wife trembling in his arms as she broke down and cried. Now he recognized that dull, lifeless look he had seen in Alice's eyes. It was the same look she had worn when they thought Arthur had died. It was her trying to escape reality. They sat there for a while, crying in each other's arms until their tears ran dry and their sobs were reduced to soft whimpers. Alice, you're not a horrible person. Believe me, I've thought worse than you. It is going to take time for us to wrap our heads around this. His voice trailed off as he held his wife's face and gazed deeply into it, studying every detail of the woman he loved. Stop staring. I must look horrible right now, she croaked, her voice hoarse from crying. You're beautiful, Ray whispered, staring at his wife's puffy red eyes and runny nose. His wife softly closed her eyes and leaned forward. Ray had just pressed his lips gently against hers when Ellie's voice rang out from just outside the tent. Mama, are you feeling better now? Let me show you Boo. Now, come play with Grandma. Your parents are resting. Yes, resting, came Elder Rinia's voice from nearby. Oh. Ellie sounded disappointed, but her mood quickly bounced back. Okay, come on, Boo. Let's play with Grandma. Alice and Ray locked eyes. They held each other's gazes for what felt like a long time until she finally smiled. What is this Boo that Ellie's talking about? His wife asked, raising a brow. I'll tell you later. Ray shot her a wink through his swollen eyes, then wiped another stray tear from her face and resumed where they had left off. Art wasn't sure what he had expected. He was going into a land inhabited by beings that they basically considered gods. For some reason, in his imagination, grand and fantastical lands always heavily featured gold, diamonds, or some other precious material. In his old world, the homes of even the most influential figures had been designed with a focus on practicality more than anything else. The most important figures were mostly warriors, after all, and their tastes were rather simple. Extravagant things, furniture made from the hides of precious beasts, for instance, were unnecessary, only sought after by rich merchants and politicians whose sense of self-worth was directly proportional to their wealth. Thus, when Art exited the golden column of light and stepped into the realm of Asuras, he was left wide-eyed and breathless. His mood was sour, and he was still wallowing in regret over the decision he had just made, but one glance at the land Sylvia and Winsome had come from was all it took for him to temporarily forget his troubles. It felt as if he had been transported to a different planet, a planet where it wasn't the inhabitants who had constructed the buildings and manors, but where the earth and land had forged structures worthy of gods. The towering castle in front of them seemed to have been birthed from the earth itself. There were no signs that it had been shaped or molded. Sophisticated designs and runes made from what looked like precious minerals covered the walls of the castle, which stood high enough to be seen from miles away. The trees bent and tangled together in arches to create a corridor that led to the entrance, which was atop a bridge that shimmered in an array of translucent colors. Peeling his eyes away from the castle itself took a great effort, and the iridescent bridge was no easier, but he managed to collect himself enough to take in the rest of his surroundings. Winsome transported them to the top of a mountain, cluttered with familiar trees in full bloom. The shimmering pink petals reminded Art of cherry blossoms, seeming to dance as they floated down to the ground. The vibrant bridge that stretched out in front of them led to another mountain, from which the castle seemed to have been carved. Clouds covered everything underneath the bridge, and the two mountain peaks stuck out like twin islands in an ocean of hazy white. Welcome to Epheotis, or more specifically, the Indrath clan's castle. Winsome walked toward the castle, stepping out onto the bridge of precious minerals, the likes of which any mortal king would wage wars for. Then he glanced back, beckoning Art to follow. Taking a deep breath, Art trailed behind the Asura, carefully placing his right foot on the incandescent surface of the bridge. It was semi-translucent, like stained glass. As he put his weight on the structure, a deep feeling of fear washed over him, taking him by surprise. He had never had a fear of heights. Perhaps it was due to the fact that there were no visible supports holding up the bridge, which easily spanned a few hundred feet. Indrath clan? You mean we're at the home of Sylvia's family? Art asked. He decided to trust in the colorful bridge, rather than imagine what would happen if it were to abruptly break. Walking alongside Winsome, they made their way toward the castle. Yes, Lord Indrath commanded me to bring you and Lady Sylvie to him upon arrival, the Asura replied. Art found it amusing to see the usually cool and aloof Winsome anxiously smoothing out the creases in his robe. Any last tips before meeting this almighty Lord of Lords? Unfortunately, even I do not know what to expect. This situation is rather peculiar after all, Winsome answered, tidying his hair. With a sigh, Art glanced down at Sylvie, asleep in his arms. He was beginning to grow worried about how much she slept. Her rhythmic breathing was the only thing that comforted him. The doors to the monstrous castle were enormous, and not just from the perspective of a 13-year-old boy. They were tall enough to admit giants and, well, dragons. There aren't any guards or watchmen? Art asked, looking around. Of course there are. They were watching us as we crossed over the bridge. Now come, we shouldn't keep Lord Indrath waiting, Winsome said. Art thought of the sudden prickling anxiety he had felt as he stepped on the bridge. It hadn't been from the height at all, but from the weight of whoever, or whatever, had been watching him as they crossed. The interior of the castle was just as magnificently crafted as the outside. The ceilings were unnecessarily high, with arches that looked to have been carved out of the mountain. The walls themselves were adorned with intricate detailing, as if the artist had been trying to tell a story. Yet, considering how large the castle was, it was eerily quiet. This way, the Indrath clan is waiting for you, Winsome said, on edge, and kept adjusting various parts of his attire while they walked. Wait, the entire clan is waiting for us? Yes, now please, let us hurry. The Asura sighed, leading the way into another corridor. Shivers ran down Art's spine again, but this time he was able to identify the source. At the end of the corridor were two figures guarding the doors. He wasn't able to make out much of their appearance. They were shrouded in darkness by the shadows cast by the corridor's lights. However, his instincts had already kicked in, desperately trying to convince him to run as far away as possible from these two shadowed figures. Art was reminded of his encounter with the Elderwood Guardian. However, he had a feeling that, compared to these guards, the S-class mana beast that had almost killed him would only be cannon fodder. As they drew nearer to the doors, Art was able to discern the two guards' features. One was female, with an amiable expression on her face. She looked rather boyish with her green hair cut short, just below her ears, but the distinct curves noticeable beneath her light leather armor showed otherwise. The man next to her looked much fiercer, with sharp eyes and a scar cutting jaggedly across his cheek. They each wore a short dagger strapped to their waist. Art saw no other visible weapons on either of them. Elder Winsome, I see you finally brought the human boy, the female guard said with a grin. The male guard stared at Sylvie, then looked up at Art with a studying gaze. Is it appropriate for a human child to be carrying the princess? He asked disapprovingly. Let it be, Cygnus. They are bonded, Winsome said dismissively. Now are you going to let us in or not? The two guards looked at each other briefly before giving Winsome a nod. They turned to face the doors, and the aura they emitted increased significantly, enough for it to be nearly palpable. After only a few seconds had passed, beads of cold sweat were rolling down Art's face, and his breathing had become shallow and jagged. Each guard held onto one of the door handles and heaved. Art could only imagine how heavy they must be, since the two guards were struggling to pry them apart. Finally, with a loud clack, the towering doors slid open, revealing what he assumed to be the Great Hall, and staring right at him, seated on a throne which burned with a shimmering white fire, was a man who appeared to be no older than 20. Winsome immediately stepped past Art into the room and kneeled. "My lord," Winsome said, bowing his head. Lord Indrath wasn't what Art had expected in the least. He had a cool, almost mellow feel to him, sporting shimmering cream-colored hair that was neither long nor short. He would certainly be considered an attractive man by any means, but he wasn't exceptionally stunning. Art couldn't really tell what his build was underneath his white robe, but he didn't look particularly robust. His eyes reminded Art of Sylvia. They were the same shade of purple, but even from here, he could see the colors shifting and changing. But where Sylvia's eyes had been compassionate, his were hard. Realizing that Art had been staring for far too long, he followed Winsome's example and kneeled as well. He kept his head down but couldn't help but peek around the room. Figures of all ages and sizes stood around the sides of the Great Hall, staring at him. Some looked disdainful, like the male guard, while others showed simple curiosity. Each of the figures standing around them emanated an aura that would make even the most powerful mages in Dicathan faint and froth at the mouth. Yet the man seated on the blazing white throne emitted none. Even when Art made a conscious effort to sense him, he couldn't even feel his presence. Despite the fact that Art was able to see him, he had trouble remembering he actually existed if his eyes weren't directly focused on him. "Stand." His voice was soft and silvery, yet sharp like a knife in a way that was both gentle and imposing. They rose to their feet and walked toward the throne, Sylvie still in Art's arms. He could feel the eyes of everyone in the room following him, judging his every movement. Art was reminded of his former life, being an orphan and fetching groceries for their house at a nearby market. This felt much like how the adults had looked at him then, the glares and blatant disgust, as if he were some sort of disease that they needed to avoid. Seconds slowly ticked by as they waited for the man on the throne to speak, yet he only stared wordlessly at Art and Sylvie with an expression they couldn't interpret. Without warning, Art's sternum and left arm began burning furiously. He hurriedly set Sylvie down, then pulled up his sleeve and removed Sylvia's silky feather to see the insignia glowing hotly. The Asura seated atop the throne let out a sigh and gave a dismissive nod in a gesture of reluctant resignation. Art's eyes had stayed fixed on Lord Indrath while he studied him, so when he saw Sylvie appear suddenly in Lord Indrath's arms, as if from thin air, his immediate reaction was a clumsy and baffled astonishment. "What the?" Art sputtered. He reflexively reached for his bond, but Winsome placed his hand on his shoulder. "What? Am I not allowed to hold my own granddaughter?" Lord Indrath retorted, holding Sylvie in one hand. Lifting her up to his eye level, Lord Indrath turned her around, inspecting every angle of her sleeping fox form. "I see you have done nothing to train her. Her mana levels are insultingly low, and given that she is in a hibernating state, it seems you have strained her." Lord Indrath's eyes narrowed, piercing Art. Only his pride kept him from taking a step back. To his surprise, Winsome defended him. "My apologies, my lord. I should have trained Lady Sylvie while I was in Dicathan. If it is to your liking, I can start her training now." He bowed once again to the creamy-haired man on the throne. "No need. I will personally look after Sylvie," Lord Indrath said dismissively, shaking his head. At that, a wave of surprised gasps and soft murmurs filled the great hall as the other members of the Indrath clan whispered to one another excitedly. Placing a finger gently between Sylvie's brows, Lord Indrath mouthed something inaudible. His eyes glowed, and suddenly Sylvie jolted awake, her eyes glimmering in the same shade of purple as her grandfather's. "Q? Papa, where am I?" The familiar voice, which Art hadn't heard in days, filled his head. Sylvie was obviously confused by the unfamiliar scene and by the fact that a man she had never met was holding her so intimately. "We've traveled a bit, Sylv. How are you feeling?" Art transmitted back, a smile forming on his face. "Sleepy. Can I go back to sleep, Papa?" Art could see Sylvie's eyes struggling to stay open, and she blinked wearily before fully closing them. "Lord Indrath, Win, Elder Winsome has already explained to me what is needed of me, but he has yet to fill me in on why exactly I was to be brought here. If it is simply for training purposes, wouldn't a remote dungeon in Dicathan be as suitable a place?" Art asked, impatiently waiting for him to hand him back his bond. "I have deemed you a necessary component in our struggle against Agrona and his army. I take it that you already understand the mutual benefit in winning the approaching war, yes? Having said that, it will be most beneficial to have several specialists available to help Winsome in your training, which is more easily accomplished here. Think of it as an honor. Only the most talented of the younger generations get the training that you will receive. How do you know when the war will begin? How much time do we even have?" There were far too many uncertainties for Art to be able to comfortably train. "That is not your concern. Focus on your training. I will notify Winsome when it is time for you to go back to your homeland. That is all." Lord Indrath signaled to Winsome to take Art away. "Wait, what about Sylvie?" "She will stay with me until her training is complete," he said matter-of-factly. "What? How long will that take? I won't be able to see her until then?" Lord Indrath's brow twitched impatiently, and he shooed them away with a wave of his hand. Before Art could respond, Winsome squeezed his arm tightly, pulling him out of the great hall. Once they passed the two guards, Art angrily shook free from Winsome's grasp. What was the point of that meeting? I went in there just to have Sylvie snatched away and be looked down on by all of the Indrath clan? That was humiliating. With a sigh, Winsome replied, "The relationship between you and the Asuras is very peculiar. It can be summed up as, let's say, a grudging tolerance. The fact that we have no choice but to rely on a lesser being is a wound to our pride. But do not worry, neither you nor Lady Sylvie will be mistreated. As Lord Indrath mentioned, you are important to us." "I'm pretty sure he said necessary component." Art scoffed as they reached the iridescent bridge once more. Winsome's lips curled into a faint smile. "Come, there are some people I want you to meet." The Asura paused before continuing. "Well, just one person specifically for now." Even after crossing the bridge, Winsome didn't bother to explain the location of their training grounds, keeping mostly silent as they scaled down the steep mountain. As they descended, the atmosphere drastically changed. Color was lost, and they were surrounded by a dreary canvas of gray stones and rotten wood. The sea of clouds that had seemed so far below them was now just above, and the layer of hazy gave the appearance of being the border between heaven and what felt like purgatory. Winsome must have intentionally taken them down the steepest side of the mountain, as they were climbing down vertically most of the time. He had vaguely explained to Art that the use of mana to venture down was forbidden, something to do with tradition and being worthy. Because of this tradition, the journey that could have taken them minutes stretched into hours. "We're here," Winsome finally announced. His voice was steady, with no sign of fatigue even in this zone of increased pressure and low air density. He was staring intently at a dead root jutting out of a crevice between two stones. "We're going to train here?" Art muttered between breaths, staring at the nondescript root Winsome seemed so fixated on. "Take my hand," he replied, ignoring Art's question as he reached out toward him. As soon as Art had a grip on his hand, the Asura yanked him toward him, swinging him at the root and the stones as if to dash him against the cliffside. Before Art even had time to call out in surprise, however, the scene had changed, and he was in some sort of small cave. Winsome appeared behind Art a moment later and took the lead, stepping past him and marching toward a glowing pool, which was the dominant feature of the cave. "It's good to see you again, Cordry," Winsome said, to no one Art could see. "It is nice seeing you as well, Elder Winsome." And you must be the human Arthur Leywin, correct? A figure appeared directly in front of them, though Art could have sworn there had been no one there before. This man reminded Art of a monk, someone who had chosen to let go of worldly matters, but he was dressed in a light, tight-fitting tunic instead of a robe. His 4 hazel eyes studied Art with calm wisdom, a welcome change from Lord Indrath's silently terrifying gaze. If not for those 4 eyes, he would have been by no means distinguishable, unremarkable in every way. "Yes, I am." "Nice to meet you," Art replied, quickly regaining his composure. "Arthur, this is my close friend Cordry. He is of the Thyestes clan of the Pantheon Asura race, just like Aldir, whom you met back at the floating castle in Dicathan," Winsome said. Winsome had been teaching Art about the 8 Asura races and the affiliated Great 8 as they had traveled to meet Elder Rhynia. The Pantheon race were the only Asuras who were versed in what Art thought of as Force-type mana arts. The Basilisks, the race of the Vritra clan, were the only race capable of Decay-type mana arts. The remaining 6 Asura races, including the Dragon race of which Lord Indrath, Sylvia, and Winsome were members, held distinct Creation-type mana arts. While the Dragon race were feared for their unique, mysterious Ether mana arts, it was still considered Creation-type. Of course, the Asura's terms for Creation, Force, and Decay-type mana arts differed for each race, but Art had simplified it for his own ease. There hadn't been time for them to go over the special qualities each race held before they had arrived at Elder Rhynia's home, but Art had a feeling he would be learning that later on. "Has Lord Indrath truly granted you the Ether Orb?" Cordry's even voice snapped Art out of his train of thought. The monkish man peered curiously at Winsome. "Yes, it is right here." Winsome produced a spherical object the size of his palm, revealing it to Cordry. "Lord Indrath is truly investing much in this human," the monkish man sighed, admiring the orb. Winsome glanced back to meet Art's eyes, giving him an "I told you so" look before turning back. "Arthur, come and sit here with us," Cordry said, gesturing to a space next to him. "I'll explain how your training will begin." Winsome believes it will be best for your training to start with me instead of him, for a few reasons. First, your body and mana core are not nearly strong enough to handle the sort of training that even young Asuras are capable of. If we did not have the resources readily available, it would take decades for you to physically absorb anything we could teach you. The Asura looked at the orb in Winsome's hand, before continuing. "Fortunately, we have the Ether Orb." Art knew he was expecting him to ask, "What exactly is this Ether Orb?" "Arthur," Winsome said, "you may not know this, but the Dragon race is considered, among the Asuras, the race closest to being gods. Yes, actual gods. The reason for this is that we have the ability to manipulate ether. Ether is a material that flows throughout the entire universe. As you know from receiving Lady Sylvia's will, ether contains the power to manipulate even space-time itself. As evidenced by your recent experience with Lord Indrath, ether's full potential remains incomprehensible even to the Indrath clan. But one artifact that has remained in our possession since the beginning of our clan's history is the Ether Orb. This treasure has allowed our clan to gain glimpses of the powers ether holds, one being the ability to separate the body from the soul. Winsome regarded the orb with near reverence as he held it tenderly. Cordry continued where Winsome left off. The orb also has the power to manipulate time. With the Ether Orb's abilities, your training can progress at a rate and an efficiency that would be impossible otherwise. Because of the close relationship between the Thyestes clan and Indrath clan, Lord Indrath decided to gift us with the use of this treasure from time to time. Remember me telling you that Lord Indrath has committed significant resources to making sure you will be ready for the upcoming battles? Winsome asked. Along with this orb, he has allowed us the use of his private training grounds. The aether-rich liquid inside that pond will help accelerate your training and heal the wounds that you incur throughout this process. Cordry here is a talented and highly respected teacher of the Thyestes clan. He will be responsible for the initial phase of your coaching. Winsome gave Cordry a stern nod as the two of them stood back up. So what exactly will we be doing first? Art asked, almost timidly. You will be fighting against Cordry in your soul state, and you will be dying, over and over again. Trust in your body, Arthur. As long as you are able, your body will be the only thing that will not fail you. Cordry's words rang softly in Art's ears, and a piercing pain forced his eyes open as he looked down to see Cordry's hand jutting out of his chest, unbloodied. Damn it. As the word left his tongue, the all-too-familiar sensation of being sucked out of the soul realm overwhelmed him once again. As soon as he awoke back in the cave, Art's hands shot to his chest, prodding for a hole that wasn't there. He fell to his back in the shallow pool. How long this time, Winsome? 2 minutes, Winsome replied. Arthur, the more you are forced out of the soul realm, the more time is wasted in your training. An hour out here equates to roughly 12 in there, but it will still not be enough if you are expelled every few minutes. Don't blame me, blame your friend who's killing me those every few minutes, Art groaned. It was impossible to get used to the sensation of dying. Even if his physical body wasn't getting injured, the mental trauma and stress would be enough to make even veteran fighters go insane. He wasn't sure just what the two Asuras were thinking, putting a teen through this sort of nightmarish training. I am doing only what you are able to handle, Cordry responded, as if he had read Art's mind. You are a resilient child, though. It makes me curious why that is. Even young Asuras, who don't die nearly as often as you do, have a hard time coping with the stress. Art figured his mental strength was probably due to the fact that he had lived 2 lives. But even so, this training was beginning to take a toll on him. Winsome nodded in acknowledgement. Yes, I was also worried at first, considering the number of times Art was expelled from the soul realm. Well, time to get training again. Are you ready, Cordry? Art gave one last stretch before returning to a sitting position. He nodded, chuckling. I will always be ready, Greenhorn. Remember, Arthur, while you are training in the soul realm, your physical body will also be refining your mana core. The longer you are able to last in the soul realm, the faster your cultivation will go. Don't overexert yourself. We are only a week into your training. We still have some leeway, but not if you take on more than you can handle, Winsome cautioned as he activated the ether orb. Once again, Cordry and Art were back on the same grassy field that expanded endlessly into the horizon. It had been 8 days since Art had started this torturous training. 1 hour outside the soul realm equated to 12 within it, so 24 hours out there translated to 12 days in here. Even counting the time spent eating, sleeping, and resting in the physical realm after dying too many times in the soul realm, Art had spent well over 2 months in this grassland training with the even-tempered and patient monk, Cordry. I can tell you are well versed in physical combat, Arthur, but you have become overly reliant on the use of mana arts, or what you lesser races call magic. By my guess, you are much more accustomed to shorter battles and duels. Proper conservation and distribution of mana has never been a priority, right? Cordry speculated. More or less. I'm only 13, remember? Art countered innocently. Sure. The Asura shrugged, shooting Art a look that told him he didn't buy it. You are only human, meaning you are bound by certain limitations. You are a long way from reaching White Core stage, let alone the integration stage. My job, therefore, is to train your body. After all, the less mana you expend on protecting yourself, the more flexibility you have in other areas of its use. Now, I've wasted enough time talking. Let us begin. Yes, sir, Art answered, getting into a defensive stance. Cordry's figure vanished and reappeared an arm's length in front of him. The first time Art had come to the soul realm for training, Cordry had killed him with the first blow. He had been unable to even react. Even when he hadn't been killed, he jolted out into the physical realm at the slightest blow because his soul wasn't used to taking on injuries. The second time, the third, fourth, all the way up to the 28th time, He had been thrown out of the soul realm with the first hit. But the 29th time, he was able to dodge just barely. Enough to persist until the second blow, at least. Residing and training in the soul realm was difficult, to say the least. Only after a few weeks of dying in the soul realm was he able to last long enough to actually call it training. Cordry followed his left jab to Art's neck with a right elbow to his sternum. It was only when they fought that Art realized how terrifying Cordry was. His meek temperament disappeared, replaced by the aspect of a cold, ruthless warrior capable of killing Art more than 100 times in the span of a few seconds. The Asura's limbs were moving at such high speed they seemed to vanish. Art was only able to dodge because Cordry's attack pattern was always the same. Of course, he was doing this on purpose. The Asura had explicitly told Art the choreography of his strikes and had never once deviated from that since the beginning of their training. It was pathetic. Art was barely able to dodge an attack that he already knew was coming, but that was the difference between them. Beads of sweat flew off Art's face and body as he scarcely kept up with Cordry's onslaught. Seconds melded together, forming minutes with increasing slowness as his sense of time dulled. The longer they fought, the more mistakes he made. No matter how long he lasted, Cordry would eventually strike him down. Yet, in all the weeks Art had spent fighting Cordry, he hadn't landed even a single blow. Every one of his strikes had met with thin air. "Good. You are keeping up longer than usual. Do not get sloppy, Arthur. Remain patient and bide your time if you do not see an opening," the Asura shouted. He continued striking Art, simultaneously and easily, dodging all his feeble attempts to land a blow. In that moment, Art made a blunder. Cordry's sequence of attacks was strategically timed so that if he didn't dodge them by just a hair's breadth, he wouldn't be able to avoid the next attack. While he did avoid the spinning elbow, his movement had been uncontrolled, and he'd leaned too far back to dodge it. He was instantly met with a low sweep that he couldn't avoid. Art chose to give up his left foot in response, knowing he wouldn't be able to completely avoid the sweep. As he expected, the crunching blow shattered his left ankle, but he continued dodging. Even in there where he knew it wasn't real, he didn't want to die. "Sloppy, but nice follow-up. Stay level-headed, and do not grow desperate," he repeated, executing his next blow. Even with Art's broken ankle, he was able to somehow dodge more of Cordry's restrained attacks. Then he did something he hadn't done before. Art was expecting a forward knee to his stomach, as Cordry had always done after a right strike, but instead, he shifted his body to perform a roundhouse kick with his left leg. Art wasn't able to dodge his foot, but he was able to keep himself from dying instantly. Instead of snapping his neck, Cordry's kick connected squarely with his jaw. The world tumbled around Art, and he felt himself skipping like a flat rock across the surface of a lake. Finally, he tumbled to a painful stop on a bed of tall grass. Art wasn't able to speak due to the bottom half of his face being completely mutilated, and it took most of his mental capacity to suppress the excruciating pain. However, that didn't stop him from good-naturedly extending a middle finger at his mentor. Responding with a smirk, Cordry helped him up. "You managed to not get yourself killed," he said, seeming impressed. "Rest until your soul state is healed." Even as Cordry said this, Art could already feel his body, that is, his soul state, recovering. The broken fragments of his bones fused together as torn muscle fibers, tendons, and ligaments reattached themselves. Someone who hadn't experienced such a sensation might think the act of healing so fast would be comforting or soothing, but it was actually just as painful, if not more so, than the injury that had caused it. Art kept telling himself that experiencing agony like this, becoming accustomed to it, would be useful later on. He hoped it would get him through this torture every time they trained, but he was on the verge of breaking. It had barely been a week, yet because of the time distortion in this world, it felt as if months had passed. Art's progress as a mage had always been unrivaled, so training here like this, where his biggest achievement in 2 months had been staying alive for longer than 5 minutes against someone who was purposely restraining himself, he couldn't help but become frustrated and impatient. "We should take a break from combat training for a while." Cordry's sudden statement took Art by surprise. Seeing as Cordry specialized in hand-to-hand combat, Art wasn't sure what else he would be teaching him. "What do you mean? Am I not learning fast enough?" "No, it's not that. Actually, your ability to grasp and comprehend is frightening. Coupled with your stubbornness, it's no wonder that your potential as a mage is beyond anyone else's. However, because of that stubbornness of yours, I'm afraid you are going to break down if we keep going at the current pace," Cordry answered as he sat down. "Break? I thought the realm inside the ether orb wouldn't allow me to die. And besides, with the regeneration speed of my soul state, as long as you don't kill me instantly, I should be okay, right?" The four-eyed Asura lifted his gaze and regarded Art sternly. "I'm not talking about damaging your body, Arthur. I'm talking about injuring you here," he said, tapping his head. "You think this is hurting me psychologically?" Perhaps it was the same stubbornness that Cordry had just mentioned, or a layer of pride that had made Art ignorant of this possibility, but he couldn't bring himself to agree with him. "Arthur, training here with me, you are experiencing death constantly, on a daily basis. More than that, death has no longer become the endpoint for you, but a precursor to a level of pain that even Asuras can find daunting." Cordry got up from the ground as he explained. "Even if it won't damage your body, that kind of trauma will eventually get in the way of producing the sort of fighter I am trying to train you to become. With this type of pain, in these amounts, your body will instinctively try to save itself, regardless of whether you want it to or not. Just enough pain, and it will be your most reliable sword and shield." Art thought about Cordry's words for a moment. He understood where he was coming from, but having lived through 2 lives, he considered himself an exception. Perhaps he was being arrogant, but he felt like he could take it. "Honestly, Cordry, I'm fine. We don't..." He didn't even have time to consciously process what happened next. One moment he was speaking. The next, an overwhelming sense of dread crashed down on Art like a tsunami. Then he was several yards away from the Asura with his sword, Dawn's Ballad, held tightly in his grasp. His eyes focused back on Cordry, only to see the Asura with a flower in his hand. Cordry didn't say anything. He didn't need to. Just as Art let his guard down, Cordry's figure flickered and vanished, without even a trace of presence or intent. A searing pain made Art look down. His mentor's hand, once again, pierced straight through his chest. As he tried to pull himself away from him, he collapsed. The Asura withdrew his hand and kneeled down to be level with Art. Giving him a gentle smile, he continued, "Even the gods may not know what sort of life you truly led, but it is because of your past experiences that you could lose like this. You trust too deeply in your instinct, Arthur, and while it is a useful tool, it should not be relied upon to the exclusion of all else. Small steps, Arthur. You have much to learn, but much to unlearn as well." As he ruffled Art's hair, he thought again of the time he had spent in the institution during his past life as an orphan. The times he'd had to teach himself from what little useful information and tools he could gather. He realized that, for the first time in either life, he had finally gained an actual mentor to train him in combat, a mentor wise and powerful enough that, even with his unique past and monstrous potential, he could simply be a student hungry to learn. "Do you understand, Arthur?" Cordry asked as he got up and extended his hand. "You bet." Art accepted his hand and pulled himself back to his feet. His body still trembled, but whether it was from the lethal wound in his chest, the excitement of his future prospects, or the anticipation of being under skilled mentors, he couldn't say. He had a feeling it was a mixture of all 3. He was a monster, a true predator. That was the only thing that came to mind when he released the shackles he had put on himself for Art's safety, when he unleashed that petrifying pressure. The paralyzing fear slowly spread through Art's body like a snake's deadly venom. He clenched his sweaty hands, tightening the hold on his sword. The muscles in his legs continuously twitched, fighting the impulse to whirl around and sprint away. Salty blood filled his mouth as he bit down on his bottom lip. Holding his blade up, he approached the oppressive aura emanating from his teacher. Sweat stung his eyes like a blazing fire, but he dared not blink. Slowly, painfully. His brain sent signals, and he picked up his feet, moving them in a cautious but steady gait as he walked toward the manifestation of fear itself. "I'm coming, Arthur. Prepare yourself." His voice rang clearly within the cloud of menacing air. Arthur forced his tightened jaw to relax. Despite the fact that he already lacked the air to breathe, he let out a barbaric roar, dispelling some of the chilling fear that gripped his insides. "Damn it all!" The teal blade in his hands dimmed as he drew near Cordry, as if even his sword was afraid. But he kept walking, feeling with each step as if he was trying to wade through wet cement. When his blade was finally within range of him, Arthur cleaved down, hoping to end this in one strike. But of course it didn't. Cordry parried Dawn's ballad like it was a foam stick, creating an arc with his own blade. Just before his sword hit the ground, Arthur used the momentum to spin himself, whirling his blade back around at Cordry's knees. Cordry's short sword easily blocked his, stopping it just short of his leg. Knocking Dawn's ballad away, his teacher threw a swift kick at Arthur's face. He could hear the sharp whistle of air, and he dodged in time to bring his sword around into an upward swipe. Cordry turned his face to the side, and Arthur's blade whizzed harmlessly by his ear. "Your movements are getting better, even with my aura's suppression." Cordry's compliment had a hint of smugness, annoying Arthur despite the acknowledgement. It became harder for Arthur to breathe, and he realized he was almost at his limit. One more desperate lunge toward Cordry was all he could manage before Dawn's ballad fell to the ground, his hands unable to grip it any longer. Then his legs gave out, and he fell to his knees, left choking for air inside the confines of Cordry's hellish aura. "Not bad." Cordry's voice reached Arthur's ears as the pressure disappeared. Without the suffocating aura affecting him, Arthur desperately sucked in air. Over a month had passed in the outside world, and over a year in the soul realm. A year of continuous, torturous training, Cordry's short lectures being the only breaks Art had. Over the course of the month that had passed in real time, Art had no contact with Sylvie. Thoughts of her lingered, occupying his mind when he had time to reflect. Despite missing his bond, he began to comprehend the necessity of their separation. As his training progressed, his deaths became less frequent, and they spent more time within the soul realm. Art acknowledged that it was better for Sylvie to have her own training, keeping her occupied rather than sitting next to his comatose body for days at a time. About 4 months had passed since their last departure from the soul realm, roughly translating to a little less than 2 weeks in the real world. The pool, seemingly capable of nourishing or suspending their bodies, remained a mysterious aspect that Art hadn't entirely grasped, though it wasn't the main focus of his lessons. Under Cordry's relentless guidance, Art was pushed to his limits and beyond. While he embraced the role of an avid student, a longing for his family and friends persisted. Unresolved matters and regrets filled his thoughts, particularly concerning Elijah's unknown fate and Tessia's awakening status. The strained relations with his family also weighed heavily on his mind. Despite the understanding that training was currently his best course of action, the emotional toll persisted. Spending a year in this place had yielded minimal tangible results. Art could endure Cordry's King's Force for a short exchange before succumbing to the ground like a lifeless fish. How long did I last?" Art panted, rolling onto his back. "You're improving," Cordry replied, dodging the question. Art sat up, turning around to face Cordry as he caught his breath. "Not long enough, right? Don't dwell on the seconds. We are not seeking a specific duration, understand?" Cordry stated sternly. "Again?" Art let out a sigh, picking up his trusted blade and sheathing it. Cordry tossed his own sword onto the grass before explaining. "I know you prefer sword fighting, and I have to say that Dawn's ballad is a fine partner to have. But as a mage, hand-to-hand combat continues to be the most versatile and adaptive form of fighting. If you have the patience to learn, that is. Once I have drawn out the maximum potential of your human body, my role as your teacher will be complete. For the sake of the coming war, I will mold your bones, develop your muscles, and train your mind to its limits so that you can be the knight who protects your continent and your loved ones. Cordry continued, putting some distance between himself and Art. It is obvious that you have had training in melee combat, much more than a normal child. However, as I've said before, your fighting style is better suited for dueling against a single opponent. Art nodded in agreement. In his previous life, the majority of his fights had been in the form of duels, as was the custom there. Wars were rarely held, and even if they were, kings did not participate in them directly. After all, their lives were too valuable to risk. Since Asuras are not allowed to join in this war, their descendants, the mixed bloods, will be their strongest forces. Your primary duty in the upcoming war will be to take care of the Mutts the Vritra clan sends as generals or strike forces. You are incredibly strong, Art, but so are they, and do not think they'll line up and take turns fighting you. Expect to be put in a situation where you will be surrounded by enemies, with Asura blood coursing through their veins. Cordry calmly circled around Art with his hands behind his back. Of course, you will not have a mana restriction placed on you as you do now, so you would be free to wreak havoc. However, you will also have to take into account that there might be ally soldiers or even civilians nearby. What will you do then? When it comes down to it, physical combat, augmented with proper and precise mana usage, will be the most efficient and dependable way of disposing of your enemies, especially if they are at a higher caliber than the mages you are familiar with. I understand. Art adopted an offensive stance, with his leading hand relaxed and his right hand curled into a fist by his jawline. The first lesson I taught you was how to stay alive. More specifically, you were to become adept at fighting at higher speeds while trying to dodge a set routine of attacks. While I won't tell you how much I have restricted myself when fighting you, I will say that your agility has improved to a level I deem adequate. Your next lesson was fighting under conditions of substantial pressure, combat under the effects of my king's force, killing intent, as you call it, has considerably strengthened your tolerance these past few months. There is room for improvement in both areas, but for now, it is time for the third lesson. Cordry's voice trailed off as he came to stop in front of Art. Your field of vision is too narrow, too focused. Cordry's voice resounded in Art's ears as if he were right behind him, and as he watched, the figure of Cordry that he had been concentrating on wisped away. Art realized it had been an afterimage and whipped his head back, but he was too late. A clean blow to his back sent him tumbling forward, taking in a mouthful of grass as he landed. Although it wasn't the most appropriate moment, Art had to admire how realistic the soul realm was. The chunks of grass and dirt in his mouth tasted exactly as he would have imagined. He stood back up, groaning as he stretched his back. I thought we weren't allowed to use mana, he said, spitting the grass out of his mouth. I didn't use mana. Remember, my physiology is fundamentally different from yours. I will restrain myself, but it is inevitable that I will be naturally faster, quicker, and stronger than you. Now come, Cordry instructed, beckoning with one hand. Art immediately propelled himself toward his instructor, getting within range to attack at a speed that would put professional short-distance sprinters to shame. The mechanics of his body had definitely improved while training with Cordry. His rear foot rotated as he spun his hips to put as much momentum as possible into his strike. When he unleashed his right fist, he could feel all his muscles, tendons, ligaments, and bones working in harmony like a well-oiled machine. Without even using mana, he was still able to put enough power into the punch to surprise Cordry. He dodged Art's blow at the last second, and Art could see his lips curl up slightly as Cordry unexpectedly ducked underneath his right arm. All Art felt was a light tug at the leg and a gentle push on his hips, but all of a sudden, his face was half buried in the ground. Never before had Art been thrown so swiftly, so helplessly, and so painfully. The wind had been knocked out of him, and as he coughed, Cordry held his hand against Art's neck like the edge of a sword. I have to say, that was a very nice punch, Arthur. How much strength do you suppose you used releasing a strike of that power? Do you think you can do that for 2 days, 3 days straight? Can you do that for hours on end without pause, with little sustenance in your body to give you that energy? Cordry kneeled down to assess the damage on Art's body. How much energy do you think I spent tossing you? Remember, the more powerful your strike is, the less energy I have to expend. Gritting his teeth against the pain, Art sprang back up to his feet and took a stance. Energetic today, aren't we? Good, he replied, beckoning Art once more. Heeding his gesture, Art approached as if he intended to launch the same punch he had done just a moment ago. Instead, he feinted and jumped up, driving his right knee at Cordry's jaw. Again, Cordry's movements were not what Art expected. He was used to exchanging blows with the Asura, but this time, Cordry used his left hand to gently shift the direction of Art's knee, simultaneously pushing himself to Art's right side. In a quick, fluid motion, Art's mentor grabbed the collar of his shirt at the back of his neck and executed a drop throw, propelling Art to the ground head first. The world turned black. Art's ears were ringing fiercely when he woke up. He carefully stretched and massaged his neck, surprised it hadn't snapped cleanly in half from the force of Cordry's toss. Maybe it was because of the blow to his head, but Art suddenly recalled a name for this type of combat. Aikido. Yes, it was similar to Aikido, an ancient form of combat that had been lost when the practice of traditional martial arts declined after contemporary forms of combat became more widely used. After Art had become king in his previous world, he'd had access to numerous archives, including those pertaining to martial arts and the art of dueling. He had glanced briefly through a book on the art of throws, but took little interest in anything besides the concept of capitalizing on the momentum of an opponent. Of course, he made much use of that knowledge but did little to learn the art of throwing. It had seemed inefficient at the time. We talked about proper conservation and distribution of mana in prolonged battles, correct? Well, it goes without saying that it should be the same for your body as well. No matter how much mana you have flowing through you, it cannot act as a battery to power up your body. Mana, like a sword, is a tool for you to control and utilize. Your body is the centerpiece that brings the tools together to create a true warrior. Now, you are healed, yes? Come, Cordry commanded. Wordlessly, Art got back to his feet and dashed once more toward his mentor. Your body is capable of being all kinds of weapons, Cordry explained, taking an offensive stance. For example, your fist can become a hammer or bludgeon, powerful enough to destroy walls, he said, throwing a simple punch. Dodging his first strike, Art lowered his center of gravity and released a punch toward Cordry's solar plexus. In a smooth, liquid motion, Cordry pivoted, wrapping his own arm around the arm Art had just attacked with and redirecting the fist with a flick of his wrist. It can also become a whip to lock and deflect the opponent's attack. Your hands can be blades, your legs, axes, all depending on the user, Cordry said as he whirled around and placed his palm on Art's back. And they can also be a cannon, capable of blasting your foes to pieces. Defend yourself with mana, Arthur. I will allow it, he instructed. Art wrapped his body tightly in a layer of mana, focusing mostly on the area where Cordry's palm was placed. The deafening blast of the sound barrier being broken almost distracted Art from the pain spreading throughout his body as he hurtled through the air like a bullet. It was impossible to tell how many bones he had broken, how many organs had collapsed. His vision darkened, and he felt his body being sucked out of the soul realm. When Art opened his eyes, he found himself in the familiar cave once again, drenched in the mysterious liquid as well as his own sweat, and probably his tears. A wave of nausea hit him, as if Cordry had actually just punched a hole through his sternum. He buckled forward and heaved. Ugh, he moaned, trying to collect himself. Cordry was still in front of him, his expression soft and sympathetic. Then his gaze shifted to something behind him. Ah, you're here, Winsome said, standing up. Turning around, Art looked past Winsome and focused on a figure he didn't recognize. A boy who appeared to be about 7 years old at most, though he stood almost 5 feet tall. The boy took a step toward them and bowed respectfully in Art's direction. His head was shaven like Cordry's, but he only had 2 eyes, nut brown in color. He was skinny, but not sickly, with a well-toned body that didn't match his childish face. "I'm sorry for my tardiness, master," the boy said, raising his head and then tilting it as he regarded Art. Art could see the boy giving him the once-over, and when their eyes locked once more, it was with a look of haughty derision. Getting angry at a child younger than his sister was beneath him, Art thought, so he just raised a brow and turned back to face Cordry. "Who's the kid?" Art asked casually. "Arthur, I'd like you to meet Tachi, your new training partner," Cordry replied. "Tatsi, you will be training while you spar with Arthur. Now come here so we can begin." Cordry gestured toward the obviously dissatisfied child. "Master, what benefit will come from training with this lesser being?" he grumbled, shooting an annoyed look at Art. It was odd, hearing a child so haughtily complain using diction and syntax so at odds with his babyish appearance and undeveloped tenor voice. "Arthur," Cordry emphasized the name, "has been receiving special training from me. Sparring with him will help with your development. You have been given the rare honor of training with the ether orb, yet you dare complain." "No, I would never defy your instructions, master. This pupil only thinks it beneath you to waste your time training a mere human when the Thyestes clan has many pupils awaiting your mentorship," the child named Tatsi clarified, lowering himself in another bow. Art didn't want to stoop to his level by being offended, but he had to admit the boy seemed to have a knack for pissing people off. With a defeated sigh, Cordry continued, "Tachi, you are one of my most talented pupils, but your arrogance will hinder you." He turned to Winsome, who was seated on the other side of the pool, holding the orb. "Winsome, will you be okay keeping up the ether orb with an additional person?" "3 people won't be a problem," the Asura replied. Keeping his thoughts to himself, Art returned to his meditating position inside the pool. The child jumped in as well, ignoring him, and sat down so that the 3 of them formed a triangle. Once more, they were back in the grassy meadow. "Arthur, while the members of the Pantheon race all differ in their utilization of what you call Force-type mana, Tatsi has been training in the special arts of the Thyestes clan. As I have shown you, one of the primary components of our combat art is swift, precise strikes, coupled with throws that take advantage of momentum and center of gravity. By perceiving where the opponent is distributing their weight and momentum, we can match our attacks to properly take advantage of their strengths. By doing this, we use little effort to dispel their attacks and conserve our strength for when we attack," Art's mentor explained. Tachi sat beside Cordry with his arms crossed, never taking his contemptuous eyes off of Art. When learning these techniques, even our own disciples are forbidden to use mana until they can properly display the basics. I am not saying this to boast, but our clan's fame comes from the deadliness of our combat art. When watching a master, you will see that our form of fighting is both fierce and fluid, like a deadly cyclone. I have shown you only a glimpse of this, Arthur, but I want you to train by fighting against Tatsi," Cordry continued, then turned his attention to the child. "Tatsi, you are to use your full strength to fight against Arthur. Do not worry about fatal injuries or death here." Art rolled his eyes at the delighted smirk on Tatsi's face as he heard this. However, his smug expression immediately disappeared when he heard what his master said next. "Arthur, you are not to use any mana. I will not be applying any pressure on you for now, but expect it to come later on. You are not allowed to attack Tatsi at all. You are to simply block and deflect. The only form of offensive maneuvers you are permitted are throws." Master? This doesn't make any sense," Tatsi stuttered, shocked. "Shouldn't you be putting restrictions on me instead of the human? Do you mean to say that, without these handicaps, he would be able to defeat me?" "Tachi, I am growing tired of your whining. Do you doubt me?" Cordry's eyes grew sharp as he spoke. His expression was merciless, and Tachi immediately shut his mouth as he frantically shook his head. Art had never had the chance to indulge in this feeling, this satisfying sense of victory over a cocky kid when the adult unexpectedly sided with him. Now, begin. Cordry couldn't merely label his reaction as surprise. It was more accurate to describe it as astonishment. He had anticipated that things might unfold in this manner, but the speed at which it occurred surpassed his expectations. Reflecting on Arthur Leywin, Cordry couldn't help but marvel at the enigmatic nature of the individual. At just 7 years old, Tachi had exhibited an extraordinary level of talent right from the start. Mastering the fundamentals of combat art took him only a quarter of the time it took his peers, and despite rough mana distribution initially, he was rapidly improving, earning admiration even from the clan elders. Tachi was destined to be the shining star of the next generation. However, despite the imposed restrictions, Arthur was proving to be resilient. No longer was it merely a matter of holding on. Arthur was gradually closing the gap. Within a few days spent in the Soul Realm, he had started to rival Tachi. While he hadn't yet grasped the true combat art of the Thyestes clan, Arthur was assimilating their knowledge with a hunger akin to a starving beast, making it his own. Despite the swiftness and force behind Tachi's attacks, Arthur managed to endure against him. With each punch, kick, slash, and throw that Arthur confronted, his steps, shifts, and movements all displayed an increasing speed and precision. It seemed as though his body was instinctively eliminating unnecessary motions. The noticeable improvement unfolded at a pace that even those untrained in combat could discern. How was this possible? What kind of past had shaped him? How many battles had he engaged in to attain such an extraordinary level of perception? In all of Cordry's years as both a warrior and mentor, he had never encountered a sensation like this. Having trained hundreds in the art of combat, ranging from the young to the old, he had nurtured individuals who eventually became prominent figures in the Thyestes clan. Nevertheless, instructing the young boy Arthur introduced Cordry to a feeling he had never experienced before. As Cordry instructed him, a constant sense of excitement, awe, and pride welled up within him, emotions that he didn't even experience toward himself. It resembled the feeling of discovering an unknown, yet evidently precious gem. Arthur's initial state was dull and rough, but with each polishing stroke, he radiated a brighter glow. The final outcome remained uncertain, and the anticipation of discovering it was exhilarating. Would he have the opportunity to reach his full potential, or would time run out first? Had Arthur been born in Asura, he would have been a prominent figure even among the highest echelons of power. However, the gods had placed him in a lesser body, destined to be nothing more than a pawn, utilized until deemed no longer necessary. Such a pity, Cordry mused. Art seethed with frustration at the arrogant brat before him. If it weren't for the restrictions Cordry had placed on him, he would have painted the grass with the boy's blood and tears. The past few days had been filled with nothing but resentment, fueled by the frustration of being unable to do anything against Tachi. The boy was obviously annoyed that his master regarded him poorly, and coupled with his innate condescension toward Art's race, this led to him being tossed around like a rag doll, enduring too many strikes to contain his temper. While Tachi's attacks weren't at Cordry's level in terms of fluidity and compact precision, they still operated at a faster level than Art was used to, as every movement was reinforced with mana. He narrowly avoided a life-threatening strike on the first attempt. His survival hinged on the subtle cues in Tachi's movements, allowing him to anticipate the attack. Drawing on the experience gained from fighting and dueling across 2 lifetimes, Art could, to some extent, predict his opponent's next move based on posture and movement. This ability varied depending on the opponent's fighting prowess, but Tachi, though skilled in his clan's martial arts, lacked sufficient combat experience. In contrast to Cordry, who exhibited flawless micro-movements without openings, Tachi telegraphed his every move. Dodging presented a different challenge. While his attacks had openings, they surpassed the level of anyone Art had faced before. Without his extensive experience, Art might have been expelled from the Soul Realm immediately. The power and sheer speed of Tachi's onslaught could have brought even an S-class adventurer to their knees. The air around Tatsi whistled with the force of his strikes, and each parry inflicted throbbing pain upon Art's arms. Gritting his teeth, Art endured the pain and pressed on. Speed alone wasn't sufficient. He needed to outpace his opponent. To achieve that, he had to minimize his movements. Dodging successfully without utilizing mana required streamlining his maneuvers to the essentials. Without this adjustment, he risked being overwhelmed. Amidst another onslaught of strikes from Tachi, who expressed his disdain, Art wished he could retaliate rather than just avoid being thrown to the ground. However, he lacked the luxury of a response and focused even harder, faster. Growling, Tatsi vented his disdain. "My mother and father told me how weak you lesser beings are. It looks like that's true. I don't understand why we Asuras were given the awful job of looking after you." He turned and unleashed an upward knee jab, causing a sharp pain in Art's ear, who narrowly avoided the full impact with a quick turn of his neck. Faster. Art lost track of time. Accustomed to sparring for hours with Cordry, this session felt much longer. Amidst Tassi's unrelenting assault, Art's body became a canvas of cuts and bruises. Not enough. Faster. The Asura child, visibly frustrated, attempted throws in his growing desperation. Art noticed his hand extending like a claw, aiming for a vulnerable point. However, Art had grown accustomed to the child's movements, making dodging easier. The strikes, once a blur, now became apparent. "If it weren't for the Vritra clan and their disgusting half-breeds, my master wouldn't have to be stuck here teaching you, hoping a dog could learn something meant for Asuras," he spat venomously, increasingly annoyed. Even faster. Sweat stung Art's eyes, impeding his vision. Blades of grass scattered around them, lifting chunks of dirt into the air. Faster, damn it. Art's body began to protest, his mind growing dull. His movements became sharper, but due to fatigue, there was a jolt of pain with each dodge. What was Art supposed to do? He wasn't used to fighting for this long, and dodging attacks of this caliber was wearing him down at an even faster pace than usual. If he reduced his speed, he would bear the full brunt of Tassi's childish rage, but he wasn't sure how much longer he could continue to maintain this pace. His mind whirled, trying to think of an answer. Think, Arthur. What had Cordry stressed this whole time? Conservation and proper distribution of mana and energy. Tachi's form of fighting wasn't as concise as Cordry's, but since he was reinforcing his body with mana, he wasn't tiring as easily as Art was. Fluidity. Yeah, fluid. "Arthur, you dumbass," Cordry gave you the answer. "Be fluid, but stay fierce. Like a cyclone." The idea was clear in his head, but it was still horrifying trying to implement it when one mistake could easily mean his death. Even in the soul realm, it was scary. Tassi was also showing signs of wear. His once smug face was lined with a tense exasperation. His bombardment never slowed, however, as he continued his storm of strikes and grabs. Don't just dodge. Do more. Look for an opening in his attacks. Follow his movements and go along with them, not against them. Another cut appeared on Art's cheek as Tassi struck, and he failed to properly execute the movement he had envisioned. Not fast enough, Arthur. Tassi's kick from the side landed squarely on Art's ribs, spinning him off balance. Art bit down on his lip to keep himself from buckling in pain. He knew that a few ribs were broken, which meant that an organ or two was probably punctured. Faster. Don't go against his movement. Conserve energy. Be fluid. Taking advantage of the fact that he had finally landed a solid hit, Tassi immediately followed up with a right straight, his fist reinforced with a purple aura. "Say goodnight," Tassi's snide voice rang out. His brain screamed at Art to duck, to cover his vitals, to avoid this punch. But if he merely dodged, it would be impossible to avoid Tassi's next attack. Art ignored his instincts. Using the momentum from Tassi's last kick, he whirled his body counterclockwise as Tassi's fist headed toward him. At the same time, Art raised his right hand, timing it to meet with Tassi's. If Art failed in grasping the right timing or speed of this maneuver, if he was off by even a millisecond, his head would probably get blown off. He buried those thoughts and focused. Time seemed to slow as Art's right hand grasped Tassi's right wrist. He immediately lowered his center of gravity and slung Tassi's arm over his shoulder, maintaining his body's spin. Art could feel the force of Tassi's punch as he was helplessly lifted from his feet. Using the power of his own blow, Art redirected Tassi's attack and propelled him to the ground. What Art didn't expect was that his throw would produce a crater the size of a house. There, in the middle of the devastation, was Tachi, sprawled out and gurgling blood, the whites of his eyes showing. Art collapsed to his knees, trying to catch a breath. He realized that the broken ribs had punctured one of his lungs. While he wouldn't normally condone bullying, especially not someone younger than himself, as he looked down at the sorry state of the brat, he gave a satisfied grin. Good night. He overextended his punch. Art didn't dodge, but ducked under and moved in. Her kick was too high. She was off balance. Art exploited that. The left hook was premature. Art leaned his head back an inch. That strike was slow enough to parry. Art grabbed a hold of the palm and twisted. He watched out for the low sweep but didn't jump, knowing there would be a follow-up attack waiting if he did. Art moved in toward the kick where it wouldn't have much power. There was an attack coming from behind. Art didn't waste time looking back. He used the assailant's shadow instead. A kick was incoming toward the face, and another aimed at the ribs. Their attacks were becoming more coordinated. Lowering his body to dodge the kick aimed at his head, Art blocked the one aimed at the ribs. He used the force of the kick to push away from the current disadvantageous position. Time! Cordry's voice thundered, bringing them all to a standstill. Damn it! So close. We could have had him if you had given us one more minute, Master. Of the four of them, only Tatsi didn't say anything, merely clicking his tongue in dissatisfaction before turning away. Enough. It is 4 against 1, and you still dare to complain after being unable to land a single solid hit on Arthur. I should have you lot retrained from the basics, the four-eyed Asura shouted in rebuke. Turning his attention to Art, he shot him a smile of acknowledgement. How do you feel, Arthur? Returning his smile and shaking off the stinging pain in his wrist from blocking the last attack, Art replied, Never better. It had been 4 months since Art's arrival in Epheotis. Nearly all of that time was spent training within the Soul Realm. Thanks to the Ether Orb, he had enjoyed more than 3 years of training under the tutelage of Cordry. Well, maybe enjoyed isn't the right word. For those 3 years, Art had done nothing aside from honing his body, his reflexes, and his acuity for combat. His 14th birthday had recently passed, and it was very clear how much stronger he had become. Compared to his current skills, his past combat abilities seemed about as coordinated as a toddler first learning to walk. Cordry had also assisted in refining Art's mana for combat, but he hadn't introduced any new techniques. Whether it was due to physiological differences between humans and Asuras, or simply because he chose not to, or wasn't allowed to, share the Thyestes clan mana arts with a non-clan member, Art decided not to inquire. Even after spending all that time training under Cordry, Art wasn't certain about the specifics of the Thyestes clan mana arts or their capabilities. However, that didn't concern him. The fact that he had progressed to this level of physical combat was something to be thankful for. As the Soul Realm grew dark, Art opened his eyes to the familiar sight of the cave where he had physically spent the past year. Thanks again for helping me train, guys. Art stood up and gave a respectful nod to the 4 novice Thyestes clan children. After about the first year inside the Soul Realm, sparring with just Tatsi had proved to have a limit. Thus, Cordry brought over more training partners, and Art eventually reached the point where he was fighting on par with Tassi and 3 other young children of the Pantheon Asura race. Of course, the 4 of them weren't constantly inside the Soul Realm like Art was. Due to that unfairness, as they constantly complained, he had been able to catch up to them eventually. All 4, including Tatsi, kept a distance from Art outside of training, often showing their displeasure at the thought of helping a lesser race train. It didn't help that he had become stronger than them. Of course, this was only the case because they weren't allowed to use their abilities to the fullest. Cordry had made it explicitly clear that they were to use mana only for strengthening their bodies. Anything other than that would be considered foul play. After they both emerged from the pool of blue liquid inside the cave, Art turned and bowed respectfully. "Master Cordry, thank you for training me." It was a treat for me as well," he replied. Giving his body a thorough stretch, Art turned to face Winsome. "When is the next portion of our training?" he asked as he mentally searched for signs of Sylvie. For the past year, he hadn't been able to sense his bond, let alone communicate with her. It had become his custom to search for her every time he was thrown out of the soul realm, but each attempt proved fruitless. We will start the next portion of training soon." Winsome trailed off, gazing at Art with curiosity. Art raised a brow, confused by Winsome's demeanor, and shifted his gaze back and forth between the two asuras. "Is everything okay?" "Nothing's wrong," Cordry replied, tilting his head and studying Art like a piece of abstract art. "It's just that you have not changed," Winsome finished. Art's heart began thumping louder at Winsome's words. What hadn't changed? His initial thoughts were of his mana core, but that wasn't it. His mana core had recently advanced into the latter levels of the light yellow, meaning he had progressed more than a full stage since starting his training here at the solid yellow stage. Winsome had come into the soul realm to watch the progress of his training every now and then, so he should be well aware of his current level. "Arthur, while training under the ether orb can be tremendously beneficial, it is strictly forbidden for use on children, or even young adults. You can guess why, right? The time discrepancy between the two realms can cause psychological displacement if a person is not yet fully developed mentally," Winsome explained. "I was actually firmly against the use of the ether orb for that reason," Cordry confessed. Even Lord Indrath was somewhat reluctant to have Art train using it, for fear of the potential consequences for his mental well-being. However, because we have so little time before the war, there was no choice. It took Art by surprise to learn that Lord Indrath had shown any concern for his well-being, mental or otherwise. That wasn't the impression he had received when he had met him. Which is why I'm somewhat astonished at the fact that there is no change in you, Art. Your speech, your demeanor, your mentality, they are no different from what they were before the training began," Winsome said. "Essentially, your mind has aged 3 years during your training here, but you have not displayed any of the changes a normal child should have undergone." Art mulled this over for a moment. He realized now why Cordry hadn't let Tatsi and the other Thyestes clan children stay in the soul realm. The only reason he hadn't been affected by this phenomenon was that he'd had the mentality of an adult ever since his birth into this world. "Winsome, you said yourself that I felt different from other children. I've been advanced for my age, mentally, for pretty much my whole life, to the extent that I've grown accustomed to consciously mimicking people of my own age to adapt socially," Art answered at last. "Well, it matters little to us. In fact, it is for the best that this regimen of training did not result in any unwanted ramifications." Winsome looked thoughtful at first, but relaxed as he let out a sigh, then turned to Cordry and added, "Cordry, thank you for spending so much of your time and energy on training Art. Anyone else, even among the Asuras, would be subpar compared to your expertise in close-quarters combat. No thanks are needed. Arthur must be well-trained if he is to have a chance against those mutts." Cordry placed a firm hand on Art's shoulder and squeezed. "Remember that the mages in Alakria have been taught and guided by Asuras. Mana arts on that continent are generations more advanced than they are in Dekathen. So do not get overconfident just because you are receiving this sort of training. It frustrates me deeply that our hands are tied like this, but breaking the pact could result in a war that would destroy the world itself. If we don't want that, it is up to you and your peers to fight." Cordry's usually indifferent face wrinkled into a grave expression. Then they said their goodbyes. Cordry and his 4 pupils left first, leaving only Winsome and Art inside the unnaturally quiet training cave. Seated on the cold cave floor, Art stretched idly while occasionally stealing glances at Winsome, pondering the thoughts running through the Asura's mind as he observed closely. In an attempt to break the palpable silence, Art brought up something that had been on his mind. "So, have you heard any news of Sylvie? Is she doing okay?" "Lady Sylvie will be fine. No one would dare mistreat the direct kin of Lord Indrath, aside from Lord Indrath himself," Winsome replied casually, seemingly oblivious to the way the last bit of his statement sent a pang of worry down into Art's stomach. Choosing not to dwell on the topic any longer, Art simply nodded and continued stretching. As he hadn't physically used his body within the soul realm, it had grown stiff. One apparent power of the ether orb, or of the mysterious liquid he was submerged in, was that his physical body grew stronger to match his soul form. Focusing on each part of his body in turn, he felt the ways it had been changed by the years of training with Cordry. Even in his old world, he'd never felt so in tune with his physical form. His hair had continued to grow as well, much longer than he was used to. He still didn't understand the full capabilities of the ether orb, but the chance to train under these conditions would most likely never come again, so he had to make the most of it. A shiver went down Art's spine as he suddenly realized the importance of what Cordry had said before leaving. The continent of Alakria was sure to be more advanced in mana manipulation than Decathan was. Even with the help of Asuras teaching a handful of capable mages how to better utilize their mana, it wouldn't be enough if the enemy's armies were truly as strong as he was beginning to suspect. In that sense, his training with Cordry may have been an inefficient use of time. What he had learned would make him a great combatant on any battlefield, of course, but considering his capabilities, he couldn't help but wonder if it would have been better for him to hone his long-range mana utilization. Of course, conjuring wasn't his specialty, but with his quadra-elemental disposition and the amount of raw mana he possessed compared to other mages, surely it would be better if he were capable of leveling fields instead of learning to destroy enemies around him, one at a time. But as Art thought back to his past as a commanding leader, it wasn't the number of soldiers that had posed the biggest threats. No, the ones who presented the most trouble were either leading them or the few elite fighters capable of penetrating through their forces. He couldn't worry about every single insignificant combatant. He would just have to trust in their army to handle them. Art realized then that Cordry was preparing him to face not armies, but the half-blood Asura mutts that would surely be leading them. "Here, I just received this from a messenger of Lord Indrath. It seems Alder has written of the events happening in Decathan currently. I thought you might be interested." Winsome's voice was even as he handed Art a few pieces of parchment filled to the edges with immaculate writing. It was the first time Art had received any sort of information from Decathan. Though his time in Ephiotis had flown by, even considering the time dilation effect of the soul realm, he had consistently grown more concerned about the well-being of everyone back home. Had the war started yet? What were they doing to prepare themselves for the upcoming battles? These questions and many more had filled Art's head, sometimes even distracting him during training, until he was smacked back to attention by the four pupils or Cordry himself. Putting aside his questions, Art plucked the paper from Winsome's hands and inhaled the words written on the document. Apparently, it had been made known to the higher-ups that Goodsky was a former spy, sent directly by the Vritra clan on behalf of Alakria. A large portion of the written report was on Goodsky's intel on the political structure of Alakria, which surprised Art since she had told him of the powerful binding that kept her from even having the intention to reveal information. Art put aside his suspicions for now and focused back on the report. Because of the physical presence of Asuras in Alakria, much of the hierarchy had become focused on the purity of one's blood. Basically, the closer someone was to Asura lineage, the higher status they would hold on that continent. It seemed rather simple and shallow at first, but was Decathan, or any other world, different? Of course, the purity of lineage wasn't as apparent on their continent, but it was rather easy to see the distinction between those of noble blood and ordinary people. Art was willing to bet that those with a higher purity of Asura blood would have stronger mage abilities. It was easy to predict that within a few generations, there would be a clear division in class based on this fact alone. The letter went on to say that Goodsky possessed very limited knowledge, aside from the general hierarchy of the elite figures that Agrona himself had carefully raised and assembled. One part of the report caught Art's eye. So, the information that Cynthia Goodsky provided us, these so-called 4 scythes, am I to assume that these will be my targets? Art asked, without raising his eyes from the report. Alder had noted further down that, of the potential obstacles, these scythes and the retainers under their respective commands were of the highest priority. Art did as he was told, and sure enough, the next paragraph of the report made him curse underneath his breath. Based on the density, purity of color, and concentration of lingering mana within the horn fragment retrieved from the site where former Lance Alea Triskin was killed, Goodsky has asserted that it belonged to a prime blood of the retainer level of one of the 4 scythes, Art read aloud. He assumed that the prime blood was someone with mixed Asura, more specifically, basilisk blood. His mind drifted back to the night he had found Alea. He still remembered the last words they had exchanged after she gave him the very fragment Goodsky had mentioned. This meant that there was a retainer for each of the 4 scythes. 4 retainers, each capable of easily dispatching a lance, and 4 more who were at a level even above them. Reading on, Art found little else of importance to him. There were mentions of a coalition being formed between the humans and dwarves to manufacture armored ships, as well as reports of towering fortresses being built around harbor cities. Aldir had received reports of sightings of someone who may have been from Alakraya, which he recounted in the letter, but there was little other news. Still, it was obvious that there was a growing tension across the continent. He could only begin to imagine the scale of this upcoming war. This wasn't simply a struggle between 2 rival countries. This would be 2 enormous continents sending millions of soldiers to fight for their land. After letting out a deep breath, he gathered the pieces of parchment, stacking them neatly before handing them back to Winsome. A mixture of emotions brewed inside Art. News from Dickathan had eased his concerns about his family and the progression of the war. The newly acquired knowledge about the strength of their enemies, on the other hand, sent a cold chill down his spine. Nonetheless, he was excited and determined. He finally had a goal, a solid number of enemies to work with. He wasn't fighting random drones or ambiguous opponents about whom he knew nothing. He now had an objective, and he had his targets. Winsome, let's start the next portion of training, he asserted, standing up and straightening his back. Peering anxiously down from the edge of the cliff they stood on, Art surveyed the vast forest below. It resembled one giant bush spilling over the visible horizon, with cluttered trees blocking any view of what lay beneath. Large birds and other fearsome winged species hovered over the dense collection of green, diving in and retrieving their catch every so often. What scared him even more were the occasional roars that echoed in the distance. He could only imagine how large those creatures must be if they were able to shake or even bring down the trees that blocked their paths as they traversed the dense wilderness. "This is where you will be training," Winsome announced, his gaze still fixed on the forest. Of course it is. Art sighed, making sure that the sack slung over his shoulder was tightly fastened. Shall we? With a quick nod, they jumped off the cliff, spreading mana through their bodies while trying to balance against the harsh winds that buffeted them. Just as they were about to plunge into the trees below, Art willed an updraft beneath his feet to decrease the speed of his fall. Winsome and Art landed deftly in the massive realm of woodland, and the atmosphere changed drastically. The ground beneath their feet was soggy, like walking on foam. The damp earth relented beneath their weight, hugging their boots and gently releasing them with each step they took. Art's nose was bombarded with scents from the abundant foliage, mixed with the underlying damp smell of moss, dirt, and decay from fallen lumber. "You have given me everything except for the items in your bag, correct?" Winsome asked, holding his palm out in case Art had missed something. "Everything I own, which isn't much, is in that dimension ring. Anything else you wish to take from me? My clothes? A kidney or lung, perhaps?" Art quipped, looking around at his surroundings. "Amusing," the Asura replied flatly, withdrawing a book from his cloak. "Now, since you were so adamant about having complete mastery over your internal mana control." "I just said it wasn't necessary to waste time training that explicitly," Art countered. "In any event, I will consider your level sufficient when you have retrieved these 3 things for me." Winsome pointed at the open book. "The pelt of a raptor squirrel, the beast core of a silver panther, and the claws of a titan bear," Art read aloud, absorbing the black and white drawings of each of the mana beasts. "And these items will prove somehow that I'm ready to learn more about the will that Sylvia left with me." He handed the book back to Winsome. "In a way. Of course, that is on the condition that you do not use any external mana arts whatsoever." "Ah, and you are to wear this at all times," Winsome added, handing Art a bell roughly the size of his fist. "I really do have to question your training methods." Art sighed again as he held up the silver bell, triggering a series of vibrant rings way too loud for a single bell to make. "When you've collected all the things on the list, let me know by breaking the bell." Winsome turned around, preparing to leave, but stopped. "Oh, and I recommend getting the items in that order." Just like that, he was gone, deserting Art in this forest with nothing but a bell, some blankets, and a leather pouch filled with fresh water. Art had no idea what exactly Winsome was trying to accomplish by having him hunt for these items, but if that was what it took to speed up the training process, then that was reason enough. Let's see. First on the list is the pelt of a raptor squirrel, Art mumbled to himself. It seemed simple enough, though of course, he would have to capture one in relatively good condition. He pondered the 3 items Winsome had requested. If this was some form of a test to measure his internal mana manipulation, that meant that these mana beasts possessed skills which would require him to have a certain level of mastery over them. The first beast bore a vague resemblance to a squirrel, which most likely meant it was near the bottom of the food chain. And if that was the case, then it probably had some defense mechanism, like most prey animals, to protect itself and avoid being eaten. According to the picture, the raptor squirrel looked a lot like any other squirrel, except with more prominent hind limbs, 3 thin tails, and beady eyes. Art observed his surroundings, but had yet to see any wildlife. Concentrating mana into his eyes, he enhanced and increased the range of his vision. Nothing. He made his way toward the other end of the forest, constantly on the lookout for any indication of fauna. Several hours passed, but still no signs. "This damn bell!" Art yelled louder than he had intended. The bell rang at the slightest movement he made, as if constantly mocking him, and deterred any creatures from coming near him. As the sky darkened, so did his mood. All he had to show for the passage of time was his frustration at the lack of progress. Deciding to call it a night, he made camp out of the hollow trunk of a fallen tree. To his irritation, he could hear small animals, hidden by the veil of darkness, come out around his campsite as soon as he lay down. He moved carefully to get back up, but the ringing of the bell reverberated loudly through the otherwise silent night, causing the creatures to scurry away swiftly. "I'll start fresh tomorrow," Art told himself with a sigh, burrowing back into his blanket. A chill breeze flowed through the log he was nestled in, and through his clothes as well, shriveling him up. Sometime later, he realized that a ray of light had somehow made it past the layer of leaves and branches and onto his face, rousing him from his slumber. Art stayed hidden inside the log, though, keeping completely still so as not to agitate the bell. However, after a few hours, it was evident that the bell wasn't the only thing keeping the raptor squirrels well clear of him. The mana beasts at the bottom of the food chain, he realized, had probably developed extremely acute senses to make up for their lack of physical strength. Thus, even when he was nearly asleep and completely frozen, they still sensed a predator and kept their distance. For now, hiding his presence was his best bet to hopefully lure the raptor squirrels out. How to catch them was something he would have to figure out later. After a brief search, he found a decently situated shrub, thick enough to hide inside, close to a clearing. Making himself as comfortable as possible within the brittle branches and prickly leaves, he waited. Withdrawing all the mana that continuously circulated in his body, Art stayed motionless and observed the clearing. Because of his assimilation with Sylvia's will, his body was a lot sturdier than most humans, but he still felt a bit vulnerable, leaving his body unprotected in these unfamiliar grounds. Minutes soon bled into hours as he waited. It wasn't enough to retract his mana. He soon realized it was absolutely necessary to clear his mind and intent when dealing with prey animals. He could feel his breathing soften, almost disappearing as he exhaled in sync with the occasional breeze that flowed by. Finally, the fruits of his labor were revealed when a tiny snout popped out from one of the other bushes, curiously sniffing around for signs of danger. Soon, a few raptor squirrels scuttled about, their triple tails continuously twirling around like antennae, desperately trying to find food before predators caught wind of their presence. Knowing it was impossible to acquire the first item on his list that day, Art used the opportunity to test some things out. He started by emitting just a bit of mana, and the raptor squirrels responded immediately, raising their hind legs to elevate their tails. They had obviously sensed the minute fluctuation of mana and were instantly alert, some even scurrying away. He kept testing their limits and learned 3 things. The first was that leaking even a bit of purified mana didn't necessarily drive them away, but alarmed them to a degree that it would be impossible to catch one. Exerting too much purified mana would undoubtedly cause them to immediately flee. The second interesting thing he learned was that internalizing mana inside his body did not trigger their alarm signal, but too much concentration and focus did force his intent to bleed out, causing them to scatter. The last thing he learned, and perhaps the most useful, was that external mana flow did not startle or even prompt them to take notice. Art learned this as he sat, hidden, meditating. When he was absorbing the surrounding mana, there were no signs of agitation from the raptor squirrels. It was only when he began actively purifying and condensing the mana that they started to notice something was wrong. The testing took the whole day since he had to change locations every time he made them flee, but with these 3 observations, he finally had something to work with. As he wrapped his blanket around him back inside the hollow log he had decided to use as a makeshift tent, he wondered if Sylvie was doing okay with her training. The same worries that always ran through Art's mind surfaced as soon as he had some time to think. How was his family? How was Tessia? How was Elijah? Was he even alive? If so, would he ever get the chance to save him? It seemed like he had been lost in his thoughts through the whole night, but at one point, his eyes snapped open to the soft glow of the morning sun. After packing his scarce belongings, he filled his pouch with a puddle of morning dew that had formed from nearby leaves and made his way to a clearing. Today's goal wouldn't be observing or even catching a raptor squirrel. He wanted to test a little idea that he had based on the previous day's observations. He stood in the center of a small clearing surrounded by plants. Before him sat a small pile of mushrooms he had picked up along the way. He'd seen the raptor squirrels eating them and hoped they would work as bait. With the trap set, he put his theory into action. Because Art's physiology was that of an augmenter, The mana channels responsible for effectively spreading purified mana from his core throughout the rest of his body were much more prominent than his mana veins, which were used to absorb unpurified atmospheric mana into the body. However, for this technique, he had to balance the output of purified mana from his mana core through his mana channels, and the input of atmospheric mana through his mana veins. With a perfect balance, he should be able to utilize mana without anyone, or anything, being able to sense that he was doing so. That is in theory, of course. His mana veins were naturally underdeveloped compared to his mana channels, so he started by matching the output of mana to the amount that he was able to input. The feeling was somewhat similar to when he first learned mana rotation from Sylvia, but much harder. The longer Art practiced, the more evident it became that it wasn't as easy as he imagined it to be. A certain finesse was needed to accurately come to the point of equilibrium between the two opposing actions, despite doing it while standing still. Attempting this while moving would be a whole other mountain to climb. His perception of time had gotten lost somewhere in the middle of his practice. But to his surprise, when he opened his eyes for the umpteenth time, there were finally raptor squirrels eating from the pile of food he had set out. However, his delight was brief, because as soon as his concentration slipped, they were immediately aware of the mana fluctuation he had been trying to camouflage. Yes! He pumped his fist. His pace wasn't as fast as he had hoped, but it was still progress. The downside was that his mana supply ran out very quickly. Even the fact that he was almost at silver core stage didn't help. Too much mana was being wasted with the improper utilization of this impromptu technique. He would be able to practice this for only a few minutes at a time before he had to stop and resupply his mana core. The next morning, Art kept to his routine, practicing in the middle of the same clearing. It wasn't until the fourth day that he felt he had enough control to try moving while maintaining his technique. By the end of the week, he was able to move around slowly, but because of the bell tied to his waist, even when they couldn't sense mana, they fled. But he had already thought of this. If all it took was hiding his presence, he wouldn't have needed to find a way to utilize this technique. He needed to be able to use mana in bursts, pouncing on the raptor squirrels before they could react to the sound of his bell. Drawing a line in the soft dirt and positioning himself in front of a designated tree as his target, he practiced. Art stopped as soon as the bell rang. His goal was to reach the tree by the time the bell chimed. To do this, he needed to utilize enough mana to instantaneously move at a speed fast enough to not shake the bell, all the while balancing the input and output of atmospheric mana and his purified mana to camouflage his presence from the raptor squirrel's tail. Again, Art turned and walked back to the starting point after hearing the bell. Again, he repeated to himself. As Art continued, he realized that he was essentially aiming for something similar to the technique Cordry had once used when he was sparring with him. Controlling mana flow and power while manipulating his presence to either hide or emit it, throwing off his opponent's senses, erasing one's presence by using the barely traceable atmospheric mana to mask the output of their own mana and instantly gaining speed to reach their opponent. Was this the skill that Winsome had been trying to test? Art tried again and again, failing each time, but with each attempt, he was able to get closer to the tree before the bell jingled. It was just one step, but so much concentration and precision went into getting it even partly right. However, this single, instantaneous step, coupled with the form of combat that he had been taught by Cordry, as well as the sword art that he had developed himself, could undoubtedly become a valuable trump card. Art remembered how disoriented and helpless he had been when Cordry had used this skill, erasing his presence as he attacked, while the next instant he would emit his presence only to shift positions and throw him off. Although the Asura wasn't using his mana in the same way as what Art was attempting to do, his innate power could be easily comparable to that of someone in the silver core stage. Almost, Art encouraged himself, positioning himself for another attempt. He wasn't sure how many hours had passed. The dense cluster of trees covered most of the sky. But he sank against a tree in exhaustion. Days passed by in this manner as Art continued practicing until he laughed victoriously, staring at the depressed dirt trail he had made from days of practicing this skill. While the rest of the ground was littered with leaves and broken twigs, the thin trail where he had constantly been dashing back and forth was paved clear. Art tried getting up, but his legs trembled in protest, too worn out to carry his weight. Still, he felt good for the first time since coming to this godforsaken forest. "I'll hunt those stupid raptor squirrels to extinction," he declared triumphantly. What is the boy planning? Winsome wondered to himself, maintaining a fair distance from the lad. Having left him unattended for 2 weeks, Winsome believed it would provide ample time for the boy to capture a raptor squirrel. Navigating through the forest would have been a daunting task without the assistance of the bell Winsome had bestowed upon him. It was evident that the boy had mastered the art of erasing his presence. Despite this, Arthur had yet to successfully catch a single squirrel. The raptor squirrels, known for their swiftness and keen perception, relied on their poor eyesight, using their sharp sense of smell to locate food and their tails to detect mana fluctuations or movements in the surroundings. If their tails sensed a high concentration of mana or even a subtle change in the existing mana levels, catching one would prove challenging even for an Azura. However, beyond that, the raptor squirrels were rather simple-minded. If the boy had erased his presence and then stayed motionless with some bait in his hands, it should have been easy for him to catch one. However, he had chosen to lay out food in front of him instead. Well, at least he had grasped the skill Winsome most wanted him to learn. Winsome's gaze remained fixed on the boy as he waited for something to happen. The lad stood unmoving, displaying patience as he waited for a raptor squirrel to draw near. In the blink of an eye, he suddenly disappeared, then reappeared in front of the raptor squirrel with his hand outstretched. "He!" Winsome's voice trailed off in awe. Just as the boy was about to grab hold of the raptor squirrel, however, the bell Winsome had given him rang, and the raptor squirrel darted away, just out of Arthur's grasp. The boy shouted in obvious frustration, kicking the pile of food he had gathered to lure in the raptor squirrel. There was no way he could have moved at that speed without using mana, but Winsome couldn't sense it. It meant the lad wasn't simply erasing his presence by withdrawing his mana and hiding his intent. Instead, he had been effectively using his mana while covering it with the atmospheric mana surrounding him. Mirage Walk. A crude shadow of the technique, Arthur had undoubtedly succeeded in its first step. Mirage Walk was more than just a movement technique. It was the essence of what made the Thyestes clan superior to all other clans within the Pantheon race, particularly in physical combat. For a mere human boy to grasp the fundamentals of a mana art that had taken even Winsome a year to understand, aided by Cordry's secret teachings, despite his clan's strict secrecy regarding their mana arts, was remarkable. Arthur had reached this level just by observing Cordry. "Finally," Art whispered, too quietly for the Silver Panther to hear. There it was, his ever-elusive target, cautiously sniffing around as it approached the raptor squirrels he had killed and placed carefully to lure it out. His eyes locked onto the large gray cat. He had named it Claude because of the 4 long gashes across its back. Claude and Art had gotten close during the time spent trying to hunt for silver panthers. This particular oversized cat was by far the most cunning of the silver panthers Art had come across, and the most arrogant, which was why he had decided he would be his target. The silver panther stopped just a few yards away from Art and looked around warily, ready to escape at a moment's notice. He patiently waited for the panther to draw near, making sure to keep any traces of his presence hidden. Coalescing the raw mana around him with the purified mana inside his body, Art prepared his attack. Since the panther couldn't see him anyway, he gathered mana in his legs and right arm and lowered himself carefully into an ideal position, making sure not to set off the bell. The muscles in his calves and thighs twitched in anticipation at the thought of finally being able to catch that elusive cat. Just as Claude bent down to continue his lunch, Art propelled himself forward and struck with a speed that would have shocked his old self. He covered the distance, roughly 20 feet, almost instantly, but somehow Claude had already disappeared before the attack could connect. Art's augmented fist sank deep into the soft dirt floor of the forest, the silver panther nowhere in sight. "Damn it! Again?" Art cursed, impatiently prying his buried hand from the ground. Where did I go wrong? How could it react so fast? Art looked back to where he had initially been positioned. The distance was small enough for him to cover instantaneously. He had been well hidden in the bushes, and he had even gone to some lengths to mask any smell from his body that might give him away. It should have been perfect. He kneeled down, inspecting Claude's paw prints and his own footprints. He was missing something, but what? He could see where he had landed relative to where Claude had been positioned, but something about the markings on the ground didn't add up. Settling down against a nearby tree, Art closed his eyes, replaying the scene in his mind to see if he could figure out where he had gone wrong. Winsome wouldn't have told me to acquire a silver panther beast core unless it was meant to teach me something different than what I learned hunting raptor squirrels, he said aloud. In terms of speed, a raptor squirrel is definitely faster than a silver panther, so why can't I kill one? Arriving at no satisfying conclusion, he decided to make his way back to camp. Observing the remains of the raptor squirrels Claude had been feasting on, Art clicked his tongue in annoyance. Not only had he failed to capture Claude, but there were also barely any scraps of squirrel meat left for him to eat. After packing up what was left of the mangled squirrels, he wiped himself clean of the dirt and blood in a nearby stream. With only one set of clothes, he tried to stay clean, but over the weeks of hiking and training in these woods, his wardrobe had become tattered. "Arthur, you are not easy to look at," he said derisively to his reflection in the stream. His hair was disheveled and much longer now, his bangs reaching all the way to his chin. The bags underneath his eyes had turned purplish from lack of sleep. All in all, little remained of his former, hygienic self. Replacing it was some unintelligent-looking brute. More than a month had passed since Art had any actual interaction with anyone other than the animals he had caught. Winsome visited him the night he finally captured a raptor squirrel. Wearing his permanently disinterested expression, Winsome didn't say much, except that Art's technique, or rather the preface of it, which he had taught himself, was called Mirage Walk. Winsome disappeared soon after, leaving Art by his lonesome to eat the lean meat of a raptor squirrel's hind leg. The next morning, Art set out in search of the second prey on his list, a silver panther. However, it had become fairly obvious during the weeks he'd spent in the forest, training to catch raptor squirrels, that there were no signs of larger manna beasts at all. Thus, he decided to venture out further into the woods, despite the dangers that might have followed. It was only after about 3 weeks of trekking deeper into the forest that he began seeing different species of mana beasts, including larger ones. He would have cleared more ground in those 3 weeks had he not been using the journey itself as a form of training. Winsome had told him that what he'd done to catch the raptor squirrel was only an introductory step to the actual essence of Mirage Walk, but he had refused to divulge any more information than that. However, when Art realized that there would be several steps or levels to reach full mastery of the technique, he decided to name this first tier Burst Step. Art had traveled through the forest, using the abundance of trees as a natural obstacle course to practice, hoping to gain some insight that would help him improve the skill. This process of training had made Art realize just how much was needed in terms of concentration, coordination, reflexes, control, and agility to properly utilize the full potential of Mirage Walk. He had succeeded in capturing a raptor squirrel with Burst Step only because he had made the necessary preparations. It had been a flat clearing with no obstructions to get in his way. The distance was short, and once within view, the squirrel had no time even to react. However, using only Mirage Walk to travel through the lush greenery, which was congested with trees and uneven ground, had made him feel as if he was an infant again, except this time with his feet tied together. It was terribly frustrating. He tripped with the slightest misstep, and even the faintest miscalculation in trajectory resulted in a not-so-elegant tumble and a face full of mud. Slowly and painstakingly, he made his way deeper into the woods. It had been over a week since he first arrived at this particular part of the forest. The mana in this area was much denser than where he had been before, which was probably one of the reasons it was so appealing to higher-level mana beasts. And there Art was, still with nothing to show for his efforts other than the number of tears in his shirt and holes in the soles of his boots. When he finished washing himself, he inspected the leftover meat he had brought back. "This isn't enough," he sighed, looking up at the sky. Dusk had spread a thin veil of darkness over the forest, but it was still light enough to hunt. He laid out some mushrooms he had picked along the way and waited, crouching underneath a large root 8 yards away. He had mastered burst step to the point that he could clear almost 10 yards in an instant without triggering the bell. As he waited, keeping his presence hidden, Art watched carefully for any signs of movement. There was a faint sound of rustling, but it came from above him, somewhere up in the trees. He glanced up to see the last glint of sunlight reflecting off the eyes of some sort of large black bird. The forest grew completely dark while the bird and Art waited, hoping for any signs of their next meal. Finally, he spotted the shape of a lone raptor squirrel. But before the squirrel drew close enough for him to strike, the blackbird had already decided to take action. He barely glimpsed the faint shadow of the bird as it dove. It made no noise whatsoever. It wasn't unnaturally fast like the raptor squirrel or silver panther, but at night, it was nearly impossible to see this predatory bird. As the black blur drew closer to its unsuspecting prey, something unexpected happened. The bird, nearly invisible to the naked eye, spread its wings and let out a loud crow. The squirrel immediately jumped, but the bird seemed to have been expecting that. Instead of swooping down to where the squirrel had been, it stretched out its talons to snatch the squirrel as it leaped away. The whole scene looked as if the squirrel had simply leaped into the claws of the bird, wanting to be its next meal. Art lost his meal to the bird, but he gained something much more valuable. Hoping to be able to put his plan into action, he waited again. As he had guessed, when the bird finished its meal, it moved to a different tree and waited patiently. The bird's wingspan was larger than his arm span, so he knew one squirrel wouldn't be enough. About half an hour passed before another raptor squirrel finally emerged. Its 3 antenna-like tails surveyed for danger as it cautiously approached the small pile of mushrooms. On cue, Art saw the swift blur of black out of the corner of his eyes. Not yet. Again, just as the black bird swooped down and stretched out its talons, the raptor squirrel appeared to jump straight into the bird's grasp. Now. Using burst step, Art cleared the distance between them, and before the black bird had a chance to react, he reached for its neck. The bird let out a surprised crow and flapped desperately to escape Art's hand. To his surprise, however, the greedy bird never let go of its meal, even when he snapped its neck. Yes! Art couldn't wipe the smile off his face as he made his way back to his camp with his 2 trophies. He was happy that he might have something tastier to eat than the tough and lean squirrel meat, but he was even more satisfied with the fact that he had figured out how Claude and the rest of his brethren had been escaping from him. It didn't take long for him to get back to his camp, which was just a hollow log he had covered with branches and leaves to protect him from the rain. After eagerly plucking the bird's feathers, keeping its fat-coated skin intact, he grilled it alongside the skinned raptor squirrel over the fire he had made. Chewing on the tender meat of the bird's thigh, he started thinking. He had discovered 2 things when he saw the black bird capturing the raptor squirrel. First, the bird was stealthy and swift, but its speed couldn't compare to that of a raptor squirrel. It was only successful because it knew that when it made itself known, the squirrel would try to flee in a particular direction. The second thing he had deduced was the significance of his involvement in this. As a third-party spectator, he was able to see the bird beforehand, and he had immediately known what its motives were even before it had attacked, something the squirrel had no way of knowing. But this still doesn't tell me how to catch Claude, Art muttered to himself, taking another bite of grilled fowl. Based on his many failed attempts, he now assumed that the silver panthers had some hyperacute intuition that allowed them to react almost instantly when they detected his movement. He also knew that, unlike the bird and the squirrel he was feasting on, Claude was smart. On several occasions, Claude had gotten close enough to him that he knew the silver panther was mocking him, but as soon as he took his stance, Claude fled, even before he could execute burst step. He was smart enough to know he could evade Art, but not fight him face to face. After finishing the last of his meal, Art walked over to the side of his camp, where he had cleared some space to train in. He stood at the edge of the open space and imagined Claude lurking at the other end. How am I supposed to catch a cat that reacts as soon as I try to approach it? Approach. That was it. It was just like the blackbird. The bird had tricked the squirrel by intentionally exposing itself, feinting to get the squirrel into the air where it couldn't change direction. Even when Cordry, an Asura, had used burst step, it was essentially still a single step. He still used the necessary muscles to propel himself toward Art. Even though the essence of Mirage Walk was to conceal fluctuation of mana to throw off the opponent completely, Art still had to move the muscles that were responsible for making that one incredibly fast step. But what if I could get rid of that? What if I could almost entirely eliminate the motion needed for me to make that step? It would appear as if Art had truly teleported. If Art could do that, he could, in theory, feint Claude. But how could Art come up with a way to make burst step into something that would bypass the need to control the muscles mechanically? If Art were any other mage or mana manipulator in this world, he imagined he would have considered it impossible. But he had one crucial advantage: knowledge from his past life. Due to his mediocre Kai Center, he had studied the human body in depth, namely the working mechanics of what was required to put the human body into motion. It was through this knowledge that he had been able to fully utilize what little ki he possessed and become a king. Shutting his eyes, Art used the entirety of his concentration as he spread mana throughout every crevice of his body, no matter how small. When Art opened his eyes, the sun was already high up in the sky. Sweat and grime covered his body. He slowly stretched, stiff from standing still for hours. But he was happy, ecstatic even. Not only had he made a breakthrough that would bring him to the very peak of the light yellow stage, but he had also found the solution to his problem. "I got it," Art grinned. The quadriceps muscles, located at the front of the thighs, were responsible for pushing the thigh and leg forward. The hamstrings were the quadriceps opposing muscles, responsible for bending the leg and moving it back. The buttock muscles worked to complete the backward movement of the step. The abdominal muscles contracted with each forward step the body took. The calf muscles were crucial, despite their smaller size, in propelling the body forward as the foot pushed off the ground. Those were just the primary muscles. The secondary muscles, which also needed to be taken into account, were the stabilizing muscles located around the pelvis. This series of muscles formed a crown around the pelvis, which included the internal and external abductors, the lower abdominal muscles, and the spinal muscles located in the back. The tibialis anterior, the thin strips of muscle that flex the ankle, moving the foot toward the knee, also kept the foot from flattening, creating a greater chance of scraping the ground or an object. In summary, the body's intricate muscular system worked in pairs, each responsible for half of a complete movement. The biceps flexed when the arm curled toward the shoulder, while the triceps triggered when the arm straightened out. The body's mechanisms were even more complex when the body was put into motion, such as walking, running, or jumping. This knowledge hadn't been all that useful until now, because of Art's rather exceptional physique in Manhwa. However, he now needed to further evolve the first sequence he had learned in Mirage Walk. He would need to utilize all this knowledge and go a step beyond that to put it into practice. When Art noticed that the sun had already set, he went back to his camp and took out a few strips of squirrel meat, which he had smoked so he could focus on training without stopping to hunt. "I really wish I could use the ether orb for this," he muttered, looking down at the half-charred, tasteless meat in his hand. In the past week, Art had made significant progress, taking a hiatus from his hunt for Claude and devoting all his time and energy to training. He divided his days between practicing burst step and refining his mana core, reserving the remaining 2 or 3 hours for sleep. The more he practiced, the stronger his desire grew to master this movement technique. With the tweak he had made using his knowledge of human anatomy, Mirage Walk would become even more refined. It would not only be instant and versatile, but also as deadly as it was elegant. When he first succeeded in executing burst step, it had looked almost like a large leap, incredibly fast. This was because, although mana couldn't be sensed under the effects of Mirage Walk, there was still a stance and a series of motions necessary for his body to take that step. Even Cordry, an Asura who used burst step in his human form, couldn't ignore the mechanisms of his body, despite his superior physique. What Art was working toward involved a conscious and deliberate manipulation of mana into specific muscles in a specific progression, with precise timing, to artificially trigger a sequence in his body that mimicked the use of muscles without actually needing to move his body at all. If he could get the timing and mana output controlled perfectly, he would be capable of something even Cordry couldn't do. He could execute Mirage Walk in, but not limited to, a standing position. Even thinking about it was confusing, but he was confident he had it figured out. He finished his dinner, then headed back to the clearing he had crudely designed in the last week. Art stood about 5 yards away from the bed of leaves he had made to soften his fall and concentrated. Willing mana to manipulate his muscles was a lot like using his thoughts to make a dummy move. Most of their movements are automatic. They don't have to think of what muscles they need to use to breathe. However, he would be using a mediating force, mana, in order to generate an action from his body, and it was like learning to move all over again. Damn! He lifted his arms to catch himself as he toppled forward onto the bed of leaves he had fashioned. He spat out a mouthful of leaves and wiped his tongue with his sleeve. Getting back up, he returned to his initial position and concentrated again. Art had succeeded, to an extent, in propelling himself by using a minimal amount of movement. But coming to a proper stop was another huge obstacle, and he was having trouble overcoming it. After he had properly hidden his presence, Art imagined his body's muscular system. Thinking of all the muscles necessary to use burst step, he tried once again, and again he collapsed into the leaves. Letting out a frustrated sigh, he continued practicing. As the sun sank and a crescent moon shifted into view, he lay there in the bed of leaves, staring vacantly at the night sky. Raising his hand, Art pinched at where the moon appeared to be. The moon looked so small from here. How small did he appear to the moon? Focusing on his upraised left arm, Art stared at Sylvia's feather, which was wrapped around it as usual. Originally given to him to shroud Sylvie's egg, the feather now concealed the wing-shaped mark on his forearm, the mark of his bond with Sylvie. This feather and his bond were all Art had left of the Asura who had saved him, taken care of him, and protected him as a child. Would training like this really allow him to hear from her again, eventually? Reminiscing on his time with her had made him long for everyone else. Despite how they had parted, he missed his family. "Enough, Arthur," he muttered, slapping his cheeks and sitting up in the pile of leaves. There were only so many hours in a day, and he couldn't afford to waste any more time out here in this godforsaken forest. Taking a deep breath, Art resumed cultivating his mana core. Progress was slow once he reached the light yellow stage. It felt like chipping away at a mountain with only a spoon in his hand, but there was definitely progress. Lost in the cumbersome process of absorbing, purifying, and refining, the familiar chirps of morning birds snapped him out of his meditation. Filthy from the impurities expelled from his mana core and hungry as well, Art looked at the amount of smoked meat left, realizing he would have to hunt today. After gnawing through the remainder of his smoked squirrel, he filled his water pouch and departed. Keeping his mind placid and his presence hidden with Mirage Walk, Art slowly trekked further into the dense forest. It had been hard for him to find wildlife near camp, so every time he hunted, he'd needed to go a bit deeper. However, despite how often he had come here, it was different this time. The forest had gotten much quieter. Birds chirped in the distance, but there were no signs of raptor squirrels or other mana beasts in the vicinity. Art muttered, surveying the area. Releasing Mirage Walk, he concentrated mana into his ears. He wasn't able to hear anything at first, but after a few minutes, he caught a faint noise. It sounded like a growl. Art couldn't tell how far away it was, but the sound was familiar. There was a silver panther nearby. Getting a little closer, ensuring his presence remained hidden, Art enhanced his hearing once again and was able to make out more noise. He could hear the faint gurgling sound of running water a bit further northeast and the distinct sounds of two different silver panthers. That's odd, he thought. His understanding of the silver panthers was that they were fairly territorial and hunted by themselves. At first, Art had thought that perhaps the silver panthers were fighting over territory, but they were too quiet to be fighting. Either way, having two silver panthers in the area would certainly explain the lack of prey. Implementing Mirage Walk again, he hastily made his way toward the source of the sounds, grinning at his luck. He stealthily tracked the silver panthers by sound, approaching until he spotted their distinctive coats near a small clearing of trees alongside a cliff. His speculation had been nearly correct. The two were circling around, getting ready to engage. Inching his way closer to the two predators, Art stayed behind the shrubs lining the edge of the cliff to remain out of sight. A quick peek down was all he needed to know that if those silver panthers fell off during combat, it'd be almost impossible for him to retrieve their bodies. Hiding behind a nearby tree, Art observed the scene unfold. The animals were clearly hostile toward one another, but he was surprised to see that one of the silver panthers was clawed. The distinct scars on his back made him easily identifiable. His opponent, on the other hand, was unfamiliar to him. It was clearly larger, but judging by the fresh wounds on its face and side, it seemed like Clawed had the upper hand. The two mana beasts slowly circled each other, letting out low growls and baring their sharp teeth. The larger cat was the first to make a move. It gave a fierce snarl and pounced with its claws held high. Claude reacted instantly, dodging the swipe and countering with his teeth. Art was captivated by their fight. Silver panthers had sharp claws that could easily create gashes in boulders, as well as thick fur that protected them like armor, but their strength actually lay in their innately accelerated reflexes and intuition. It was eye-opening to see these two becoming a blur of claws and fangs, as each desperately tried to land a killing blow in their relentless flurry of continuous dodging and countering. Neither of them incurred any deep wounds, but for every gash the larger panther made, Claude gave it 3 in return. As the battle between the two silver panthers continued, Art's heart began pounding restlessly. Anxious and afraid, he had been so caught up in their duel that he hadn't realized how deadly quiet the forest had become, almost silent. There were no sounds, no birds chirping, or mana beasts moving. Even the wind seemed to have stilled, ceasing its constant rustling of the leaves as if it was afraid of something. Claude seemed to have noticed the disturbance as well. His fur stood on end, his tail sticking straight up as he sniffed the air. The larger cat, seemingly unaware of the disturbance, took advantage of the opening and pounced at Claude. Dodging his opponent, Claude turned and ran away. Art didn't understand. There was something going on, but he couldn't sense any other presence from where he was. Why had Claude run away like that when he was winning? Putting aside his wariness, Art focused on the silver panther that still remained. It was injured, and its escape routes were limited because of the cliff. When the larger cat spotted Art, it began growling, lowering itself into a posture to flee. Instinctively, it knew that wounded as it was, it had no chance against him. The air around them grew heavier, making it harder to breathe, but Art maintained his stance. Now, the moment he lifted his foot up, the silver panther leaped to the side. "Got you," he thought. Art executed burst step from his standing position, using the fake step as a feint to get the wounded mana beast to move. His surroundings blurred, his eyes focusing only on the movement of the injured creature. He had succeeded in cutting it off, but the distance he had cleared was insufficient by just over a yard. Losing his balance, Art tumbled and desperately grabbed onto the panther's neck. His body jerked violently as the beast attempted to bolt with him, clinging to it with all his strength. "You're mine!" Art hissed between his teeth as he used mana to strengthen his hold around the beast's neck. His only hope was to choke it. The silver panther let out a wheezing snarl as it whipped its body to the side, trying to throw him off. But Art endured. Sharp claws tore at his clothes, ripping fresh wounds on his sides and legs before the panther finally began to buckle feebly from lack of air. Just when Art thought the panther was about to relent, it suddenly jerked. As if possessed, it used the last of its strength to throw itself backward. By the time he realized what had happened, they were already plummeting down the steep gorge. Hurtling through the air, Art was reminded of a very similar scene from when he was just a child and had been thrown off the edge of a mountain as he tried to save his mother. 1,000 scenarios ran through his head as he struggled to decide on the best option to take. The silver panther was motionless as they fell, having passed out cold from his choke, but not before dragging him down to hell with it, the bastard. Uttering a string of curses, Art carefully balanced himself on top of the unconscious mana beast and exerted mana into his legs. The scene around him was a blur from the speed at which they were dropping, and he had a flashback to Widow's Crypt. Was falling down deep chasms going to be some sort of recurring theme in his life? Art knew he could suspend his own headlong plunge easily enough, but he wasn't sure what to do about the silver panther. A fall of this distance might damage the creature's beast core, rendering it useless and putting him back at square one. Without time to think, he fell back on his previous experience and gathered a surge of wind into his palms while gripping the unconscious panther with his mana-reinforced legs. "Winsome would understand," Art said aloud as he released the spell. Typhon's howl, and a blast of wind surged toward the ground with a deafening screech that echoed throughout the steep ravine. His entire body lurched from the whiplash, and the panther was ripped free from Art's grasp, continuing its downward plunge. The pain in his arms, which took the brunt of the strain from the recoil, was tremendous, but he continued exerting mana into the spell until he came to a slow hover. Once sure he was safe, he released Typhon's howl and dropped the remaining few yards onto the ground in the center of the blast zone. A thick cloud of dust had risen from his spell, colliding with the dirt floor, and his vision was obscured. He had to mask his mouth and nose from the debris in the air as he began making his way out of the dust cloud, but he was brought to a sudden halt by the resounding noise of an earth-shattering roar. The thunderous howl subsided, but the ground shook with heavy footsteps, which were approaching him. The force of each resonating stomp was enough to throw Art off balance, so he dashed toward the wall of the gorge, praying to whatever divine being that ruled this realm that he was wrong, and these devastating sounds were just an earthquake. As Art made his way toward the wall of the ravine, desperately looking for a place to hide, another deep thud shook the ground. A stray gust of wind blew through the valley, dispersing the cloud of dust and revealing a shadowed figure, now fully in view. It was too late to hide. The suffocating pressure he'd felt at the top of the cliff was magnified tenfold by the creature's proximity. The weight of it left him speechless. With another devastating roar, it took one more step toward him. 2 meals falling in front of my home and just before my deep slumber? How lucky for me. Art had never imagined coming face to face with a titan bear, but he sure as hell would never have expected it to be only half his size, perhaps 3 feet tall, or to have the ability to talk. Titan bear, my ass. There was nothing titan about it. Maybe it was just a cub, in which case, this was a good opportunity. Art stood his ground, uncertain about how to proceed. He would have preferred to avoid a direct confrontation with the titan bear until he knew more about it. The pressure the beast emitted was no joke, regardless of its appearance. If this titan bear was only a cub, he wouldn't want to have anything to do with a full-grown one. Or maybe it was an adult with the ability to alter its size like Sylvie? The titan bear regarded the dead panther in front of him before turning its gaze back to Art. This meal isn't going anywhere. I should start with you. The beast growled, licking its lips. There was no way for him to get out of this without fighting. Lowering his stance, Art prepared to defend himself. He had expected the titan bear to come charging at him, but it stood in place. Abruptly, the mana beast thrust its paw in Art's direction, somehow propelling him backward. The bell tied to his waist rang mockingly as he tumbled on the hard ground. He gasped for breath, relieved that it was only vomit he had just choked out and not blood. What the hell was that? It felt like he had been shot in the stomach by a cannon. Getting back on his feet, Art concentrated on the titan bear, which was about 10 yards away. Ooh, a tough meal, the bear snorted. The sight of a bear no higher than Art's elbow, standing on 2 legs and speaking coherently, was an odd sight, but he had no time to be amused. The bear's attack had definitely been some kind of long-range spell, but Art didn't understand why he had felt no mana. The bear slowly lifted his paw, as if mocking Art. As soon as the bear swung, Art activated Mirage Walk and used Burst Step. There was a sudden sharp pain in Art's left leg. Looking down, he could see fresh blood flowing from a gash on the back of his calf. He had expected the attack to be like the last one, but this invisible spell had taken the form of something sharp. Art hadn't been able to sense the mana signature of this attack either. The titan bear was no longer smiling. He hadn't expected Art to dodge another of his attacks. "Stop running!" the bear growled, swinging his paw once more. Immediately dropping to the ground, Art narrowly avoided the slash attack. Wisps of freshly sliced hair sprinkled down over his nose. It had been a risky gamble, but after that last spell, Art had figured it out. When the titan bear slashed with his paw, the attack that was released was also a sharp slash. When he punched, as he had for the first move, it was a blunt force attack. The titan bear punched toward Art, sending another invisible cannonball his way. Even after Art concentrated mana into his eyes, he wasn't able to see the attack. He had no choice but to blindly throw himself out of the way. The mana beast's spell hit Art's side, and he felt his ribs crack. Not giving him time to prepare again, the bear swung his other paw, releasing another spell immediately after the first one. The movement Art had made to dodge the previous attack had been too wide for him to be able to avoid this one as well. Gritting his teeth, Art summoned more mana to protect his body, waiting for the impact. The force of the titan bear's spell knocked Art off the ground. Blood spurted from his chest as 4 horizontal gashes formed just below his collarbone. "Damn!" he choked out, suppressing the searing pain. He wouldn't be able to handle any more direct hits. He needed to get close to the bear, but to do that, he needed to be able to dodge its attacks. The titan bear snarled confidently, clearly aware of Art's vulnerable state. Art wasn't sure how the bear was able to manifest those nearly imperceptible spells, but there was one way of finding out. Standing back up shakily, Art waited. To the titan bear, it must have looked like he had given up. Its toothy animalistic grin got even wider as it licked its lips again in anticipation. Just as the titan bear lifted its paw up, Art firmly kicked the ground in front of him, creating a cloud of dust and blocking himself from its view. 4 claws immediately sliced through the dust cloud Art had kicked up between the beast and him, allowing him, just barely, to see how wide the attack was. Then he used Burst Step to avoid it. Damn it, he spat, gritting his teeth against the sharp pangs of protest in his legs. Rolling across the ground and springing back onto his feet, Art prepared himself again. He knew the hitbox of one of the bear's attacks now, and he could make do with that. However, he still needed to be able to completely dodge the attack with the least amount of movement possible if he wanted to dodge all its attacks and close the distance between them. Art grinned mirthlessly as he remembered Cordry's training. Either this was an incredible coincidence, or Winsome was indeed a calculating devil. As the impatient Titan bear released another attack, this time with a thrust of its paw, Art kicked up another cloud of dust. He had to react immediately as the spell tore a hole through the cloud of dust, and he forced another burst step. The more you run, the more painful this will be for you, and the less of you there'll be left for me to eat. The mana beast's predatory chuckle was followed by a pulse of suffocating pressure. Okay, I won't run anymore. Art stood still, with his hands up. The expression on the bear's face, a triumphant sneer, was almost human, and it casually released another slicing attack with the swipe of its paw. Art choked down a gasp of pain as he executed the modified burst step maneuver he had been working on. His body shifted about a yard to the right, and the blow that should have caved his chest in just barely grazed his left shoulder. The deep gash on his left leg began bleeding harder from the sudden pressure he had exerted to use burst step. A small crater had formed beneath his feet from the sheer force of the movement. Despite the success of his new movement skill, the pain deep in his muscles was growing increasingly unbearable, and he was filled with doubt. Had he finally met a foe that was beyond him? Drawing on sheer will and his own stubbornness, Art concentrated more mana to his lower body. He hadn't fought through 2 lives to die in a ditch at the claws of a wild animal. The Titan bear roared his frustration, then charged toward him, each crushing step resounding within the ravine until it sounded like an entire cavalry squadron charged toward him. Burst. His vision blurred as he propelled himself to the right. The ground cracked once more with the force of his landing about 2 yards away. The first step left him gritting his teeth in pain. Using burst step again had sent an explosion of agony through his lower body, and his legs nearly gave out from the stress. As the bell rang, giving away Art's position, he locked his mouth into a determined snarl, swallowing back the screams of pain that were building up in his throat. He executed burst step once more to reach his opponent. The Titan bear's head spun at the sound of the bell, but by that time, Art had already closed the gap. The Titan bear flinched as he appeared next to it, its dark eyes wide with surprise. Art had already concentrated mana into his fist to such an extent that it was glowing slightly. His augmented fist buried itself into the tiny bear's stomach, creating a loud thud on impact. The mana beast's body shot toward the wall of the ravine, crashing into the side of the rocky cliff Art had fallen off of. Numb with pain, his legs finally collapsed, and the cold ground was soon pressing against his cheek. His tasks at last completed, with the last of his remaining strength, he tore the bell from his waist and crushed it in his hand before his vision darkened, and he faded into unconsciousness. Upon Winsome's arrival at the gorge, he inspected the scene. A silver panther lay sprawled out dead, and the ground beneath it was soaked in blood. Craters marred the ground, and the walls surrounding nearby boulders, bearing deep gashes. Questions lingered in Winsome's mind. What exactly had transpired here? His eyes focused on the boy lying on the ground, and a crater pressed into the side of the cliff. Had Arthur descended all the way down here? Arthur appeared to be in a pitiful state. As Winsome tore off the last of his tattered clothes, he sensed at least 3 broken ribs, and the gashes in his chest were too severe to be dismissed as mere flesh wounds. However, the most troubling injuries adorned his legs, displaying sickly purple and red hues, indicative of internal bleeding. Winsome couldn't fully assess the severity of the wounds, but he knew they required immediate attention. The weight of concern settled on Winsome. Was it an error on his part to leave Arthur alone like this? Lord Indrath had instructed him to allow the boy room to grow on his own, but witnessing Arthur's current state made him realize the potential consequences. He could have lost the lad. After treating the boy to the best of his ability, Winsome shifted his focus to the creature at the center of the crater in the rocky wall of the ravine. It resembled a Titan bear cub, although that seemed implausible. A cub of such size wouldn't possess the strength to defend itself, let alone inflict the injuries observed on the boy. A fully grown Titan bear, standing at least 10 feet tall with a thick coat providing superior defense, wouldn't have caused such devastation. Unless... Moving closer to examine the Titan bear cub, Winsome witnessed its body writhing unnaturally. Suddenly, its stomach bulged, and a black tentacle erupted from within the dead mana beast, wriggling frantically before slumping over, motionless. "Of course," Winsome murmured, a contented smile forming on his face despite the situation. The revelation clarified everything, but the fact that Arthur managed to defeat one astonished Winsome. He sighed. It was a demon leech, a truly rare specimen, both intelligent and foul, native only to Epheotis. While weak on its own, when it latched onto a mana beast, it could possess the host's body and enhance its core to an extraordinary degree. Considering the considerable size the demon leech had attained within the cub, it was evident that this creature surpassed the strength of a mere Titan bear. The boy had been fortunate. The cub's body remained fragile. If the leech had taken residence in a full-grown Titan bear, there was no need to ponder alternative scenarios. Winsome was certain Arthur hadn't been aware of this, but he had made the correct choice in targeting the cub's stomach, where the demon leech resided. If the leech had possessed the strength to infiltrate Arthur's body while he was unconscious, even Lord Indrath wouldn't have been able to rescue the boy without causing significant harm. Winsome extracted the demon leech from the corpse and crushed the parasite in his hand. "Here you are," he muttered, opening his hand to reveal a shiny white orb refined by the demon leech within the Titan bear. Returning to the boy, Winsome placed the white orb inside Arthur's mouth. "Your trials have yielded tremendous results, Arthur." Even before Art opened his eyes, he was aware of the soft creaking of footsteps on old wood. Echoes of groaning floorboards resounded in his ears, giving him a vague idea of the size of the room he was in. An array of intoxicating smells, rich with unfamiliar herbs and spices, bombarded his senses, distracting him from anything else. When he finally opened his eyes, the first thing he saw was the underside of a cottage roof. Aside from the parched coarseness of his tongue, he felt fine, or at least, so he thought, until he tried moving. To his horror, there was no response when he tried to lift his legs. There was no sensation or feedback when he tried moving anything from the waist down. Art immediately lifted the blankets covering his lower body and saw that his legs had been completely bandaged and fastened tightly to a wooden splint. "Your legs are fine, young one. I just had to numb them so you wouldn't be up all night from the pain," said a gentle if slightly brittle voice, stirring Art's attention. Turning to the source of the kind voice, he was met with a tender smile from a woman well past her youth, seasoned with the signs of refined aging. Wrinkles marked her face, but they did not detract from her dignified and graceful demeanor. Dressed in a simple gray robe to match her hair, which was pulled tightly into a braid that fell down her back, his caretaker approached him with sparkling eyes. Art gave a sigh of relief at her words and sank back down in the bed. "How do you feel, young one?" she cooed, placing a warm hand on his forehead. Blinking to focus his thoughts, Art recalled the last moment before passing out when he landed a solid blow on the Titan bear. Turning his head, he scanned his surroundings. The spacious room was well lit and heated by a crackling fire in a stone fireplace. Next to it, A small kitchen was filled with pots and pans of various sizes, either hanging on the wall or stacked high. Apart from the worn, upholstered couches placed around the fireplace and a small dining table near the kitchen, there was little else inside the cottage. "Confused, are you?" the aged woman chuckled. "Yeah," Art replied hoarsely, which caused him to break into a fit of coughs. The woman promptly crossed to the kitchen table and came back with a mug of lukewarm water. After a few deep gulps of what tasted like liquid heaven, he felt confident enough to form coherent words. "Thank you, Meyer. You can call me Meyer, child," the lady finished for him, taking the empty mug from his hands. As he lay there, a searing pain began creeping up his legs, as if they were soaking in liquid fire. Mistaking his pained expression for fright, Meyer let out a soft chuckle. "Don't worry, I won't eat you. Although, I did technically kinda steal you away from Winsome. Lucky I did, though. If I had gotten my hands on you any later, I'm afraid your legs would have needed much longer to heal." He finally managed to speak through gritted teeth. It's not that. My legs. Has the medicinal rub lost its effect already?" After placing the mug down on the nightstand beside Art, Meyer reached for the sheet, which was the only thing keeping him from being completely naked. Art immediately reached down to cover himself, which prompted another soft chuckle from his caretaker. Carefully folding the sheets so that only his legs were exposed, she began unwrapping the bandages, and Art was finally able to see the full extent of the injuries to his legs, and he was puzzled at the sight. Both legs were covered in a network of scars, mostly around his knees and ankles. Strangely, these scars looked old, as if he'd had them for years. A cold sweat began forming on Art's forehead as the pain in his legs got worse. After removing all the bandages, Meyer carefully inspected every inch of his legs. Nodding in satisfaction, she brought over a bucket filled with a very pungent herbal liquid. Art wordlessly observed his caretaker as she diligently cut and soaked strips of cloth and bandaged his legs with nimble fingers. Her rhythmic and dexterous movements soon put him into a trance. "Elder Meyer, please, Arthur, I would much prefer if you just called me Meyer." She cut him off, her attention still focused on his legs. Meyer, how long have I been unconscious?" Arthur asked. Looking at his seemingly well-healed legs, he was afraid he'd been out for a long time. "Just over 2 nights, my dear." She finished replacing the last bandage on his left calf, then turned to him, her misty green eyes studying him. "Now, how does that feel?" "Much more comfortable, thank you," Arthur assured her gratefully. The pain was already subsiding, an effect of the cold, gel-like liquid the new bandages were soaked with. Accepting his gratitude with a placid smile, she gathered the used cloth and dumped it in a water-filled basin. After pouring some salt-like powder into it, she lifted her dress and stepped inside, using her feet to launder the soiled cloths. "Meyer, you must be exhausted. Let me wash that for you," Art said hurriedly. He willed mana into his hand, preparing to manipulate the water in the basin. No, it's fine, my dear. This gives these old bones a chance to get some exercise." She waved his help away with one hand, the other still holding up the hem of her dress. Art watched blankly as she stomped on the drenched cloth, then finally asked, "Meyer, are we still in Ephiodus?" "Why, of course we are, child. Where else would you have been able to mend the sorry state of your legs?" Meyer answered, maintaining her rhythmic stepping in the basin. "My apologies, it's just that..." Art's eyes fell to her feet. "Oh, well, I suppose it would be easier to do everything with mana arts, but what fun is that? Even for Asuras, there are things that magic can't simulate. For example, the coldness of the water between my toes as the wet cloths wrap around my feet. What fun is it to move your finger and make the water move, to do that for you?" She gave Art a wink. Her words baffled him, but he couldn't hope to understand the perspective of an ancient race, especially one for whom magic was ingrained into their very being. "I'm sorry, it's just that waking up in this state was rather confusing to me." Not to be rude, and I'm very thankful for your meticulous care, but I just thought that maybe healing mana art would have quickened my recovery. If I had cast a simple healing spell on you, you'd be barely limping, and your bones would have taken on an entirely different shape. The elder chuckled, willing a towel into her hands with a snap, then drying her legs. Art sat back up, covering himself a little better with the blanket. Thank you for treating me, Meyer, and for your hospitality. I know there isn't much room here. Don't mention it. Besides, this old cottage isn't where I live. I merely use this place to get some peace and, from time to time, treat a patient. She smiled, handing him a bowl of warm soup. I don't treat just anyone, you know, but I wanted to meet the human boy who is supposedly the savior of the world, she declared grandly, before shooting him another wink. Art gave a weak chuckle, then took a careful sip from the bowl. A savory broth, laced with subtle hints of herbs, immediately enveloped his tongue, and he greedily took another large gulp before setting it down on the nightstand. Don't even try to get up tonight, Meyer warned. The wounds on your legs weren't as simple as the little gashes on your chest. It took hours to get your legs knit back together into something resembling functional appendages, so just get some rest. That is your biggest priority. There is water on the counter within arm's reach, and if you have to relieve yourself, there is a chamber pot right beside the bed. Good night, my dear. Meyer left Art to his thoughts with the flames, the only source of light, writhing in the fireplace. It seemed as if he had just closed his eyes for a second, but then he was jerked awake by another wave of sharp, stabbing pain. It wasn't as intense as it had been when Meyer had changed the bandages for him, but it was distressing enough to keep him from falling back to sleep. The cottage was almost completely dark, aside from the few rays of moonlight that made it through the thatched roof. The fire had long gone out, leaving only a faint, smoky aroma. Uncertain of how well the wounds had healed, Art grew restless at the thought of lying around idle for 2 days. Abandoning the idea of going back to sleep, he sat upright and began doing the only productive thing he could do in this state: meditating. As he concentrated on the mana core swirling deep in his sternum, a blast of unfamiliar energy welcomed him. Suddenly, the mountain he had been chipping away at to reach the silver core stage was a flat plain, rolled out like a map for him to cross. Absorbing mana from his surroundings, he tentatively began refining. The alien energy hungrily sucked in the mana he absorbed and coalesced it with his mana core. The light yellow hue of his core glowed as mana surged throughout his body, filling his veins, muscles, bones, and skin with a fiery energy. He could feel himself shivering uncontrollably, and his core began glowing brighter until it was no longer yellow, but instead a bright silver. The untamed energy that had been raging inside Art's body continued to chip away at the layers of his core, making his silver core grow brighter and brighter with each influx of energy. He held his breath, afraid that even the slightest movement would halt the rapid progression of his mana core. Eventually, when the mysterious energy source had refined his mana core to the peak of the mid-silver stage, it subsided. Just when he thought the transformation was complete, a sharp metallic ringing filled his ears. As if an invisible wall had been restraining his mind but had just collapsed, his body forcibly shifted into the second phase of Sylvia's dragon will. Prying his eyes open, he could see golden runes emerging on his arms and shoulders. To his surprise, the glowing runes began changing, their designs growing more complex as they shaped themselves into some kind of ancient language. A lock of his disheveled hair fell across his face, and he watched as it changed colors from his natural auburn to white, then back to auburn again. The furniture inside the one-room cottage trembled as straw and splinters fell from the roof, filling the room with more moonlight. However, despite the pots and pans clanging against one another, the most prominent sound that filled Art's ears was still the high-pitched ringing. The sound slowly subsided, and the newly formed runes on his body glowed brighter as the color began to drain from the world. Soon, the only colors he was able to see were in the minuscule particles floating around him. But something had changed. The other times he had used Dragon's Awakening, he had only been able to see 4 colors, one for each of the 4 elements. Now, however, specks of purple were dotted abundantly within the array of blue, yellow, red, and green. After using this form to kill Lucas, he had gotten better, or so he thought, at controlling the harsh impulses that came with using the second phase of Sylvia's will. However, the will seemed to reject his body more than ever until he could no longer bear the agony of his body ripping itself apart. He released Dragon's Awakening. As if a bucket of water had been thrown to douse a raging fire, all the energy, power, and pain that had been growing larger and larger inside him abruptly vanished. An eerie silence surrounded him, and he was left feeling confused, powerless, and frail, despite the progress his mana core had made. So it's true. Art turned his head to see Meyer leaning against the entryway. You truly have inherited Realm Heart. The Asura's voice was both solemn and sentimental as it trailed off. Excuse me? Realm Heart. Art echoed as she approached him with slow steps. The physical manifestations displayed when you tap into Sylvia's powers, my dear. The iris glowing purple, those unmistakable glowing runes imprinted on your body. Even within the clan, it is rare. Realm Heart, or the Realm Heart Physique, is an ability that only the Indrath bloodline can possess. Tell me, child, were you able to see them? Meyer asked. Her eyes were glued to the faint markings now fading from Art's arms, and she reached out and tenderly ran her fingers along the runes. I'm sorry, but I don't understand. See what? Art replied, snapping Meyer out of her daze. Were you able to see all 5 of the colors that make up the physical realm? Meyer asked, her expression unreadable as she awaited Art's answer. Art thought back to the array of colors that had floated around him in his second phase. I think so. The Realm Heart Physique was so named by the ancestors of the Indrath clan because, in this state, the user's attunement with the physical realm is said to be unparalleled. While the ability does not offer much strength in and of itself, the power to activate Realm Heart allows the user to gain knowledge and insight which those without it can never hope to have, Meyer explained, which is to say that knowledge truly is power. Reflecting back to when Art had first used Realm Heart against the Elderwood Guardian, he had assumed that the form was just a power boost, allowing him to gain access to more mana. However, from what Meyer had just explained, it seemed using Realm Heart actually allowed him to utilize mana much more efficiently. There is one thing I don't quite understand. When I used the second phase, Realm Heart, last time, I was only able to see 4 colors. Why am I now able to see the purple particles? Art inquired. Meyer pondered for a moment. Are you not allowed to tell me about this either? It seems none of the Asuras want a lesser being learning their techniques and secrets. Art sighed, disappointed. The Asura chuckled, then gave Art an inquisitive look. I won't say that I'm much different from them, but I've lived long enough and experienced far too much to care about such frivolousness. If you'll be content with an old lady like me, I'll be happy to teach you a thing or two. Art hadn't expected her to go so far as offering to teach him, but he was taking no chances. He immediately bobbed his head in consent before she could change her mind. Good. Now, practical lessons won't be possible in your current state, but I think a more theoretical approach might be good in any case, Meyer said, tapping her chin with a finger. She began explaining the fundamentals of mana itself and how it affected the world, or what she referred to as the physical realm. Much of what Art heard were things he had already known. However, the way she phrased things, explaining everything in such an easily digestible manner, made it obvious that she was much more knowledgeable than any of the professors at Xyrus Academy. She went on, clarifying that it wasn't natural for lesser beings, or even Asuras, to manipulate raw mana. Mages with an affinity to a certain element had a much easier time absorbing the atmospheric mana that coincided with that element. However, in the end, it still had to be absorbed and refined in order to be utilized. To someone with the Realm Heart Physique, a fire affinity mage would appear to be absorbing only the red mana particles, but upon completion of the refining process, the mana would appear white when first used. This was why body-strengthening spells, which did not require absorption of a specific type of mana, could be used regardless of a mage's affinity. So if, in the end, mana turns white when it is absorbed and refined, Why isn't it possible for them to utilize different elements? Art inquired. Good question. Meyer seemed pleased by Art's interruption rather than annoyed. It is impossible to control the specific type of element that a mage absorbs, so it is inevitable that the mage will naturally take in the mana particles that his body is most inclined toward. Let's say that a mage's affinity is for water. During the process of refining raw mana, the amount of water element his body absorbs will be disproportionately larger than the other elements. So even though the end result is a purified white mana, while the mage refined the water elemental mana his body absorbed, the raw mana altered his body to become more predisposed, and his mind to become more insightful of that particular element. It must have been obvious that Art was confused because she began to explain it in more detail. Remember when you conjured your first remote spell? Whether it was a stream of fire or a sphere of wind, you had to concentrate much more than you were accustomed to in order for the spell to manifest in the proper form, right? Even infant asuras are taught to verbally chant spells to help them concentrate and visualize what they want. However, after spending enough time absorbing and refining a specific element, the need to visualize and chant is much less, and it comes more naturally. Going back to the water affinity mage scenario, that mage would no doubt have to concentrate on the shape, proportion, density, and even the speed of launch if he were to execute a fireball. However, that same mage will have no trouble raising a stream of water, separating it into multiple orbs, and casting it to barrage an enemy with just a flick of his wrist. Why? Because of the influence that absorbing a majority of water element had on the mage during the refining process, Art answered. Correct. After being exposed to a particular element for so long, the mage would no doubt gain insight during his meditation. Meyer continued lecturing on this subject, emphasizing once again that asuras and lesser beings alike were unable to manipulate natural mana. The discussion on mana continued for hours before Meyer finally broached the topic Art was most eager to explore: ether. Rather than start from the beginning, Meyer asked, "Can you tell me what you know about ether?" Art proceeded to share what little he knew about ether and the times he had experienced the phenomenon ether produced. He described how he had been able to freeze time using the first phase of Sylvia's will, and how he had trained using the ether orb. Ether is fundamentally different from mana, this much is clear to anyone. Both entities make up the world we live in, but ether works very differently than mana. To what degree, no one has a solid answer. Some have speculated that ether makes up the building blocks the world is made of, while mana is what fills it with life and sustenance. More simply put, ether would be the cup, and mana the water that fills it. Meyer held up a drinking glass, filled halfway, for him to see. It is quite easy to manipulate the water inside without mana, but much more difficult to change the shape of the cup without breaking it. Quite a crude analogy, I know. The asura smiled as she began slowly shaking the cup, stirring the water inside. Shaking his head, Art responded, "No, it helps a lot." Good. Well, despite the many speculations and theories, even the Indrath clan, hailed as the most adept in utilizing ether, has no solid theory to justify what they are able to do. What they did have, which no one else had, was the ability to physically detect ether through the use of the realm heart physique. Holding the glass close to her face, Meyer dipped a finger in the water. Those in the physical realm cannot sense ether. Everyone knows there are laws that hold our world together, just as this glass holds the water. However, it is impossible for them to fathom the boundaries that exist to keep order in the world. "Then the purple particles I saw when I used Realm Heart," Art said, trailing off at the end. "Yes, my dear, that was ether." Meyer smiled. "Through the use of Realm Heart, you are able to see the glass cup from within, the boundaries of this world." Now, I can go on to explain the history of how ether has been studied, but I doubt that will be of any use to you. You just have to know that you possess a skill even asuras would kill for. However, I suspect there will be certain limits, since your body is not of the dragon race, but the true power of Realm Heart lies in the ability to gain insight while in the form. I noticed that while I use Realm Heart, I become a lot stronger. At first, I thought it was some sort of power boost that the form gives, but it's more like a big improvement in control, Art confirmed, and Meyer nodded in reply. Yes, especially for you as a Quadra Elemental, there is a vast difference in mana manipulation using Realm Heart. But let's set aside the aspect of mana for now. Not to sound biased, but control over mana is much more linear than ether. For mana, the greater the capacity of your core, the more water you can manipulate, she continued, still using the glass of water analogy. Your insight and mental aptitude determines how many ways you can manipulate the water inside. However, through the manipulation of ether, we can control the cup itself. Do you understand? How would you manipulate the world itself? Art pressed. It's become habit to say manipulate, but in actuality, it is important to think of it instead as influencing ether. And you've already had a taste of this quite a few times, my dear. Winsome mentioned you being able to stop time for a brief moment. Meyer set the cup down and put some distance between Art. Yes, that was actually the first ability I was able to use with Sylvia's will, Art exclaimed. The control over time, Avum, the authority over space, spatium, and the influence over all living components, Vivum, Meyer recited. These are the three components that make up ether. This was knowledge Art might never come across again, so he hungrily absorbed every word the Asura was saying. No matter how powerful, how insightful, or how lucky a practitioner may be, he will only be able to master one path. Some ancestors of the Indrath clan spent their entire lives trying to gain insight on one of the three paths, only to realize they didn't have the innate capacity to master it. However, over time, we've discovered a way for some Asuras to discern where their aptitude lies. How? Art had reached the climax of the story, and he was greedy for more. The runes that appear on the body when using Realm Heart. Meyer closed her eyes and went silent. A palpable force suddenly pushed down on Art's shoulders, forcing him to brace himself with his arms to keep sitting up on the bed. The air turned thick and heavy, and he looked at Meyer in awe. The pressure she was emitting was neither violent nor ferocious, as Cordry's had been, yet, in terms of its power, it was much more overwhelming. Art had no confidence that he could muster up the will to fight against her. That much was clear. He could almost see her transforming into her dragon form. Golden runes began appearing down Meyer's bare arm, but they looked very different from Art's. Where his runes had appeared complex and detailed, hers flowed like branches of an elven tree or interconnecting streams of water weaving together. Meyer finally opened her eyes, which shone a radiant lavender. The runes are different for each Realm Heart user, but these markings show that I am of the Vivum path. That is why I was able to heal you. Art found himself unable to muster a response and simply stared in awe. Her very presence felt different than his when he had used this profound power. The runes that ran down her arm were much brighter and more vivid compared to the dull glow of his, and her eyes seemed to see right through his flesh and bones and into his soul. His insides squirmed as her icy gaze left him feeling naked and exposed. The Asura spoke gently, despite her intimidating presence. Now, my dear, activate your Realm Heart. An indescribably chilling sensation burst from Art's mana core as he activated Realm Heart. Liquid frost coursed through his veins, desperately seeking a way out of his body. He watched the golden runes begin to form on his arms, glowing hotly against his frigid skin as his vision began to achromatize. I was only able to catch a glimpse of what your runes looked like earlier, but it truly is fascinating, Meyer mumbled to herself as she studied him. Remaining seated and motionless as his caretaker inspected the markings on his body, Art was enthralled by what he was experiencing. This was the first time he had actually taken a step back to study the changes in his perception while using Realm Heart, watching the different particles move as if they each possessed intellect and had a goal in mind, made him realize why magic was more accurately described as mana manipulation in this world. Testing out a hunch, Art willed a small ember to appear at the tip of his finger. Sure enough, the red particles around him began to react as he conjured the fire. Even though he had used the refined mana from his core, there was a definite response to the particles around him. He repeated this, using spells from different elements to see the response in the particles. In each case, only the purple specks remained unchanged. Having fun, are we? Meyer was still in her Realm Heart form as well. Her soft purple eyes peered at him as the corners of her lips curled upward in amusement. How is it that I've never noticed this? Art asked, more to himself than to her. It's understandable that you would assume this form was some power-up, rather than a means to observe and study what cannot normally be perceived. She finished examining his arm and let go of it, then took a few steps back. I'm not exactly sure how long you're able to stay in this form, but there are a few things I want you to see before you release Realm Heart. The Asura raised a hand in front of her, drawing Art's focus as her eyes narrowed in concentration. Suddenly, the purple particles around them, which had refused to comply with Art's will, began to drift slowly toward Meyer. Each tiny glimmer of purple moved differently from the others. It appeared the Asura was not so much manipulating mana as herding a legion of tiny fireflies toward her hand. As I mentioned earlier, ether behaves fundamentally differently from mana. You will be met with only failure if you try to manipulate ether as you have done with mana. Let me reiterate my point with the cup of water analogy, since it has worked so well for us until now. You can drink, gargle, and spit out water as long as you know how, but you would be a fool if you tried the same thing with the cup. Ether is present all around us, yet it is the very boundary that confines you and me to the limits we have. As she spoke, the particles of ether began drifting around the hand she held up until it was completely enveloped. Vivum, the influence over all living components, this is the power I use to piece back together your shattered legs. After learning that my affinity lay with the branch of life, I studied Vivum for centuries. However, even so, I am not confident that I can explain to you what you truly wish to know, she confessed solemnly. What I can explain certainty is limited. I want to learn. Art stared at her, determined to grasp what he could. Her eyes remained solemn, but a slight smile formed. Very well. The first thing you need to know is that, unlike mana, you cannot absorb ether. You are merely changing its presence and influence on reality. Does that mean a core isn't needed to influence ether? An individual's core is what connects the body to the physical realm. So while ether isn't directly manipulated in the way that mana is, the mana core is crucial, she responded. Meyer's words were simple enough, but they reflected a wisdom far deeper than Art's. You will realize your path when the time comes, but since you are still in the beginning stages of your cultivation, it is best not to overwhelm you with knowledge that is not yet necessary, she continued, smiling gently at him. For now, just know that after a certain point, your cultivation will no longer depend on your rote ability to refine mana, but rather on gaining insight into knowledge that cannot be passed down. Art pondered over Meyer's cryptic words. His brain was itching with questions, but he knew now wasn't the time to be asking them. Meyer nodded in contentment as Art waited for her to continue. I'm not sure if this is mere coincidence or fate, but there is a reason why you have the ability, as limited as it is, to utilize ether. Can you guess what it is? I thought it was because of Sylvia's will, Art answered. It is partly because of Sylvia's will that you are able to bear the burden of ether, but that is not the reason you are able to manipulate it. There was only one other answer that came to mind. Is it because I can manipulate all 4 elements? Precisely, Meyer exclaimed. It was the insight into all 4 of the fundamental elements that allowed us to take a look beyond the water and become aware of the glass cup that we are held in. Doesn't the ability to manipulate, influence, ether, as the basic building block of our reality, mean dragons are much stronger than the other races? Art remarked. Shaking her head, the Asura clarified. We certainly hold a fair advantage over the other races. We dragons have the ability to control ether, but to what extent? Even the most powerful dragons are only able to scratch the surface of ether's boundless possibilities. However, the other races hold much deeper insight into the element to which they are predisposed. Art had lost track of time as they talked, and now he began to feel his strength, leaving him from using Realm Heart for so long. Noticing his strained expression, Meyer suggested that he withdraw the ability. Color began permeating back into the world as Art released Realm Heart. As always, the runes were the last part of the transformation to disappear. So, Meyer, were you able to tell which quality of ether I am best suited for? Art asked, letting out a relieved breath. Yes, but before you get too excited, allow me to forewarn you that even I cannot predict whether or not you will be able to consciously control ether like we can. You possess the ability to manipulate all 4 elements and have gained both a dragon's will and the Realm Heart physique, but you are still a human. Her message was harsh, but her words held no pretension or condescension. I see, Art muttered. He would have been lying if he said he wasn't disappointed. In a world where humans coexisted with other, more powerful races, he was beginning to see that there was an invisible ceiling to his progress, something he had been ignorant of in his past life. As I mentioned before, one cannot compare ether to mana. Ether can be thought of as an organism, almost sentient, which needs to be coaxed and coerced into action. The manipulation of ether therefore places a heavy burden on the caster. You've probably felt this every time you use the time manipulation ability. You're right, and no matter how many times I've used it, it doesn't get any easier, Art confessed, leaning against the wooden headboard of his bed. And I doubt it ever will. My dear, I'm unsure as to why you were, albeit briefly, able to manipulate time, but you were never meant to go down the path of Avum. Taking out a pen and a small parchment from the nightstand drawer, she began drawing some symbols. Arthur, you were able to tap into ether manipulation because of Sylvia's will, but I don't imagine you were able to get a grasp of how it works. In terms of theory, I still have no idea, Art acknowledged reluctantly. Using the first phase of Sylvia's will had allowed him to stop time for a brief moment, but when he had used that ability, it felt like he was simply looking at a manuscript in a foreign language. He could see what it looked like, but he had no idea how to read it or what it meant. This is why. Meyer held up the small paper she had been writing on, revealing an array of familiar symbols. Like Sylvia, you were meant to control the very fabric of the boundaries that keep the physical realm in place. You are of the Spatium genus. Despite the revelation, Art wasn't happy. Not at all. But, as you've said, regardless of this knowledge, it's still possible that I won't be able to consciously control this ability. Meyer regarded him with a solemn gaze but didn't respond. From what you've told me so far, I was only able to even use the time manipulation ability because it was pre-embedded into the will Sylvia imparted to me before she was killed. Art was doing his best to contain his frustration, but his voice was growing steadily louder. Please, Meyer, tell me what I need to do. So far, all I know about this grand ability is that I have the qualifications for it, but because of the physical limitations of my species, I won't be able to handle the burden. The Asura stayed quiet for a long time, doing nothing but combing softly through Art's ruffled hair. I truly pity you, child. You have such overwhelming potential for greatness, but your capacity, is hindered by something you cannot control. The reason I have told you all these things is not to mock you for something you will never be able to accomplish, but rather to encourage you to do something beyond the ordinary. Even as you progress into the white stage and beyond, you may be unable to control ether like dragons can, but that does not mean you do not have that ability at your disposal. Knowledge is an immeasurable strength, and with it, you may find a way past the boundaries of your birth, something even the Asuras do not yet see. You're right. I'm sorry for taking my frustrations out on you. I know you only want what is best for me, Art whispered. Yes, my child. Only what is best for you, she echoed. When Art looked up at Meyer, however, her face was deeply lined with an expression of sorrow. What's wrong? Arthur, I have broken many rules by imparting all this knowledge to you. This knowledge can certainly be used against the dragon race if it falls into the wrong hands, so please believe me when I say this. I truly do want what is best for you. Art couldn't figure out why Meyer had shown so much care for him, but if there was one thing he had learned in his previous life, it was how to read the intentions of those around him. The Asura meant well, despite the fact that they barely knew each other. Even if Realm Heart cannot be utilized to its full extent, it can be an incomparable asset in the coming battles because of its sensory functions. With Realm Heart, your ability to manipulate all four elements, and your remarkable combat prowess, you have many tools at your disposal. Meyer's voice trailed off, filling Art with apprehension for her next words. But? Art asked. Letting out a deep breath, she took a moment and stared into Art's eyes. But this movement technique that you've created, the one that brought you into my home in such a horrid state, it cannot be one of them. As if her words weren't clear enough already, she spoke once more. Never use that technique again. At Meyer's ominous warning, Art remained silent, numb almost. He'd had a hunch that this might have been the case after ending up here, but her words made his predicament all too real. His mind spun, trying to weave together a way to refute the Asura's verdict. However, nothing came to mind. Regardless of how much mana he infused to strengthen his body, what he was doing with Burst Step was directly stimulating the muscles to such a degree that, apparently, it would tear them, and his bones, to pieces. He'd always thought this world held the potential for limitless possibilities, with magic at the epicenter of it all. But now he saw that no matter where one wound up, there would always be a ceiling, keeping those who wished to venture into the unknown caged in. He sighed, gazing up at the wooden ceiling above them. I know you spent a lot of time developing this mana art, and it's rude of me to pry this secret out of you, but how does your movement technique work exactly? Meyer asked, a twinkle of interest apparent in her hazy green eyes. First, Art told her how he had come across the idea of the skill. Meyer already knew the foundations of Mirage Walk, which the Thyestes clan had engineered, so that saved him some time. He then explained the basic mechanics of how he had improved Mirage Walk from its initial concept. To put it simply, Mirage Walk was a passive skill that was used to hide the user's mana fluctuation. Recounting the months he had spent trying to get a consistent handle on Burst Step sent a painful ache down his chest as it finally hit him that all that work was for naught. It had been the first time he had developed a mana art that went beyond the boundaries of this world, since it was only possible with the knowledge he had from his previous life. But he couldn't tell her that. Instead, he told her how he first came across the idea. Fascinating, said Meyer, deep in thought. To utilize the intricacies of the body to such a degree, I never would have thought of something like that. I was shocked to see your body in such a state at first, but now, hearing how this movement technique worked, it's a wonder your legs weren't permanently crippled, she continued, still in awe. It doesn't matter now, does it? I can't use the skill without shattering my body and tearing up my muscles, so I'll have to think of some other way to prepare for this upcoming war. Art shrugged, trying to keep his bitterness from showing. Feel free to use it, Meyer, as a thank you for healing my legs. My child, I have to say I have very little confidence in being able to replicate what you've just explained to me. The sheer amount of control and intricate fine-tuning one would need to execute this burst step properly is beyond my grasp, she confessed with a chuckle. I've grown complacent with old age. I have sought out the hidden mysteries of Vivum, abandoning the practical uses of mana long ago. Rest assured, your secret skill will end with me. Thank you. But her words offered little comfort in Art's current dilemma. Meyer, I'm feeling a bit drowsy. Of course, my dear, the Asura answered immediately. Casting him one last sympathetic gaze, she blew out the candles lighting the room and left. The hut darkened, and Art's eyes could only make out the thin pillars of moonlight that made it past the thatched roof. The specks, dust, and ashes from the smoldering remains in the fireplace danced in the streams of soft, white light, filling the small space with an alluring ambiance. Telling Meyer that he wanted to sleep was a lie. Sleeping was the last thing he wanted to do. He had already wasted enough time as it was. Art closed his eyes, analyzing his current situation. His breakthrough into the silver core stage was more than a pleasant surprise, since his core was refined to the mid-level stage. The amount of mana he could now utilize through this advancement, along with mana rotation, was several times higher than it had previously been. His hand-to-hand combat abilities had also taken quite a leap forward thanks to Cordry. Coupled with his sword mastery, they would place him easily into the AA class, as an adventurer even without the use of elemental magic. Despite all this, however, Art had little to show in terms of improvement in magic or mana arts. He had hoped to learn a thing or two about how Asuras manipulated mana, but so far he had learned next to nothing in that area. The Asuras had provided him with excellent training in the best environment possible to make sure he was heading in the right direction, but they seemed unwilling to impart any secrets regarding their fluency in mana manipulation. Mirage Walk was the only technique he had managed to piece together, and while it was an important asset, it would have little impact in a large-scale battle. There was a sense of mystery and wonder when it came to mana manipulation, not nearly as much as Ether, but still there. Decathan was a place of unimaginable experiences and possibilities compared to Art's previous world, but compared to Ephiotis or even Alakria, his home continent was an infant regarding knowledge and comprehension of mana. There were actual Asuras residing in Alakria, and it was safe to assume that, throughout the ages, they'd shared some of their knowledge of mana with the inhabitants. From the perspective of a war leader, if Agrona wanted to take over Decathan, he needed enough forces to not only successfully invade the continent, but also to protect his clan from the Asuras of Ephetus who, Art could safely assume, were eagerly waiting for the Vritras to show some sign of weakness. Art reflected on the intel provided by Cynthia Goodsky to the Council of Decathan, subsequently conveyed to the Asuras by Aldir. He was certain that proper defensive measures were being taken, but the lack of a comprehensive briefing left him pondering about the enemy force's abilities, a daunting prospect. His thoughts then shifted to the capabilities of the four scythes and their retainers. According to the report from Winsome, a single retainer had the potential to decimate a team led by a lance. Could Art, with his current power level, take down a retainer? The uncertainty lingered. Alea Triskin, the lance who fell victim, had been at the White Stage, possessing significant raw power even with the artifacts bestowed upon the lances. The ease with which they dispatched her warned Art against underestimating a retainer. The remainder of the night blurred into a mix of vague lucidity and fitful sleep. As the morning sun bathed the cottage in warm light, Art found himself grappling with the uncertainties surrounding the upcoming challenges. Art extended his hand towards the vacant pail positioned beside his bed, retrieving it and placing it on his lap. Employing mana, he collected water into his palms, splashing his face in an attempt to shake off the weariness. Meyer's voice resonated from the hut's periphery. "I take it you had a rough night?" "Can you tell?" Art quipped, feeling invigorated by the cool water. "The shadows beneath your eyes have practically reached your chin," she remarked with a chuckle as she approached. She uncovered Art, proceeding to delicately unwrap the bandages encasing his leg. With a meticulous gaze, she examined him, and he noticed that her eyes mirrored the same lavender hue as when she utilized Realm Heart. "Good. The bones in your legs have set well enough for me to fully treat them now. I had to work in stages in case the bones and muscles decided to start mending improperly, Meyer explained. While speaking, she glided her hands down his legs, leaving faint traces of silvery mist in their wake. Gradually, the mist permeated his skin and immersed into his legs, and wisps of silver fire crackled along the scar tissue. Initially, a gentle tingling sensation marked the return of sensation to Art's once numb legs. However, it didn't take long for that mild tingle to evolve into an agonizing pain, searing every inch of his legs. Had Art not known that Meyer was actively repairing his legs, the intensity of the pain might have driven him to consider drastic measures. He struggled against the discomfort, compounded by the urge to urinate, adding an additional layer of unease to the mounting waves of pain. It didn't feel like Art's legs were being healed. Instead, it seemed as though the Asura was cultivating a new pair of legs for him in the most agonizing manner possible. A choked cry escaped him as he clawed at the bed, attempting to divert his attention from the excruciating pain. I should have warned you about the pain. I'm basically forcing your body to heal itself at a hyper-increased rate. The torn tendons and muscles are trying to reattach themselves to the bones, which is why you're feeling the way you do, Meyer explained, her focus remaining on Art's legs as beads of sweat formed above her thin brows. It took approximately 10 minutes before the pain gradually began to subside. By the end of the treatment, Art was cautiously flexing his toes. With Meyer's approval, he brought his legs to the edge of the bed, cautiously putting weight on one foot and then the other before attempting to stand up. Unfortunately, his legs immediately buckled under his weight, causing him to fall onto his side. Be careful. Your legs are fully healed, but you've lost a lot of musculature in your lower body. You are going to be weaker than you think, Meyer said evenly. There's no pain or discomfort, at least, Art replied, his excitement momentarily pushing away the dark pall of the previous night's conversation. His legs did feel weaker, but that would only be temporary. He had full control. This does not change the fact that you cannot use burst step anymore. It would be harder for me to heal them each time, and I will not be able to mend you at all when you are back in Dickathon. I understand. Once more, Art tried the simple task of standing up. This time he was able to keep himself upright, although his legs trembled. After an hour or so of steadily hobbling around inside the cottage, leaning against the furniture and walls for support, he knew what he had to do. Art went outside to the back of the cottage to relieve himself, then spent a few minutes stretching outside, taking in the crisp morning air, which smelled of dew. I thought about what you said yesterday, my dear, Meyer called from the porch, concerning your inability to act on the information I shared with you. Shaking his head, Art replied, I'm sorry about that, Meyer. I said that out of frustration. You've told me things I would never be able to learn elsewhere. I have come to realize just how far behind Dickathon is when it comes to knowledge of mana. The inhabitants of Dickathon have come a long way, considering how short a time it's been since they began experimenting with mana through the artifacts we gave them. Walking out of the hut, she waved for Art to follow, making her way toward a perfectly tended and trimmed lawn of grass. Even I am limited in what I am allowed to disclose, but since this is knowledge you already have, I can nudge you in the right direction a little, she said, standing a few yards away from him. I'm not following, Art replied, looking around at their surroundings. There was nothing nearby except the dense clusters of trees that towered over them, making the cottage and trimmed front lawn look very out of place. Don't worry, I've already informed Winsome that I'll be borrowing you for a bit longer. The air changed around them as Meyer activated her realm heart. The light gold runes glowed softly beneath her sleeves, and her misty green eyes shifted to radiant lavender. Now, my boy, consider every magical spell you know, and using whichever combination you like, hit me with all you have. Art looked at Meyer, standing frail and thin in the field of grass, and hesitated to follow her command. However, a dreadful pressure erupted from the delicate-looking Asura that wiped out any concerns he had of injuring her. He felt more like he'd be the one in danger if he didn't comply with her instructions. All right. Art gathered mana into his hands, But before he could begin to form the spell he had intended to conjure, Meyer's voice rang out. In your right palm, you're preparing a compressed water sphere, while your left hand will shoot a small gust of wind. Child, I told you to hit me with all you have. She was exactly right. Ignoring her taunts, Art fired his 2 spells and immediately concentrated on the area beneath her feet. You are planning on rupturing the ground under me, which is a clever idea, but I would prefer you didn't ruin the grass, she said, as she casually avoided Art's wind and water spells. Meyer stomped the ground softly. Before the spell could even take effect, she had already canceled it. Art's mouth hung agape for a moment before he regained his composure. His mind shifted back to yesterday. She had explained that Realm Heart could be used to heighten perception, but he had never expected it to be to this degree. As I said, this is an ability you already have, she chuckled, tapping his temple. I'm simply nudging you in the right direction. You didn't look out for the spell behind you, my dear, Meyer reprimanded. Proper interpretation of mana fluctuation starts with sensing the spells just as they affect the physical realm. Then you utilize Realm Heart to accurately determine what form they will take. Even if your opponent chooses to vocalize their spell, it is what they are imagining that will actually affect the size, shape, and duration of that spell. Some mages use a vocal projection as a feint to trick their opponent. Art was able to make sense of Meyer's advice, but it was becoming harder to stay conscious. He was losing a lot of blood from the gaping wound through his shoulder. The Asura continued debriefing him on the mistake that had led to his injury as she healed him using ether. This wasn't the first time something like this had happened since he'd started his training, or even the 7th time for that matter. He had failed numerous times to properly analyze the flow of mana before it had materialized into a spell, which had given him ample opportunity to notice that Meyer's healing, through the use of ether, was fundamentally different than his mother's healing spells. The limits that applied to his mother, or any other healing mage, didn't exist for Meyer. She was able to heal ailments, close gaping holes, even regrow missing limbs, which left him wondering, why hadn't Meyer simply cut off his legs and grown him new ones? From what Meyer had explained to Art, it seemed that using ether past a certain threshold came with costs. It didn't happen for all the spells she used, or even most for that matter. However, using ether to grow a whole new limb would mean she had to extract the ether that was sustaining the life of something or someone else. I know what you're thinking when you're faced with the spells, child. The Asura's voice startled him back into focus. Don't get ahead of yourself and try to counter the spell before it manifests. It took me decades to get it right, and that was considered fast amongst us dragons. Now, shall we call it a night? Art looked up at the sky. A thin layer of orange in the horizon was all that was left of the sun as night took over. Sounds good, he said with a smile, trailing behind her into the small cottage. The weeks had passed swiftly, marked by ceaseless training and the constant presence of the elderly Asura. However, one thing had become abundantly clear during Art's training with Meyer. The docile and mild temperament she had seemingly portrayed while nursing him back to health was a facade. While she made for pleasant company in other circumstances on the training grounds, her true personality emerged. A demonic force that rendered even Cordry's training akin to a session of petting puppies. Most unsettling was the fact that, owing to her adeptness at healing through ether, there were few constraints on her actions. She had a favorite saying, and she repeated it so often that it haunted Art's dreams. The best treatment for an injury is to prevent it from happening in the first place. So if you don't want me to injure you, prevent it. With the same sly smirk accompanying each declaration, she would utter those words just before launching a vibrant array of spells at Art, who was compelled to analyze and evade them using Realm Heart. The training wasn't confined to theory alone. Meyer went on to teach Art what to observe when a spell was on the verge of materializing. Depending on the spell type, the mana particles exhibited distinct fluctuations, making it imperative to discern these nuances within a fleeting time frame. Learning this skill felt akin to acquiring proficiency in a new language, with the added pressure that one's life hung in the balance. Initially frustrating, Art found the process challenging enough to contemplate asking Winsome for the ether orb to expedite his learning. However, Meyer swiftly dismissed the idea, citing the ether orb's limitations in providing an accurate understanding of how mana functioned in the physical realm. To Meyer's astonishment, Art made rapid progress in what he dubbed mana interpretation. In under a month, he achieved what had taken Meyer 6 months, although he acknowledged he wasn't yet prepared to apply it in an actual battle. The groundwork was laid, akin to knowing the words in a book, but achieving mastery would demand months, if not years, of practice. Over the past 6 weeks, each morning commenced with mana analysis. Meyer would cast spells of diverse elements into the air, sometimes directing them at Art. Persistent use of Realm Heart during this training allowed him to extend the duration of the ability, though the increase was modest. In the afternoons, Meyer would conduct debriefing sessions with Art, highlighting his mistakes and pointing out nuances to improve his predictions about the potential form of a spell. Meyer's meticulous explanations regarding the behavior of mana contributed significantly to Art's training progress. Following the debriefing, Art trained independently, practicing the various forms imparted by Cordry during shadow sparring. Despite regularly training his mana core before bedtime, there had been no substantial change since his last major breakthrough. One evening, after finishing a simple dinner of stewed beef, a clear knock echoed on the wooden door. "Come in," Meyer called out, taking a careful sip from her mug. "Excuse my intrusion," responded the familiar voice as the door swung open. It was Winsome. Art couldn't summon happiness upon seeing Winsome, despite months passing since their last contact. The poised Asura, his platinum blonde hair neatly cropped, unexpectedly knelt before Meyer, displaying clear respect. Art had inferred Meyer's significant influence within the Indrath clan due to her powers and the ability to keep him with her, defying the training plan with Winsome. However, Winsome's act of genuflection toward the elderly Asura raised questions in Art's mind. "I apologize for coming without notice, but Lord Indrath has already arranged for Arthur's next instructor, and he is waiting rather impatiently for his student." Winsome lowered his gaze as he spoke. "Very well. I do wish to keep tabs on the child, so there will be no problem if I pop in every now and then, correct?" It was more an irrefutable declaration than a question. "Of course not. Now we must get going." Winsome's gaze shifted to Art, signaling that he should get ready. "If you'll excuse us." "You should go, Arthur. Remember to continue your training with Realm Heart." Meyer ran her fingers through his hair, now long enough to be considered a mane. "Of course. I'll have it mastered by the next time we see each other," he teased, giving her a childish grin. Art followed Winsome out of the cottage, making their way through the dense cluster of trees surrounding Meyer's little hut. Winsome regarded him curiously as they walked. "Is something wrong?" Art asked, stepping over an exposed root. "For Lady Meyer to take the time to not only heal you, but train you as well." Winsome's voice trailed off, and he shook his head. "Your luck continues to amaze me." Ducking under a low branch, Art inquired, "Who exactly is Meyer, anyway?" "Lady Meyer," Winsome stressed, "and I'm not in the position to tell you if she hasn't told you herself. You know, when I first met you, I figured you were pretty up there. Now, not so much." Art chuckled as they continued deeper into the forest. "Watch your tongue, human. Even if I were among the lowest rank of Asuras, I'd still be stronger than any of you lesser races in Dicathan," Winsome retorted. "My bad. I guess I struck a nerve?" Art held up a hand in concession. Winsome merely shook his head in silent exasperation. They soon reached the teleportation gate he had set up, which glowed with a radiating light, reflecting the destination it was set to. "Remind me again why you set the gate so far from the cottage?" Art asked, approaching it. "Lady Meyer's protection field ends here," Winsome said simply as his right foot entered the glowing circle. "Now come, your instructor isn't one for waiting." Winsome's body disappeared through the gate, and he followed immediately after. Over the years, he had gotten used to the dizzying sensation of traveling by the gates, thankfully. Art stepped out of the teleportation circle onto the sand-strewn ground and gazed in awe at the vastly different landscape they had traveled to. They were at the bottom of what appeared to be an enormous crater. Imposing walls carved by nature towered over them on all sides. It looked like water had filled this giant hole at one point in time, but the only traces left now were the silvery, ribbon-like fissures that lined the walls at varying heights. Plant life in general, seemed non-existent, and the harsh, arid air stung his face. The uneven floor, which spread across acres on end, appeared to be constantly moving as the wind blew and spun the sand in no particular rhythm or pattern. "So my next training session is going to be here?" Art confirmed, his voice quivering at the thought of spending weeks or even months there. Because he had always teleported from one training ground to the next, he didn't have a clear grasp of the size or shape of the continent of Epheatus. If he had come here under better circumstances, he would have wanted to explore the land of Asuras. Art had spent the past half-year training mostly in augmented melee combat, honing various skills in the key aspects necessary for fighting a war. Now, he would start fitting everything together into a cohesive style that utilized his elemental magic and his melee combat skills. Winsome seemed to be searching for something, his eyes scanning over the distance as he spoke. "And this instructor will help me do this?" Art surveyed the area around them as well. "Ah, he's here," Winsome announced, ignoring Art's question. "So this is him? This is the pup who's supposed to be the hero, leading Dicathan to victory against the Vritra-raised armies and their disgusting little Lesharans?" A bass voice reverberated clearly from the top of the gorge. Art wanted to ask what Lesserans meant, but he bit his tongue. He'd just assume it was a degrading slur for non-Asuras. How charming. There was an insect-sized figure standing on top of the crater's edge, silhouetted against the sun shining at his back. Then he leapt down, growing larger as he descended like a meteor toward them. When he landed, Winsome and Art shielded themselves against the explosion of sand and debris that arose. As they waited for the dust cloud to clear, a large hand shot out from within the cloud and lifted Art off the ground. He struggled, even using mana, but the giant hand's grip around his waist refused to relent. As he was pulled into the cloud of debris, a firm, deep voice resonated, shaking Art to his very core. "Hello, pup." In neither of Art's lives had he ever seen a beast like this. The creature that had grabbed him seemed to be made entirely out of polished stone. Instead of eyes, two hollowed-out cavities radiated a pale glow and studied him with intelligence. With a protruding mandible that reminded him of an ape's, the beast let out a deep rumble, making the very organs inside his body tremble. Judging by how the height at which he had Art suspended, the creature was easily over 5 yards tall. However, despite the situation Art was in and the terrifying presence emitted by his captor, he couldn't help but stare in awe at what he beheld. There was no flaw in the beast's stone hide. It was as if the earth had painstakingly polished this monster for millions of years, etching away any of the flaws he might have once had. The glossy stone that made up the gigantic ape-like beast's body glittered like the ocean in the afternoon sun, enveloping him in an almost holy aura, despite his grotesque form. Suddenly, cracks began appearing on the beast's body, splintering off into endless branches as the same pale light from its eyes shone through the thin fissures. The giant hand wrapping around Art loosened as it crumbled into fine sand, as did the rest of the beast's body. He fell to his feet as he watched the stone figure turn into a mound of sand, slowly spreading across the ground. In the remains of the artfully conjured golem stood a thin, frail-looking man dressed in a shabby white coat. "From your expression, I'm guessing that didn't scare you, only surprised you at best," he muttered, clicking his tongue in annoyance. "Art, I'd like you to meet Ren. He's going to be your instructor for quite a while, so get acquainted." There was an amused sparkle in Winsome's eyes as he said this. Of all the Asuras Art had crossed paths with, Ren was by far the most unremarkable. He had the body frame of a malnourished shut-in underneath his oversized coat, heavily hunched. He stared at Art intently, and the deep bags that drooped beneath his half-closed eyes were almost as dark as the greasy black hair, obviously left unwashed for days, that fell over his face like wet seaweed. Coupled with the uneven stubble across his chin and cheeks, he presented the image of a man who would be looked down on by even the dirtiest of vagrants. Still, Art knew better than to judge a man, much less an Asura, by his outward appearance. Hell, he hadn't had a decent shower or haircut in months himself. He had no right to say anything. Dipping his head, Art formally introduced himself to his new instructor. "Nice to meet you. My name is Arthur Leywin. I'll be in your care." The Asura shifted his gaze, ignoring Arthur. "Winsome, what consequences does human society place on one who is tardy?" "Excuse me? Consequences?" Art asked. "A severed finger or toe, perhaps? No, that seems a bit severe. Imprisonment or social isolation seems more appropriate," the hunched Asura muttered as he rubbed his stubbled chin. "What are you talking about? Those are ridiculous consequences for being a bit late." Art sputtered incredulously. "What?" The Asura looked genuinely surprised. "None at all? No punitive actions are taken whatsoever for such behavior?" "It is looked down upon, but no, humans generally face no formal charges for being late," Winsome intervened. "How odd. For a race with such a minuscule lifespan, I would have imagined they placed more importance on time than anything else. Such a backward race, you humans," the shabby-looking Asura murmured. Despite his rude words, there was truth to them. Art had to stifle a laugh at the apparent irony of the lesser races. As the thin, shabby-looking Asura continued to take mental notes, Art shot a questioning glance at Winsome. "Regardless of my ignorance regarding the social intricacies of human conduct, we should move on to why you're here, and why I've come to this God's-forsaken crater at the tip of a mountain." Waving a hand as if to scatter his distracting thoughts, the Asura approached Arthur. "Arthur, was it?" the new instructor asked. "Yes, sir." "I want you to strip." The Asura's gaze was unrelenting as he tapped his foot impatiently. "Of course you do," Art muttered quietly under his breath. "What was that?" Ren snapped. "Nothing. Not a single thing." With a sigh, Art stripped down to his underwear. "Is this good enough, or would you like to study my family jewels as well?" "The supposed savior of the lesser beings has quite the mouth," Ren replied sardonically. He began circling Art, poking him with his finger now and then. When he saw the white feather that Sylvia had left Art wrapped around his arm, he removed it. "Hey!" Art exclaimed. "Dragon's feather. Truly too rare a crafting material to be wasted as an arm warmer, don't you think?" the frail Asura said. "Crafting material?" Art echoed, curious. "The feathers on our wings are a particular type of scale with many unique properties. From the day we are born, we never shed our wing feathers, so for a dragon to deliberately give someone his or her feathers signifies trust and affection," Winsome answered. Ren handed the feather back to Art. "I never knew," he replied, looking at the long white feather. It felt silky between his fingers. "Why didn't Meyer tell me about this?" Art turned to Winsome. "She must have had her reasons," the Asura answered dismissively. Ren resumed his inspection, occasionally placing a finger or two over the major arteries of Art's body and counting to himself. "Spread your arms out," Ren suddenly ordered. Art did as he was told, hoping that following the commands would hasten the process. He tried to distract himself with the amusing and slightly embarrassing fact that he was almost completely naked in the middle of a barren crater with two asuras examining him. The hunched asura continued to study Art, muttering random numbers to himself. The afternoon sun cooked his skin as Ren inspected him like some laboratory mouse until the asura finally spoke again. "We'll start by firing a basic spell from all the elements you can conjure. Use only your right hand to release the spell." Ren placed his palm on Art's solar plexus and grabbed his right wrist. "Begin." Art fired off a series of simple spells in no particular order: fire, water, ice, lightning, wind, then earth. When he had finished, Ren began muttering to himself once again. They continued testing with increasingly complex spells. Ren instructed Art on the precise form he wanted him to conjure the spell into. Down to the diameter of the stone pillar Art was to erect from the ground. Winsome quietly watched throughout the whole process, never uttering a single word unless asked. Whatever discomfort or embarrassment Art had felt during the beginning of this in-depth analysis was gone by the time the sun fell. "Basic measurements and calculations are completed," Ren announced with a groan as he stretched his back and neck, moving on to effective use of mana arts in battle. Suddenly, Ren whipped around and pointed a long, pale finger at Art. "Boy, fire a spell over there, quick!" The Asura's voice cracked like a whip as his finger shifted, pointing to a small earthen golem he had just conjured up about 20 yards away. Without hesitation, Art turned to face the golem as commanded. Gathering mana into his palm, he manifested it into a bolt of electricity and fired it at the target. The dummy golem shattered upon impact, crumbling into a small pile of rocks. Displaying no change in his expression, the pale-faced Asura whipped his body in a different direction and pointed again, erecting another golem about 30 yards away. Again! Conjuring another spell in his palm, Art prepared to fire it, but a heavy blow struck the back of his left leg, jerking him down to his knees. The spell he had manifested shot from his palm out into the sky, missing the golem entirely. Behind him was another golem Ren had erected, standing with its arms crossed. Annoyingly enough, an arrogant grin was etched into the golem's faceless head. Meanwhile, his instructor was staring at the bolt of fire as it sailed across the sky and waving it goodbye. "You missed," Ren gasped in feigned surprise, his eyes remaining half-closed. "So you're one of those people," Art cursed under his breath. He placed his palm on the golem and concentrated. After a few moments, it glowed bright red, then crumbled into ashen remains. "Again," he echoed through gritted teeth, getting back to his feet. "A tough one," Ren whistled, taking out a small notebook and pen from his coat and scribbling something down. Ren had come off as an eccentric from the very beginning. He reminded Art a lot of Gideon, but he now knew Ren was on a different level of weird than the old scientist back in Dickathon. "Look, you've been making me do menial tasks all day. I'm fine with that, but I'd be more cooperative if I actually knew what you were trying to figure out with all your measurements and notes," Art pointed out. "I doubt you'd be able to comprehend what I tell you." Ren shook his head, waving a dismissive hand at Art. "Try me," Art challenged. He explained that he had been making calculations and speculations based on how many milliseconds it took mana to move within Art's body before it manifested. If Art ignored the supercilious tone Ren used throughout his explanation, his insights were brilliant. "There's still a lot that you didn't measure, though," Art interjected. "We need to account for the environment we're in right now. I find myself most comfortable using fire and water elemental spells, but water affinity mana is lacking in this area." "Of course, I took all that into account. How long do you think I've been doing this for?" Ren's condescending gaze altered, however, as he stared at Art curiously. "How old did you say you were?" Art calculated in his head how long it had been since he had come here. "Nearly 15 now," he answered. "Huh, not entirely brainless, I guess," Ren said with a shrug. Art had known the Asura for less than a day, and he already knew that this was as much of a compliment as he would ever get from him. "So what's next?" "More tests. We'll continue with a long-range mana manipulation analysis, Ren answered, looking around. The crater was dim, with only moonlight shining above their heads. Suddenly, the ground trembled underneath them. Out on the edge of the crater to their right, more golems appeared. Even from here, Art could make out hundreds of the human-sized stone creatures approaching them. The golems, much like the giant one that had first appeared, glittered in the dim moonlight as they marched in Art's direction. "How many golems can you conjure at a time?" Art asked in awe. "Depends on the complexity of the golem. Those guys, a few thousand or so. Now go all out." Ren pointed at the golems, indicating for Art to blow them up. As the army of golems drew closer, Art activated Realm Heart. He could feel his lips curl into a smile at the almost addictive feeling that filled his body, his senses integrating with the world's mana. He unleashed everything he had in his arsenal, raining down an array of spells as Ren scrutinized him. These golems were much sturdier than an average golem, but in less than an hour, Art had managed to destroy the few hundred that Ren had conjured. He controlled his breathing as his chest continued to heave. He was tired, but destroying a few hundred golems was just the trick to relieve some of his stress. "It's as you said, Winsome. What a peculiar child he is, to have Realm Heart, as well as decent control over the elements at his age. He makes an excellent test subject." For the first time, Ren's face contorted into something akin to a smile. "What's next?" Art asked, letting out a deep, content breath. "Having fun, are we? It'll start being less fun once they start hitting back," Ren snickered. "Anyway, I still have to take into account your physical abilities. Winsome told me you're quite adept with a sword, and you've recently learned combat under Cordry's instructions, so I'll be taking those facts into account as we begin our next phase." "I understand, but how long do I have to stay naked?" Art asked, looking at the pile of his clothes, which were now partially buried in debris. "I'm analyzing every movement you make, so it's best if you stay unclothed," he answered. "Don't worry, I'm not exactly filled with pleasure looking at your bare skin." With a faint smile, Art responded, "Very comforting." "Let me see the primary weapon you would use in a battle." Art always kept his sword in his dimension ring. He had given the ring to Winsome, but the latter had passed it on to Meyer while she was taking care of him, and she returned it when he was healed. Drawing Dawn's Ballad, still in its scabbard, from his ring, Art handed it to Ren. He wasn't sure what to expect from the thin Ashura when he handed him the blade, but he hadn't anticipated Ren bursting out laughing upon seeing the weapon. The mysterious sword, which Art had stumbled upon, looked like an ordinary black stick when still inside its sheath. Art thought Ren might have mistaken it for a toy. "Here, let me show." "I know what it is, boy. Winsome, did you know of this when you asked me to train him?" Ren turned to the white-haired Asura behind Art. "I had an inkling," Winsome confessed. Ren gripped Dawn's Ballad in both hands and began to tug. "It's not going to unsheath. I'm the only one who can—" Art's voice trailed off as he watched, wide-eyed, the thin Asura effortlessly draw the sword that he had paired with, the blade that was only supposed to open at his command. However, even he had only been able to unsheath it in the first place because of Sylvia's dragon will. "How?" Art stuttered, before coming to a realization. "Is it because you're an Asura that you can draw the sword I've bonded with?" "No," Ren answered, holding Art's sword up as he inspected its translucent teal blade. "It's because I made this sword." "Wait, you made this sword?" Art echoed, his skepticism obvious. Since coming across the mysterious sword and seeing the maker's mark, he had often wondered who this WK4 was. More than once had he scoured the library of Xyrus Academy in hopes of finding the smith with those initials, only to be met with a dizzying amount of royal names and disappointment. "Was I speaking a foreign language?" Ren replied curtly, his eyes still inspecting Dawn's Ballad. Ignoring his quip, Art changed his approach. "Okay, so assuming that you did forge this sword, what was it doing in Dicathan?" Until now, Art had assumed that his sword was of dwarven origin because of their specialty in the craft. When imagining the maker of Dawn's Ballad, He had always thought of a dark, bulky bear of a man with a thick beard, hairy, bulging arms, and hands hardened with calluses, the typical stereotype associated with smiths and other metalworkers. Instead, this bony man who looked like he'd get tired holding a pen for too long was telling him he had forged this sword. Dawn's Ballad was one of my experimental weapons, more or less a failure. I tossed it away in the beast glades of his continent on one of my visits to gather minerals, assuming no one would be able to tell it was anything other than a black stick, much less open it. To think that it has somehow ended up in your possession. What are the odds? The Asura actually began to calculate the probabilities before Art interrupted him. A failure? I've never seen a sword of better make and quality in my life. What makes it a failure? Art pressed. As complimentary as your words may be, comparing my weapons, no matter how poor their quality, to the primitive tools you lesser races use only insults me. He clicked his tongue. I forged this sword as more of a one-size-fits-all weapon. I must have been drunk when I thought that was a good idea. It just came out to be a sharp tool. Nothing more, nothing less. Ren finally pried his eyes away from the sword and exchanged glances with Winsome. But this makes things interesting. Looking over his shoulder, Art could see Winsome's stoic face break into a smile. I thought it might, he replied. So what do you think, now that you've met him? Will you do it? What's going on? Art interrupted, confused. He was beginning to be afraid that the Asura might reclaim his weapon, or even dispose of it completely for the sake of his pride. He had no doubt. He would never again find a sword of this quality, despite its maker considering it a failure. Arthur, I brought you here to Ren to accomplish two things. The first is, as I mentioned earlier. While his methods are unconventional, Ren has an unusually keen eye for the practical art of combat. The second was that I hoped Ren would produce a sword that is a better fit for your own unique form of combat. Is that true? Art turned to Ren. You'll really forge a sword for me? I don't forge swords, brat. I create them, and I agreed to train him only because I owed a favor to Lord Indrath. His favor doesn't extend to me wasting my time making a sword for a lesser being. Ren slid Dawn's Ballad into its scabbard. I'm going to hold on to this sword for now. For now? So you'll give it back to me? Art confirmed, still apprehensive. Boy, Dawn's Ballad might be just a sharp tool, but it still chose you. I'm not proud of this particular piece, but I'm not going to take it away from you, Ren replied. The Asura then stretched his arm out in front of him, and a sword suddenly emerged from the ground below. Grabbing the sword by its hilt, he tossed it to Art. For now, you can use this for your training. I created it to measure the movements the user produces and the force of the impact it receives. And you can just summon it from the ground at any time? Art asked, holding the seemingly normal short sword in his hands. Out of everything I've done so far, you're surprised by that? Ren shook his head, motioning toward Art with his hand. Let me also hold on to the dragon feather. What? Why this too? Art took a step back, clasping his hand over his arm to cover the white feather. Do you have an innate urge to question everything I do? The hunched Ashura snapped. Art reluctantly handed the white feather over to Ren, scratching the scar he had received after being bonded to Sylvie. Without the feather to cover it up, he felt exposed, as if his skin had been removed. Ren tucked the feather into his coat. Now, I'm aware that you lesser beings need much more sleep than we do, so get some rest. Wait, we're spending the night out here in the center of this barren crater? Art looked around apprehensively. Who said anything about we? Winsome and I have matters to attend to, and besides, there's not always going to be a fluffy bed waiting for you during war, so I'm doing this for you. There was a wicked smirk on the Asura's face as Winsome conjured a teleportation gate. Try to get some rest, Arthur, Winsome advised, then stepped into the gate. The glowing runes marking the teleportation circle faded, and it grew eerily quiet, the occasional whistles of wind the only sounds to be heard. Sighing, Art slipped his dusty clothes back on and conjured up 2 slabs of earth to form a makeshift tent. Art must have fallen asleep as soon as he laid his head on the pile of sand he had gathered, because a violent trembling caused him to smack his head against his stone tent, jolting him awake in pain. He lowered the barrier that he had created and was startled by the sight of countless golems encircling his camp. Each of them wielded a different type of weapon, and they all raised their weapons above their stone heads and swung down in unison. His body acted on autopilot, and he instinctively raised a dome of earth to protect himself. With an explosive thud, the dome crumbled, debris falling on top of him. He was still dazed by the situation when Ren's amplified voice boomed from above. "You will never truly be at rest while you're in the middle of a war, kid. You need to get used to fighting effectively in a suboptimal state. Now, strip and resume battle." "That damned lunatic," Art cursed. He could still hear the movements of the golems around him, waiting for him to come back up. Gathering mana, he waited for them to draw in closer. Once their footsteps were in range, he released a gale force spell. Instead of aiming it at them, Art targeted the ground below him, creating a large cloud of sand and debris to cover his movement and ejecting himself from the shattered remains of his dome barrier. Some of the closer golems were forcefully shoved back, giving him enough space to maneuver as the sand obscured their vision. He lunged toward the nearest golem, raising his testing sword in one fluid swipe. Knowing Ren wanted to mimic the environment of war, Art acted as if the golems were actual humans. He slashed at the golem's jugular, and as he had expected, it fell to the ground, spewing a red liquid from its wound. Another golem, this one wielding a large halberd, charged at him from behind. As it lowered its stance to thrust its weapon at him, Art pivoted with his sword in position to parry the head of the halberd. However, even though his body had been strengthened with Sylvia's will on top of mana, he was thrown off balance by the force of the thrust. He spun to discharge some of the momentum from the blow, but he had no time to breathe before another golem shoved him with its iron shield. Annoyed, Art punched out at it with a lightning-clad fist. The metal shield crumbled, and the golem was thrown to the ground. He twisted away as the golem wielding the halberd swung his weapon at his head, but not fast enough. The blade whistled as it cut the air, then clanged viciously as it rebounded off an iron shield held by another golem, this one of a different color, which had stepped in to block the attack. "You'll have allies in battle, Arthur. As one of the main players in the battle, it'll be up to you whether you choose to be on the offensive and plow through the enemy or stay near your team, keeping them alive." Art saw Ren overhead, sitting on an earthen throne that floated in the sky. The battle went on, and the golem corpses continued to pile up, stacked one on top of another all across the battlefield. He imagined human bodies instead of the anthropomorphic summons made of stone. The scene from the Widow's Crypt dungeon flashed to mind, leaving him a little nauseous. As the hours marched on, the mock war that Ren was subjecting Art to began to take its toll. He understood more clearly why this experience was so crucial. Until now, Art had experienced wars only from the rear, strategizing for different scenarios on a macro level. Now, in the middle of a battlefield, there were so many factors that differed from the duels he was accustomed to in his previous life. The corpses and severed limbs that one could trip over, the blood pooling on the ground and forming puddles one could slip in. Even with the bright colors of the golems, indicating which side they were on, it was easy to accidentally swing at an ally in the heat of a battle. The red liquid that the golems bled was very similar to human blood. As the corpses of both enemies and allies piled up and the blood-like liquid stained the ground, a foul smell soon exuded from the battlefield. As much as Art hated giving credit to the eccentric Asura, Ren had done a good job of creating an optimal learning environment. As the hours of continuous battle dragged on, Art realized how precious his mana reserves were. Even with his mana core at the mid-silver stage and his use of mana rotation, he had to know how to conserve his usage of magic. Flashy, long-range spells were better left to the conjurers on the back lines. His mana was better spent protecting himself and those around him. Throughout the battle, Ren shouted out pointers, like advising Art to avoid being herded into a corner as he fought. Every now and then, unusually powerful golems would appear, throwing Art off guard as they massacred his allies. Watching these creatures wreak havoc across the battlefield, Art was positive Ren could have easily conjured a golem capable of killing him if he wanted to. Finally, Art managed to take down the last of the golem generals, which Ren had helpfully identified with golden crowns on top of their heads. That was brutal, Art sighed, lying flat on the ground. He had been in a near-constant state of battle from the moment he was rudely awakened, with no chance to eat, drink, or even pee. Dinner was spent sitting around a fire and discussing the day's training after Ren cleared the scene of dead golems and fake blood with a swipe of his hand. Winsome had yet to return from wherever he and Ren had gone last night, so only Ren was present to point out the mistakes Art had made, from the minor ones to the potentially fatal ones. The total number of casualties on your side was 271, while the other side had 512, Ren read from his notes. Not an impressive victory considering the level I made the golems on the enemy side. You let too many of your own die, boy. Maybe it's because they look like stone gorillas. I feel no empathy for them, regardless of whether they're on my team or not, Art countered, biting into the tofu-like substance Ren had given him to eat. I'll keep that in mind. Go to sleep now. Tomorrow isn't going to get any easier, Ren replied as he jotted down notes. Art had grown used to Ren's sharp way of talking, as if even his words were a scarce commodity. Turning away, he conjured a makeshift bed of soft sand and hoped that the next time he was awakened, it wouldn't be by an army of golems. His thoughts ran amok during this period of rest. While there had been many flaws in the way the world was governed in his past life, he had to admit things had been simpler there. When the outcome of nearly all problems rested on just one battle, it was black or white. Wars almost never happened unless there was a multi-country dispute. Even then, large-scale battles were carried out in controlled environments to minimize the death count. This upcoming war wouldn't have that. There were too many shades of gray to be accounted for. What would the casualties be? How many of the dead would be non-combatants? And to what extent should the end outweigh these casualties? Arthur had no one he cared for back on Earth. In this world, though, was he willing to sacrifice his loved ones for the greater good? Undoubtedly not. Art didn't remember falling asleep, but then, he rarely did these days. To his surprise, he was able to get a good night's rest. When he awoke, his arms and legs ached from the extended battle. There were no golems in sight, but that made him more suspicious than relieved. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream from behind made him whip around. What he saw left him both bewildered and horror-stricken. With two black horns gleaming menacingly in the morning sun, an Asura of the Vritra clan stood not 20 paces from him. Covered from the neck down in black-plated armor, this basilisk in human form opened his lips into a triumphant grin to reveal a row of jagged teeth, and in his grasp was someone Art never thought to see here. He was barely able to form a word as another gut-wrenching scream was ripped from the Vritra's hostage. "Tess?" Arthur, please help! Tess choked out a desperate scream as Art stood there, petrified by the turn of events. It really was Tessia Aerolith. Her long gunmetal gray hair, her bright turquoise eyes brimming with tears. His childhood friend had somehow been dragged here from Dickathon. Tess sputtered out a series of pained coughs as the basilisk tightened his grip around her waist. Art wasted no more time. He charged at the black-horned Asura with the practice sword Ren had left him. The repercussions of such a reckless course of action went unheeded as he drew in, sword ablaze, and summoned Realmheart. The familiar burning sensation spread through Art's body as he activated the rare blood trait skill of the dragons. His sight shifted into an enhanced, mana-focusing vision, and golden white runes glowed brightly beneath his clothes, drawing on the rampant energy within Sylvia's dragon will to cast Static Void. This was the first time he had used the skill, unlocked with the first phase of Sylvia's will. Purple specks of ether suddenly trembled around them, buzzing into formation. The world stopped. The Vritra's face was frozen in a menacing smirk, and Tessa's in mid-scream with her hair flailing about her head. Art could feel his energy draining away as the seconds passed. He dashed toward the Vritra. As soon as he was in position to strike at the hand-grasping Tess, he released Static Void. The horned Asura had no time to react to Art's attack, and the blade of his sword sliced right through the Asura's forearm. The basilisk let out an infuriated roar as he clutched his wound and stumbled back away from Art. Tess had crumpled to the ground when the fiend's hand was severed, though it still clung to her fiercely. She was unconscious and ghastly pale, but still alive and breathing. Art watched the basilisk carefully as he pried the severed hand free and tossed it into the sand. As he watched, liquid metal flowed from the basilisk's wound, forming into a hawk-like claw. Art kept close to Tess, his right hand gripping his sword and his left hand preparing a spell. He could see the yellow earthen particles gathering at the tip of the basilisk's false hand. Art used the full extent of the limited knowledge he had gained from Meyer about reading mana movement and readied his counterattack as well. As Art had expected, the tips of the basilisk's metal claws exploded toward him. Just as the 5 jagged spears, each the size of a ballista bolt, accelerated, he raised his hand and fired a condensed burst of electricity. 3 of the spears shattered upon impact as he parried a 4th with the flat of his blade. Art began gathering mana into his legs to charge at the basilisk, but an unsettling sensation seized him. The last spear was much too far off course to have been aimed at him. Without even turning to look, afraid he may have already been too late, Art activated Static Void once more. It felt like someone was stabbing needles into his heart as he raced toward Tess. His mind whirled with fear as he considered his best course of action. He could step into the path of the spear and shield Tess with his body, but the injury he would sustain from the blow would leave him unable to protect her from the basilisk afterward. Or he could extend Static Void to encompass Tess and push her out of the spear's path, but including another person in Static Void would take a massive toll on his body. Choosing the third option, Art dropped his sword and grabbed the spear, which was paused mid-flight, with both hands. He braced himself as he released Static Void. His body lurched forward as he tried to stop the earthen spike, nearly the size of Tess herself, with his bare hands. With a desperate spurt of strength, he managed to hold onto the speeding spike long enough to drive it off course. The spear buried itself into the ground, just inches away from where Tess lay, creating a web of cracks from the sheer force of the impact. Art's hands were bloody and raw from grabbing onto the speeding projectile, and his breath was pained and unsteady. Meyer had been right. No matter how much he practiced Static Void, it would always put an enormous amount of strain on his body. His body just wasn't designed for using ether to affect time. However, at his current level, Art would need to use all the tools at his disposal to have a fighting chance against the basilisk. The thought of both Tess and him being left in the same cruel state that a Vritra retainer had left Alea, the former lance down in the dungeon, filled him with dread. It felt like there was fire in his lungs with each breath as he positioned himself between the approaching basilisk and the unconscious Tess. Art picked up his sword, grimacing at the pain, and poured mana into it. Despite the strain on his body from activating Realm Heart and using Static Void twice, his mana reserves were still abundant, thanks to his constant use of mana rotation. He thought he might be able to last long enough for either Ren or Winsome to arrive. But the problem was that, for whatever reason, this basilisk was focused on harming Tess. Art was contemplating his next course of action when it all clicked. "Ren, enough of this," he roared, stabbing his sword into the ground. Nothing happened at first, and for a split second, he was afraid he had been wrong, but the towering basilisk stopped abruptly, then crumbled into fine dust. Art turned to find another mound of fine sand where the golem in the shape of Tess had been. "You caught on rather quick. I was hoping to let the situation play out a bit more, to see how you handled it." Ren emerged from the rocky ground, dusting off his shabby white coat. "It's hard not to catch on to such an absurd scenario, Ren. I hope you're not doing this just for kicks," Art retorted, disgruntled. "How does one receive a kick from training? Improper teaching methods, perhaps? Is it a disciplinary action you lesser beings employ on one another?" "No, it's an idiom. Never mind," Art sighed, shaking his head at the confused Asura. "Regardless of your illogical expression, what I did was for your benefit. Look at the state you're in now. You've expended most of your energy on a reckless attempt to save that elf." Ren grunted. "Look, I know it wasn't the best course of action, but there are people I consider more important than anyone else, including myself." Art held Ren's gaze firmly as he continued to study him. Art pondered the situation as Ren continued his apathetic stance. Well, familial bonds and mates are important, even for ASU. Wait, what? Mate? Tess isn't a mate." "Oh? From what Winsome told me, and judging by your reaction, I was sure that her importance to you went beyond mere infatuation. You two haven't yet engaged in carnal intimacy?" "No, I haven't engaged in—" "Look, this is beside the point, Ren." Art could feel his face beginning to burn as the Asura pondered his miscalculation. "My apologies, then." Ren shrugged, his expression as apathetic as before. "My point is that, in war, there will come a time when your enemies will try to exploit whatever weaknesses they can. Considering that you will be one of the main powers on Dickathon's side, this is all the more true. Trust me, I know that." Flashes of Art's previous life came to mind. He knew there would be a point when the values of this life, the ones that went against his principles as King Grey, would come to hinder him. Ren explained, "Then I suppose it'd be pointless for me to go on lecturing you. Expect more training in trials like these, boy. This is part of why I was tasked to nurture you out of your diapers. I can single-handedly create all sorts of scenarios." Art wanted to object to his statement about him being in diapers. He had 2 lifetimes worth of experience after all. But then he realized that even combining both lives, he was still much younger than any of the Asuras he had met so far. Taking a deep breath, Art sat down on the ground. "So you can just create a dummy of anything using the earth?" "Not anything. I wouldn't be able to mimic the properties of water using earth, for instance. But mostly, yes," the Asura answered, taking a seat on the extravagant golden throne he had just conjured, without even snapping his fingers. Art thought back to the fake basilisk. Almost every detail of both the black-horned Asura and Tess had been spot on. However, there were 2 things that should have given it away. One was that the golem couldn't emit the amount of pressure and killing intent a real Asura normally would. However, that wasn't what tipped him off. Aside from the likelihood of a basilisk dragging Tess all the way to Epheotis being almost non-existent, under the influence of Realm Heart, he had been able to see the fluctuation of yellow earth and mana particles all over both of them. He hadn't figured it out right away because he had been too focused on rescuing Tess, but as he processed what was happening, the ruse became clear. Is it impossible for lesser beings to reach such a level of insight as to perform mana arts at the levels Asuras are capable of? Arthur wondered aloud. It goes against my nature to deem anything impossible, but I will say it is highly improbable. But you of all people shouldn't be worried about that, Ren replied. Why not? Art asked. Well, the fact is that you're a walking collection of statistical improbabilities. You have an innate ability to comprehend the workings of the four main elements, as well as some of their deviating elemental forms, coinciding so neatly with the fact that comprehension of all four elements is necessary to unlock the mysteries of ether, which the very Princess of Dragons just so happens to have kindly bestowed upon you. Everything about you is an outlier, boy, Ren explained. Even Asuras don't have that much innate talent and luck. If that's your way of cheering me up, thank you, Art chuckled, getting back to his feet. Now, what's next on our to-do list? Before that, give me your dominant hand. Ren rose from his makeshift throne and approached Art. Spreading out his right hand, palm facing up, Art stared at the Asura curiously. He could never read Ren's face. The Asura always wore the same tired expression, like he might drop to the floor snoring at any moment. Ren pulled a fist-sized black case from his coat pocket, then opened it and removed a small pyramidal opaque gem. This is a mineral called a chlorit. By itself, it's a rather rare but useless piece of rock. However, with the right refining and synthesizing process, which I will keep under my grave, so don't bother asking, it is capable of something remarkable. Like speeding up the training process for whoever uses it? Art guessed, thinking of the elixirs Winsome had given to Tess. Remember when I said I don't forge swords, but create them? The hunched Asura asked. Art nodded in reply. With this little gem and the right tools, I can essentially grow a weapon. Grow? As in, grow like a tree? Art asked, sure that he had heard wrong. Yes, the Asura sighed, scratching his head. And no, not like that at all. But if that's what he must think to wrap his lesser mind around it, then so be it. Grunting in annoyance, Art motioned for Ren to continue. Normally, I would have spent years or even decades constantly observing how you fight, Ren clarified, then analyzed that feedback for the information I needed to create a weapon perfectly suited for you. But because of the circumstances surrounding your training, I'm taking a bit of a gamble and doing it this way. What do you mean? Art yelped as a sudden sharp pain cut off his words. The Asura had suddenly stabbed the gem into the center of his palm. What are you doing? Art winced as Ren forced the opaque gem deeper into his flesh until it was completely submerged under his skin. Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot to count to 3. He jibed, rubbing his finger on Art's shirt to wipe off the blood from the wound. I synthesized the achlorit with a portion of Lady Sylvia's feather, as well as a scale from Lady Sylvie. These are both indispensable components of what makes you who you are. I hope this will account for some of the unpredictable aspects of your nature. What would be so unpredictable? Art asked, studying the small hole in his palm where the gem was buried. Every movement, action, thought, and change in your body will factor into how your weapon will manifest. Even I have no idea how it will turn out, the Asura confessed. If it even comes out as a weapon. I'm sorry, but I'm not quite following, Ren. Why do it this way if the outcome is uncertain? And anyway, I thought you weren't going to make a weapon for me. If you're going to be facing the Vritra clan and whatever spawn they conjure up, you're going to need more than just a sharp stick to get by, he grumbled. The Asura's face turned solemn before continuing. And it's because we don't have that much time. Wait, I thought that I had about 2 years left before the war is expected to begin. He stared at Ren as an uneasy feeling crept up from the pit of his stomach. There was a hesitant pause as Ren deliberated on what to say next. Kid, Winsome just received word from Alder with the most recent news from Dicathan. And? Before I say anything else, know that I'm telling you this against Winsome and Lord Indrath's wishes. I want you to make a logical decision. With the help of the ether orb during some portions of the training, it'll still take about a year before the achlorit manifests itself into a weapon. You'll need at least that long to strengthen yourself for the war. Ren's face creased with something akin to worry as he explained. Just tell me, Art pressed. Arthur, although the full army has yet to arrive, the war has already started. "I can fight, Grandpa," Tess yelled, slamming her palms on the table. "And I'm telling you that you can't," he snapped, keeping his eyes glued to the document in front of him and refusing to meet her gaze. "Enough, Tessia," Master Alder's commanding voice cut in. "Your grandfather is right. The risk of putting her out in the field is much too high and unnecessary right now." "But Master, even you yourself said that I'm much stronger than I was," Tess argued, ignoring her grandfather. "And that is still not enough." The three-eyed Asura's tone was matter of fact. She could feel her face burning hot as she struggled to keep her tears at bay. Refusing to let them see her cry, she stormed out of the study as Grandpa called after her. She marched down the long, narrow hallway, which was lit by widely spaced torches that flickered brightly against the cobblestone walls. She banked left near the end of the hallway, reaching two solid iron doors, guarded by an armored augmenter on one side and a well-dressed conjurer on the other. "Princess? What brings you here?" the conjurer asked, her voice laced with concern. "Please open the doors," she ordered, her eyes focused straight ahead. Even her sour mood couldn't detract from her admiration of the beauty of the unique doors that guarded this castle. When Professor Gideon had first completed them, even Master Alder had been pleased by the craftsmanship. I'm sorry. We haven't received word from Commander Virion or Lord Aldir that anyone would be leaving," the armored augmenter muttered, trading uncertain glances with his companion. "Open the doors. She's running an errand with me," a familiar voice echoed from behind her. Turning around, the relief-filled smile spread across Varai's face as she observed the guards. Varai had become almost like an older sister to Tess over the past 2 years. Elegant yet intimidating, she approached with a steady and purposeful gait, her navy coat trailing gracefully behind her. Her left hand rested on the pommel of the thin sword strapped to her waist, and she nodded at Tess with her usual cool expression. The two guards immediately went to work opening the double doors. The conjurer mumbled a long incantation as the augmenter set about pulling the various knobs and levers that covered the intricate doors. "Thank you, Varai." Tess squeezed Varai's arm as they headed into the room, the iron double doors closing behind them with a loud thud. Though the room was heavily secured with a unique mechanism on the door that required a complex pattern of spells and a precise sequence of locks to open, the area the doors were guarding wasn't nearly as noteworthy. The small, rather musty cylindrical room was all but empty except for a single teleportation gate and the gateman in charge of controlling the gate's destination. The elderly gateman stood up straight at the sight of them, dropping the book he had been reading. "General Varai, Princess Tessia, what can I do for you?" Varai glanced over at Tess, waiting for her to speak. "Eddiston City, please," Tess responded. "Certainly." The gateman went to work, mumbling over the ancient runes that allowed such complex magic. The gate, a stone platform with a complicated sigil at its center, glowed in several different colors before it focused on its directed location. "All ready. Please take these emblems for identification when you use the gate at Eddiston. The gateman over there will not let you return to the castle without them," the elderly gateman said as he handed them each a small metal locket with the 3 race insignia on it. "Surely they know who we are," Tess said as she tucked the emblem into the inner pocket of her robe. The gateman shook his head. "Security has been tightened throughout the continent since outside attacks have become more frequent. Even though Eddiston is quite a distance away from the Beast Glades, Commander Virion is implementing stricter measures just in case." "I see." Tess let out a sigh as she stepped up to the platform where the teleportation gate stood. "Are you sure you want to babysit me, Varai? I just finished my lessons with Princess Cathon, so a little break is fine with me," Varai answered curtly, stepping up behind Tess. Their surroundings distorted when they stepped into the gate, and Tess's vision filled with a blurry montage of luminescent colors. In moments, they had arrived at Eddiston, once the humans' capital in the country of Sapan. Tess remembered learning in school that the city had been built on the western coast of the continent, so it would be out of reach of the Dwarven and Elven countries, as well as to keep it as far away from the Beast Glades as possible. However, after the news of impending war was announced to the public, King Glader had torn down the city, and built it back up as an armored fort in anticipation of the Alacrian army's impending assault, which would most likely come straight through Ediston should the front lines fall. Caught by surprise at their appearance, the two gatemen gave a deep bow as they welcomed them. "We're not here on official business. Please, relax." Tess smiled at the guards, hoping to ease their concerned expressions. They left the secured room holding the gate and stepped out into the busy streets. Both hid their faces underneath their woolen hoods to keep from attracting unnecessary attention. Outside, a panorama of bustle and noise greeted them. Merchants wheeled their carts through the wide street, while vendors and entertainers haggled with housewives from the tents and canopies lining the road. Ever since Ediston had been demolished and rebuilt as a military city, its economy had been dependent on the soldiers stationed there with their families. Smiths and other craftsmen traveled to the city, knowing that their work would be in high demand. Merchants soon came out of their way to set up shops there because of the ever-growing military population, not to mention the workers, builders, and craftsmen who were part of the war effort. As they made their way down the street, soldiers, burly augmenters and lean conjurers alike, marched with their weapons in hand. They all wore the same moss green and silver uniform embroidered with the Triunion emblem, which had become the official symbol of Dicathen. "Was there anything specific you wanted to do?" Varai asked, slowing her pace to match Tess's. "Not particularly." Tess shook her head. "I just wanted some fresh air and to be away from everyone in the castle." "Keep your sword out and ready at all times, Tessia," Varai said, glancing at her hip, where Tess's weapon should have hung. With a sigh, Tess replied, "You're here with me, right? And besides, this city is just about the farthest point from all of the fighting." Etiston had been rebuilt to be the very last line of defense against the Alacrian army, seeing as it was the city farthest away from the battle and in an ideal defensive location, with 3 of its sides bordered by the ocean. When their forces had been sent out into the Beast Glades to explore the dungeons, because that was where the Alacrian forces had been popping out from, Grandpa Virion had deduced that the unnatural occurrences over the past 10 years, including the death of their Lanza Leia, were a symptom of the Vritra's presence there. "In times of war, it's necessary to be ready for the worst-case scenario," Varai stated. Not wanting to argue, Tess took her sword from her dimension ring and strapped it to her waist underneath her wool cloak. "Happy?" "So how are Cathilne and Curtis doing with their training?" Tess asked quietly, stopping by a stall selling particularly beautiful handcrafted jewelry. "Baron tells me Curtis is determined and hardworking, but that his progress is slow. His comprehension of mana is only average at best, despite his being a beast tamer. Princess Cathilne, on the other hand, is moving along well in her training. I've been told she was always a bit more gifted than everyone else, and after these last 2 years, I understand why," Varai answered, looking disinterestedly at the jewels she clearly had no fondness for. "Well, not more than everyone else," Tess corrected, a dull ache gripping at her heart. "You're right. I forget at times that the boy is your own age. Arthur is an anomaly of an entirely different sort, no doubt." Varai nodded to herself. "I can only imagine what he will be like when he comes back after training with the Asuras." Even with her expressionless face, it was easy to see that Varai was envious of Arthur. Training with the Asuras of Ephiatus, who were on a higher level than even Master Alder, was something most of them could only dream of. However, Tess knew firsthand how harsh the Asheras were, from the dozen or so lessons she had received from Master Aldir over the past 2 years. Imagining herself under constant supervision by Aldir sent shivers down her spine. As they walked down the main road, Tess admired the imposing outer walls surrounding the whole city. From where she stood, she could barely see the small figures of the guards patrolling the top of the wall. Ediston had been rebuilt so that the buildings near the center of the city were the highest, and the entire city sloped down toward the outer walls. This allowed conjurers and long-range augmenters in the heart of the city to have a clear shot at their enemies from the rooftop of nearly any building. Of course, their enemies would first have to break through the thick, mana-reinforced walls that surrounded Etiston. "Do you think the Alacrian army will be able to make it all the way here?" Tess asked, still staring at the outer walls. I heard from Grandpa that Director Cynthia said Alakria is to the west of Dicathan. Doesn't that mean Atistan is the closest city to our enemy? Yes, but she also said that they had no effective way of transporting significant numbers of soldiers across the ocean, which is why they're going for a more discreet method, coming through the teleportation gates they have hidden throughout the Beast Glades. The Vritra could bring in a considerable force and keep it safely hidden in the endless maze of tunnels and dungeons until ready to strike, Varai answered, as she veered off to look at some of the weapons on display at a nearby forge. I see, Tess mumbled. She felt bad for Director Cynthia, who had been confined for the last 2 years. While Master Aldir was able to partially break the curse that bound her from releasing any information about her homeland, allowing her to provide some intelligence, Director Cynthia still ended up comatose. Now the woman who had once been in charge of Xyrus Academy was simply lying in a room somewhere, barely alive, under the constant care of a nurse. The business regarding the war had caused a strain on Tess's relationship with her grandfather. He had always looked scary, but Grandpa had only ever been a nice, embarrassing man who just wanted what was best for her. However, after he had assumed command of the combined military forces of the Triunion with Master Alder, who operated only in the shadows, his personality had become darker and much more strict. Tess hated that it had to happen, but she didn't blame Grandpa. At least she was able to see him often, unlike her mother and father. The remaining members of the council were working the social front, doing everything they could to encourage the individual cities to prepare for military action. With King and Queen Graysunders both dead, the dwarves were in rebellion, so the council was also working to regain their allegiance. "Watch out!" someone suddenly yelled as they ran headfirst into Tess. Her thoughts had been elsewhere, and she reacted instinctively. Tess grabbed their wrist and pivoted her body. Placing her foot in front of theirs, the person tripped, and she had them pinned down with her sword half unsheathed, pressed against their throat before she saw the person's face. "Emily?" Tess sputtered. "Davis, switch positions with Stannard." Tess swung her blade, creating an arc of wind that knocked away the armored gnoll, a nasty mana beast that was more like a bipedal, rabid dog that had tried to catch her off guard. "Careful, leader. If you die on us, your grandfather will murder us all," Darvis warned, a wide grin visible underneath his dented helmet. "Bite me," Tess snorted, parrying the downswing of another assault mage's axe. "Do you want me to count all the times I've saved your ass?" "Don't start a battle you can't win, Darvis," Carria mocked as she nimbly dodged a spiked club, following up with an uppercut at a fanged orc's jaw. "Stannard, have you found the pack leader yet? These gnolls just keep coming out of nowhere." Darvis twirled 2 hatchets before launching them at a nearby gnoll. "Not yet," their blonde-haired mage called from behind. "Hey, leader, I'm thinking we should fall back. There are too many of them for just our team to handle without overexerting ourselves." Darvis unclipped his 2 large battle axes from his back and decapitated a large orc. "I think you're right. This was supposed to be a scouting excursion, not a full-blown assault. We should fall back to camp. The conjurers will take care of any stragglers that follow us. Tess thrust her thin blade underneath the seam of the armored gnoll's breastplate. Its rabid, dog-like face contorted in pain as it crumpled to the floor. Those lucky wand wavers, sitting behind the lines and firing off spells while they gossip with each other, Darvis grumbled as he used the blunt end of his axe to cave in a gnoll's chest. "Hey!" Stannard exclaimed. "That's degrading." Ignoring her team member's banter, Tess hopped back, taking up a position next to Stannard. "Stannard, I'm going to hold them down. Go all out, okay?" "Understood," he acknowledged. "Darvis Korea, better get out of the way." Sheathing her sword, Tess released the first phase of her beast will to strengthen her spell. With her palms on the ground, she whispered, "Ivy Prison." A wave of vines shot up from the ground, entangling both the large orcs and the gnolls coming through the opening on the far side of the cavern. Stannard aimed a device that looked like a narrow crossbow at the horde of mana beasts now rooted to the ground. His pale blue eyes narrowed in concentration as he inserted a small orb into the tip of the contraption. The embedded gem glowed bright red as Stannard waited for the right moment. As soon as both Darvis and Caria had cleared the line of fire, he unleashed his attack, Propulsion Blast. More like a cannon than a crossbow, a fiery blast exploded from the end of Stannard's weapon, nearly blowing the small mage off his feet. They all stared grimly at the scene in front of them. The first wave of orcs and gnolls burned like matchsticks, trapping their comrades behind a wall of fire. "Another new spell you mixed up?" Darvis asked, his eyes fixed on the fiery blaze just a dozen yards away. "Yup," Stannard replied, strapping his weapon across his shoulder. "The recoil is a bit painful, though. That's why I keep telling you that you should train more with me." Caria wagged her gloved finger at him. "And I'm telling you there's no way in hell I'd train with you, you compact package of savagery," Stannard retorted. "I still have nightmares about that day." "Guys, let's save the banter for when we're back with the other teams," Tess cut in. "That fire won't hold them back for long." With that, they headed down the narrow corridor they had entered through, making sure there weren't any mana beasts following them. It wasn't long before they saw the flickering purple light that indicated the main base, the place Tess had called home for the past few months. "I wonder what they prepared for supper," Darvis mused, licking his lips. "It's always the same old mush, and yet they keep calling it food. I swear, the cooks purposely make it as unappetizing as possible so no one will want seconds," Stannard grumbled. "Any chance that our leader, whom we love and appreciate so much, and who also happens to be a princess, can hook her precious teammates up with some real food?" Darvis asked, his eyes twinkling. "Gross." Caria cringed beside Tess. "If you want to beg for favors, you're better off covering your face while you do so." "Don't hate me because I'm beautiful, shorty." Darvis stuck out his chin. With his rugged but sharp face, he could be considered objectively handsome despite his unkempt appearance and inflated ego. "I'm not short, I'm petite," Caria snapped back at him. "And I'm cute too. Right, Tessia?" She turned to Tess and grabbed her arm. "Oh, please. Stannard here is petite. He could pass as a 10-year-old. You, on the other hand, are just short and barbaric." Darvis grinned. "Is there really a need for you to include me in your squabble?" Stannard sounded offended. He was always sensitive about his height and objected to anyone calling him short or small. "Guys, who cares if we're pretty or cute or handsome? We're in a dungeon, covered in blood, sweat, and grime. Is there really a need to look attractive down here?" Tess sighed in frustration as they reached the iron wall protecting the camp. "As expected of someone who's been blessed with true beauty. You'd never understand the hardships normal girls have to go through to find a man," Caria said with a pout. "Stop it," Tess scoffed, shaking her head. "What true beauty?" "It's true," Darvis said. "If it weren't for the fact that you're Commander Virian's precious granddaughter, and the fact that you could easily beat me up, I'd have already made a move on you. If you don't knock it off, I still might beat you up. Again," Tess retorted. "Alas, our love is not meant to be. I prefer my women flirtatious and fun, Darvis said, sighing with exaggerated longing. Gross, Caria and Tess said in unison. They knocked on the mana-enhanced iron wall, and a slit opened in the middle. A pair of sharp eyes regarded them for a moment. When the eyes landed on Tess, they widened. Princess Tessia! Yes. Now please open the door, Tess replied, looking up at the flickering purple light coming from the lantern bolted to the ceiling. The metal slit closed, and the purple light changed to red, warning them to stand clear. The dark wall split apart at the seam in the middle. The harsh grinding of metal on stone echoed off the walls of the narrow cavern as the doors opened enough to admit them. As they stepped through the doorway in single file, the warmth of burning fires from several earthen pits and the smell of indiscernible herbs and meat greeted them. The narrow hallway they had been in opened up to a massive cavern with a naturally vaulted ceiling high above them. High up near the ceiling, large holes were dug into the walls, and archers and conjurers lay inside, ready to fire at any intruders. Artificial light from orbs lined the walls to brighten the immense cavern in which over 100 soldiers and mages had set up camp. An underground stream gurgled along one side of the cavern, providing fresh water for all the soldiers stationed here. Welcome back, Princess. The sentry guarding the door bowed. Tess waved him off with a quick nod. Her teammates followed close behind her as they headed for their own little campsite. When they arrived, Tess went directly inside the tent Caria and Tess shared and gathered a new set of clothes and a towel. Opening the flap of the tent, Tess could see Darvis trying to light a fire while Caria watched Stannard disassemble and clean his crossbow-like weapon. She thought of how far the four of them had come in these past 3 months and smiled. She had first been introduced to this group shortly after gaining her grandfather's approval to go out to battle. Darvis, fourth son of House Clarel, was a lazy, spoiled, arrogant ass, but he was also an exceptionally talented prodigy in mana control and had the reflexes to match. The mission briefing she'd received on Darvis had been quite the read. The Clarels had been a distinguished family for centuries, known for their unique and secretive style of augmented axemanship. Despite a history of fooling around and skipping out on training, the wild-haired Darvis was still a far better axeman and fighter than any of his older brothers. His father, tired of his son's lackadaisical attitude toward everything, had sent Darvis into battle as soon as he reached the solid yellow core stage. In the beginning, it was a nightmare. Darvis had taken one look at Tess and decided she was a liability, someone to be looked down on. Even after she'd resorted to using her beast will to defeat him in a duel, he still considered Tess unfit as a leader and did as he wanted. He only really cared about 2 things: flirting with women and watching out for his childhood friend, Caria. Tessia? What are you doing? You look pretty silly with just your head sticking out of the tent, Caria said, smirking. I was just heading out. I'm going to take a bath, Tess replied, somewhat flustered. Don't be too long, Princess. Remember, this is a war camp, not a day spa, Darvis called out lazily, lying on his side by the fire. Maybe not, but there's nothing wrong having a wash. You should try it sometime, Tess quipped, carrying her clothes and towel over her shoulder. Can you stop with the stupid taunts? Caria snapped, as she kicked the arm that Darvis had been leaning his head on, causing his head to slam into the hard stone ground. Gah! Can we not always resort to violence, you vicious little mouse? Darvis cried, rubbing the side of his head. You were asking for it, Stannard chuckled from his seat, putting down his weapon. Darvis, where did you put the beast cores we collected? Over there, he grumbled, pointing to the bag by their tent. As Tess made her way toward the stream, she glanced over her shoulder to see Caria rubbing her childhood friend's head, making sure he was unharmed. She wondered when Caria would gather the courage to confess to Darvis. Caria Reedy was just as headstrong as Darvis, if not more so, but she was also bright and optimistic, despite the harsh environment in which she had been raised. The Reedy family had served the Clarel family for many generations. However, when Caria's mother failed to produce any sons, Caria, the oldest of the daughters, was raised as if she were a male and trained to fight with a unique artifact that took the appearance of a pair of gloves. When activated, they transformed into gauntlets reaching all the way up to her shoulders. Eventually, she was assigned to protect a member of the Clarel family, Darvis. This girl, who looked like a 13-year-old but was actually a few years older than Tess, had been the glue that held the team together. Caria was cheerful and sensitive to her surroundings, and she had been a great help in keeping Darvis in line. After a month or so, she confided in Tess, revealing that she was helplessly in love with her perverted, lazy childhood friend. Tess was shocked at first, but as someone who had feelings for a boy who only saw her as a little girl that needed protecting, Tess empathized with Caria. Apart from her role as the mediator in their group, Caria truly shined on the battlefield. Even after more than 3 months fighting in the dungeons, Tess had yet to see anyone as agile, nimble, and flexible as Caria. Entering one of the stalls that had been conjured at the edge of the stream, Tess stripped off her filthy clothes, careful not to irritate the scratches and bruises she'd gotten from their last battle. Dipping her body into the cold, flowing stream at the far end of the enclosed room, she hurriedly wiped herself with the cleansing herb she had brought. Constantly moving to fight the chill from the brisk water, she washed herself in the clothes she'd fought in. Afterward, she dried herself and changed into fresh attire, keeping the towel wrapped around her head. Arriving back at the campsite, Tess huddled closely beside the fire, gingerly defrosting herself from the torturous bath. Darvis was nowhere to be found, most likely flirting with some of the female conjurers assigned to guard the main base. Caria's butt stuck out from their tent as she rummaged through her belongings, leaving only Stannard and Tess by the fire. "You should wash up as well. You don't want your wounds to get infected," Tess advised, turning her back toward the fire so her body could be evenly roasted. Ugh. I swear, fighting mana beasts is less painful than taking a bath in that near-frozen stream. Stannard grimaced. "I guess I should, though. Let me finish up with this beast core first." Tess watched the blonde-haired boy as he clutched firmly at a beast core they had extracted from one of the gnolls and chanted a spell over it. Stannard Berwick, the last member of their team, had made a very distinct impression during his assessment. Introduced to Tess's grandfather by Professor Gideon, when the dainty-looking boy, who appeared no older than Caria, had stepped onto the training field, all 3 of them had their concerns. He was a dark yellow stage conjurer at the time and had a dual affinity for fire and wind. This was all well and good, but Stannard also had a deficiency in his mana core, which prevented him from storing the amount of mana a yellow core mage would normally have been able to. Initially, due to his condition, Tess thought it would be better to have Stannard on the back lines, with the other wand wavers, as Darvis called them. However, Gideon had guaranteed that the boy would be useful to have as a teammate on the front line. As it turned out, Stannard was a very peculiar type of deviant. He had the unique ability to somehow store actual spells into beast cores. He was the only one who could activate the prepared spell. Otherwise, they'd all have been carrying around bags of loaded beast cores. Seeing Darvis returning to their camp, Tess called out to him, "Is that the son of House Clarel I see, returning alone to his cold camp bed?" "Ah, the sheltered elf princess is getting better at sarcasm," he snorted. "And it's not that I couldn't. It's just that there were no girls worthy of me." "I can think of one," Tess sighed, purposefully not looking toward Caria, who was still inside the tent. "I'm sorry, princess. You're really not my type," Darvis said, smirking. Tess shook her head. "Never mind, you dolt." Caria came out of the tent at that moment with dried fruit and meat in her arms. "I finally found where I hid these." Darvis let out an eager gasp as he eyed the food. "Why would you hide these?" "So our ever-so-sexy and suave teammate doesn't inhale it all at once," Stannard said, putting down the beast core he had just finished imbuing. "Not you, too," Darvis groaned. They all laughed as Caria handed each of them a piece of jerky. As Tess took a bite of the chewy, salty meat, a familiar voice called out from behind her. "Princess!" When she turned around, she broke into a smile at the unexpected surprise. "Helen!" Seeing the familiar face of Helen Shard, leader of the Twin Horns, the group Art's father had once led. Tess waved excitedly at her. Then she noticed the rest of the Twin Horns behind Helen. "Hi, everyone." Tess gave Helen a big hug, then greeted the rest of her party. "Team, I'd like you to meet Helen Shard, Durden Walker, Jasmine Flamesworth, Adam Crench, and Angela Rose of the Twin Horns. I've told you about them before, right?" Tess introduced her teammates, pointing to them in turn. "And this is Carria Rede, Darvis Clarell, and Stannard Berwick." "It's a pleasure to meet you, madam." Darvis rushed over to shake hands with Angela, the Twin Horns conjurer. "Darvis Clarell, fourth son of Darius Clarell, and I must say, you are a sight for these sore eyes of mine." "Ugh, typical," Carria whispered. "He goes straight to the one with the big tits." "How long have you been here, Princess?" Helen asked, redirecting Tess's attention away from Darvis and his antics. "We've been here for about 3 months now, I think," Tess replied. "And please, just call me Tessia." "Sorry, we've only met a few times and they were all brief, so I didn't want to be rude," Helen said with a chuckle. "Did you just get here?" Tess asked, trying to follow Helen's lead and ignore Stannard and Darvis, who were both trying to flirt with Angela. She motioned for Helen to have a seat beside her next to their crackling fire. "This afternoon, we were at the wall for about 4 months, but our party has been sent here to help out with the scouting," Helen said. The wall was what everyone called the stretch of forts that had been built along the Grand Mountains to make sure the battle didn't reach the more populated areas of Sappan. While Tessia knew that the Alacrian forces might be invading from the western coast, Grandpa had explicitly told everyone with knowledge of the sunken ship to keep it a secret until proper preparations had been made. Fortunately, communications with the dwarves had been going well over the past few months. They had agreed to let the humans and elves take shelter in their underground kingdom if needed. They all hoped it wouldn't reach that stage, especially the elves, because the distance between the kingdoms of Darv and Elenoir meant that teleportation was the only means of travel. For now, many of the tribes along the southern half of Elenoir had migrated through the Elshire Forest and Grand Mountains near the central cities of Sapin. The current plan was to get as many civilians as possible away from the western coast and the Beast Glades. "What is it like fighting along the wall, Helen?" Tessia asked, curious about the main war zone. "Have you actually fought against Alacrian mages?" "Yes," Helen answered grimly. "The Alacrian forces are strong. Out at the wall, it's not just the Alacrian soldiers we have to fight against, but the mana beasts that they somehow put under their control as well." "I see." Tess looked at her sword, unhappy that the only fighting she'd done since she had joined the war had been against the mana beasts rampaging through the dungeons. Spotting the look on her face, Helen added, "But the battles going on here are just as important, maybe even more so. Trust me. The more mana beasts we kill here, the fewer there are up on the surface. And if we find and kill a mutant, the Alacrian forces lose hundreds of their puppets." Tess nodded silently. She knew that winning the fight down here was crucial to the war. The main task of the soldiers gathered here was to find the mutants in the depths of the dungeon. Mutants, mana beasts controlled by the Alacrians, were mostly leaders of their own dungeons. Through the mutant, the enemy was able to control the hundreds of mana beasts that served it. As long as these mutants existed, other mana beasts of their species would follow them, fighting alongside the Alacrian soldiers. There were dozens of squads out there, deep inside various dungeons, trying to find and kill the mutants before they gathered a significant number of mana beasts and began advancing toward the wall. "Because the mutant hiding here is supposedly an S-class mana beast, your grandfather sent more mages in, which is why we're here," the large man named Durden chimed in, overhearing their conversation. They already knew that, of course. Usually, there wouldn't be so many soldiers inside one dungeon. "Thank heavens for that, and thank dear grandfather for bringing such a fair angel to my arms," Darvis added, inching an arm across Angela's back. Angela just giggled, apparently regarding Darvis as nothing more than a cute pet. Carria smacked Darvis upside the head and dragged him a safe distance away. Stannard, who had seemed embarrassed when Angela had cooed and patted his head as if he were a child, moved to stand next to Durden. He fiddled with his weapon, a scowl on his face. She turned back to the leader of the Twin Horns. "Tell me more about the fights happening at the wall, Helen." "Look, Princess," Adam Crench spat. "Fights at the wall aren't bedtime stories that your nanny reads to you in your fancy canopy bed. It's war. People die on both sides." Adam had a head of red hair that looked like the burning fire they were huddled around, and he glared at her as if he were scolding a schoolgirl. She was about to say something when Durden got in between them. "Don't take Adam's words to heart. If we did, we'd all killed him in his sleep, more than once." She hadn't even realized she was already standing up, but Durden's intervention and dismissive words quelled her anger just enough to keep her from exploding. She sat back down, but she was still glaring at the lanky Emberheed. Arthur had mentioned how Adam could be when he described the Twin Horns, but she hadn't realized how much of an understatement his words were. "Adam, find an empty fire pit and go set up our tents," Helen ordered, a surprising amount of authority in her voice, which hadn't been there when she was talking to Tess. "Angela, can you go help him out?" With a cheery salute, Angela herded the grumbling Adam away from their camp. That left only Helen, Durden, and Jasmine, who had been silent since they had arrived. Despite how the words came off of that defective muscle he calls a tongue, Adam only said that because he didn't want you to know. Helen sighed. "You're over here fighting beasts, but the Alacrian soldiers are much more monstrous than any mana beasts here. At least the creatures you battle here fight for survival, on instinct. They fight to kill, and to some extent, that's merciful." "What do you mean by that?" Stannard asked. Helen's expression was hesitant, and she seemed to be searching for a way to delicately convey whatever she was about to say. However, Jasmine stepped up and answered for her. "Information is the most important thing in a war," she said evenly. "Both sides, they're trying to get information out of each other. That means kidnapping, torturing." A heavy silence hung in the air, and even Darvis's typically aloof expression hardened. "Battles here are black and white. Beasts are bad. You are good. When you're fighting other humans, elves and dwarves who can all talk, scream in pain, and beg for mercy, things become more gray. It's harder to distinguish between right and wrong," Jasmine continued, her face a stone mask despite the horrors she was describing. The once lively atmosphere of a reunion had turned tense, and there were exchanged glances among Tess and her teammates. Suddenly, a series of loud crashing noises made everyone turn their heads toward one of the gated entrances leading deeper into the dungeon. "Please, hurry! Let me in!" A muffled voice yelled from behind one of the doors. The sentry in charge of that entrance quickly verified the man's identity, then unbolted the door and hauled it open. The entire cavern fell into deathly quiet. Everyone, whether they were stationed inside or merely resting after an excursion, was on their feet, hands gripping their weapons, and their gazes focused on the entrance. As the two heavy doors slid apart, the man who had been shouting on the other side tumbled through, falling to the ground, apparently unconscious. "Does this happen often?" Helen asked, her bow ready, her free hand at her quiver. "No, it doesn't," Tess answered, her hand resting on the pommel of her sword. The sentry immediately pulled the scout inside before closing the doors. "Get me a medic!" the sentry roared, hoisting the bloody scout on his shoulders. There weren't any emitters stationed here. Most were at the wall, healing the wounded there. However, there were always a few people on call who were adept at medical treatment. "Do you want to see what that's all about?" Stannard glanced up at Tess. "Do we have clearance to go inside?" Helen asked, craning her neck to see. "Being a princess is a kind of clearance, right?" Darvis shrugged, eager to know what was happening. Tess rose. "Not everyone, though." Helen and Stannard volunteered themselves to come with Tess. When they arrived at the white canopied tent at the wall opposite the entrances, closest to the exit back to the surface, two guards stopped them from going inside, then recognized who Tess was. "Princess, what brings you here? Are you injured?" The slightly larger of the two armored guards dipped his head to get a better look at Tess. No, I know the scout that just arrived, Tess lied, giving him a solemn look. And I'm worried about him. Do you mind letting us through? The two guards exchanged hesitant glances, but eventually, they opened the removable tarp that served as the door. Tess had expected there to be a lot more noise inside, especially considering the scout's shocking entrance, but the tent had no other patients. The medic, her assistant, and the leader of their expedition all stood around the scout, who was lying unconscious in bed. When they stepped inside, the leader of the expedition, a barrel-chested augmenter named Drogo Lambert, rose from his seat along with his assistant. "Princess? What happened? Are you injured?" Drogo asked, worry etched on his face. He looked at Stannard, then his face lit up when he saw who was with them. "Helen Shard?" "Nice seeing you, Drogo, or I guess I should call you Leader, right?" Helen stepped up and shook hands with the hulking man, whose armor seemed designed to contain his muscles rather than protect them. "Please, you're more than fit to take my place." His smile faded as he regarded them worriedly. "So what brings you two here? Is everything all right?" Tess nodded. "Don't worry, Leader. Everything's fine. The princess here is probably curious about what news our little slumbering prince has brought, am I right?" said the medic, an elderly woman with a hunch and a naturally scowling face. "I can't hide anything from you, Elder Albreda," Tess said, smiling awkwardly. "Bah! Does this poor excuse for a treatment center look like a gossip wing to you?" she grumbled as she turned to the shelf full of herbs and plants behind her and began tidying it. "Of course not," Helen chimed in. "But I was brought here with my team to help find the S-class beast that was turned into a mutant, and I'm to send updates to my superiors back at the wall periodically. I thought the fastest way to find out what was going on would be talking to this man," she said, indicating the unconscious scout. "You'd be right in thinking that, but unfortunately, it may be a while before we can get any answers out of him," Drogo grumbled. Stannard carefully approached the man. "What happened to him?" "Dehydration and massive fatigue. The lad isn't injured that I've found yet, but he doesn't seem to have had anything to eat or drink for a day or two. And by the state of his feet, I'd say he's been running nonstop for quite some time." Elder Albreda lifted the sheets to reveal the scout's raw, bloody feet and began quickly but thoroughly cleaning the wounds. "I see," Helen responded. "Drogo, can you let us know as soon as he gets up?" He nodded. They turned to leave the tent, but a sharp gasp made them turn back around. The scout was struggling to sit up and was coughing dryly. "How long have I been out?" he managed to ask. "Calm down, soldier. One of the sentries said your name is Sayer, is that right?" Drogo slid his arm behind Sayer's back, supporting the scout. "Yes, sir," he answered in a croaky, weak voice. The medical assistant handed him a small glass of water, which he downed in one gulp. "Well, Sayer, it's been about 10 minutes or so. What happened? Where's the rest of your team?" Drogo asked. "Dead, sir. I'd stayed behind." The scout hesitated. "I had a disagreement with my teammates, so I stayed behind." "Disagreement?" "I felt terrible for letting them go deeper by themselves, so I trailed behind them almost immediately after they left," Sayer said, guilt practically etched on his forehead. "But they'd walked into an ambush of gnolls, far deadlier than the ones up here, sir." Everyone in the tent was silent as they processed Sayer's words. "There must have been hundreds of them, sir, and there was this huge door behind them, like they were protecting whatever was on the other side," he stammered. "I think we found it, sir. I think we found the mutant's den." Stannard's stomach lurched at the scout's foreboding words. This is it, he thought. This was what they were down there for. After this was over, he would be able to go back home, sleep in a real bed, eat a meal that had been properly cooked and seasoned for taste, not for sustenance. Yet why was he so afraid? But I did it, leader. The scout let out another pained breath. I managed to set up the mass teleportation gate near the entrance, just like we'd been instructed. You did good, Sayer. Drogo squeezed the scout's arm, then headed out of the tent. Come on, we should prepare as well. The short-haired woman, Helen Shard, turned and walked out behind him. Tessia nodded firmly in response and motioned for Stannard to follow, but he couldn't. His legs felt like they were anchored to the ground, as if his very body was protesting against the fact that following them might just lead to his death. Stannard, you okay? Tessia tilted her head, locking eyes with him as she lifted the tent flap. Yeah, I'm fine. He said it more to convince himself than anything else. When they arrived back at the campsite, Tessia relayed the scout's news. Finally, Darvis groaned in relief. I can take a hot bath after all this is over. Can you at least try not to sound like a spoiled child? Caria shook her head as she headed to her tent. What? Everyone's thinking it anyway, right? Darvis turned to Stannard. Tell her, Stannard, you're just itching for a hot bath after this, right? Yeah, sure, Stannard replied blankly as he sat down, his mana launcher held weakly in his hands. Something wrong, Stan? Darvis asked, raising a brow. With an annoyed sigh, Stannard replied, No, I'm fine. I just want this to be over. It was pointless to say anything. Darvis, Caria, and Tessia were all genius mages and combatants. They didn't need to feel fear in situations like these. They wouldn't understand. All right. Well, we'll head to our camp and prepare as well. Samantha and Adam have no clue what's going on after all, the leader of the Twin Horns announced. The rest of her team trailed behind her as they left. A few minutes after the Twin Horns had gone, Drogo's voice echoed through the large cavern, alerting everyone of the scout's message. Soon, the entire place was filled with a frenzy of movement as over 100 soldiers scurried around to prepare themselves for the impending battle. Besides Stannard, Caria had already donned her battle gear, which consisted of light leather armor that covered her vitals without hindering her mobility. She lay sprawled out beside him, stretching her limber body in ways he would have thought impossible if he hadn't seen them for himself. Sitting across from him by the fire, Darvis was juggling the smaller axes he used for throwing. The spoiled fourth son of the Clarel family had lost his normal, relaxed expression, replaced by the calm and focused mask he wore during a serious battle. He turned to Tessia, who was actually the youngest on their team. He was older by just a year, but the most composed. She had already equipped herself for battle. She wore a tight-fitting black leather wrap underneath a chainmail plate to protect her chest. An elegantly curved spalder, decorated with an intricate design of flowing branches, rested on the shoulder of her dominant arm. Her vambraces were of the same design as the single shoulder plate armor and the folds that protected her hips and thighs. Tessia tied her hair back, revealing the cream-colored nape of her neck, and Stannard had to avert his gaze. He could feel his face growing hot as the image of her elegant figure burned itself into his skull. Get yourself together, Stannard. She's out of your league. Besides, she's in love with that Arthur guy. He shook his head as he tried to concentrate on counting the ammunition he had. They wouldn't be leaving for a few more hours, which gave him some time to load more beast cores with spells. Stannard had 25 low-damage rounds and 8 loaded with high-damage spells. After some rough calculations, he concluded that about 5 more low-damage and 2 more high-damage rounds should suffice. Looking up, Stannard observed as the mages began preparing the connection between the teleportation gates so they would be able to arrive right where the scout had placed the artifact. As the shimmering portal enlarged, he felt his body growing heavier by the second. Stannard had done well for the 3 months they'd been there. However, this was the real thing. He had fought mana beasts before all this, but this would be his first time fighting against a mutant. Come on, Stannard. You should stretch too. It'll be bad if you cramp up in battle. Karia's voice shook him out of his daze. Her bright eyes looked down at him from beside the fire as she held out her hand. A smile managed to escape Stannard's lips as he accepted her hand. Go easy on me. After about 2 hours, the gate was ready, and teams were heading toward it, eager to be the first ones through. Stannard gripped the handle of his mana launcher tightly to keep his hands from trembling. Let's go, Tessia finally announced. A newfound fire burned in her eyes, determination practically oozing from her pores. Aye, Captain, Darvis responded, a snarky grin on his face. They approached the mass of people gathered in front of the teleportation gate, which was capable of transporting a few dozen at once. Are you ready? Helen Shard's voice chimed in from the left. As ready as we'll ever be, Tessia responded, her eyes on the portal. Vanguard teams, brace yourselves upon arrival. We're not certain how many mana beasts will be on the other side, Drogo yelled beside the portal. He had specifically chosen certain teams to lead the charge, clearing the way for the rest of them. It was dangerous going into the middle of an active battlefield through a teleporter. They didn't know what was on the other side, and those who'd gone through couldn't turn the rest around if things went bad. Charge! Drogo roared, unsheathing his longsword and taking the lead. The crowd began dwindling as teams charged through the gate, weapons at the ready. Tessia looked back at them over her shoulder. We'll all get out of this alive and eat a nice, delicious meal after. Agreed? Agreed! They shouted in unison, then stepped through the glowing gate. Stannard let out a crazed yell as he came through the gate, just in time to see an augmenter from one of the teams ahead of them being hacked down by a pair of hyena-faced gnolls. Granith! The woman beside him cried desperately before the gnolls turned on her. His weapon was loaded with a low-damage core, but Darvis had already sprung into action. With a powerful leap, he cleared the distance and landed between the gnolls, his 2 short axes whirling. The air around him swirled, coalescing into the axes, and both gnolls' heads were severed clean. Blood spurted from their necks a second later, but Darvis was already checking on the conjurer. Damn it, he swore, sending one of the decapitated bodies tumbling away with a firm kick. She's dead. Keep together and keep moving, Tessia ordered as she looked around the group. It seemed like a fair-sized group of gnolls and orcs had been waiting for them. The teams that preceded them were all locked in battle with mana beasts. The cavern they were in was about half the size of the main encampment. For a second, Stannard thought they had arrived in front of the towering doors, where the scout had speculated the mutant was. But peering ahead, there was only a narrow entrance to a hallway darkened by shadows. Stannard, to your left, Karia called from behind. Immediately, he whirled around, taking a step back just in time to dodge the crude head of a halberd. Raising his mana launcher, he took aim at the orc's chest and fired, burning a hole into the center of the creature's heart. The monster crumbled to the floor, dropping its weapon with a heavy thud, but Stannard had no time to rest. Another gnoll charged recklessly toward them. Got it, Karia called out, already in motion. She bolted forward, close to the ground, both fists tucked closely to her chest, ready to attack. At the last instant, Tessia raised a small earthen platform to maximize her acceleration, and with a yell, she exploded up at breakneck speed. Her arms came over her head, fingers pointed like the tip of a spear, as if she wanted to dive straight into the approaching gnoll, twice her size. With a squelching thud, Tessia's gauntlet pierced through the gnoll's stomach. The giant dog-faced monster faltered, its grotesque face crinkled in shock, and Stannard delivered the final blow with another low-damage core between its eyes. Tessia landed deftly on her feet, not even losing her balance, then shook the blood off her metal gauntlets before bolting off in another direction. An agonized growl behind him caught Stannard's attention. Turning around, he caught a glimpse of Tessia taking down a pair of orcs and a large gnoll. She was a flurry of blades as she zipped from beast to beast. Each step, each swing, had a purpose as she slashed and lunged at the gnolls as if in a choreographed dance. He was amazed every time he saw her fight. Stannard had always been jealous of Darvis and Caria for their innate talents in mana manipulation and fighting prowess, but Tessia's skill and grace were at a level he could only revere. "It's about time you made yourself useful, right, Stannard?" Darvis called, as he pried a hatchet from the skull of a dead orc. "Shut it," Stannard retorted with a smile. "How about we start mobbing them up?" He took out a large beast core that radiated an orange-red glow. "Conjurer crossfire!" Darvis yelled out, a warning to the other soldiers who would be in range as he began herding a group of orcs. The rest of the soldiers knew what to do. Some began backing out of the way, while others steered their opponents toward Stannard's line of fire. A large conjurer approached him, giving a nod as he raised his staff in preparation. A few more conjurers joined, and they readied their attacks as their companions drove more and more of the orcs and gnolls toward the center of the dim cavern. The few strays who managed to break away from the group were quickly hacked down by the augmenters protecting them. Taking a deep breath, Stannard loaded the glowing beast core into his mana launcher. Steadying the tip of his weapon and aiming at the center of the mass of gnolls and orcs guarding their cavern, he waited for the signal. A deep, baritone voice sounded from the edge of the group as a soldier hacked and pushed a stray gnoll into the cluster of beasts. "All clear." The conjurers positioned around him fired their most powerful spells at the mass, while Stannard waited calmly for the right moment. As the last of their spells was fired toward the monsters, he launched his own, Hell's Prison. The recoil from launching a sphere of fire 3 times his own size sent Stannard tumbling back into the cavern wall. The burning orb swelled to 3 times its original size as it flew into the mob, and the blaze encompassed them and the spells that the conjurers had cast. When the flaming sphere died away, it revealed the charred remains of the few dozen mana beasts that had been trapped within, and a wave of cheers went up from the rest of the soldiers. The few scattered mana beasts that remained were easily dealt with by the augmenters, giving Stannard a few minutes to breathe. "Good job, you odd little mage." Darvis winked at him as he helped Stannard back to his feet. There had been twice as many mana beasts as soldiers, but by the end of the battle, they had incurred fewer than 10 deaths. This was an overwhelming triumph, despite the surprise attack on us from the army of mana beasts. Drogo's firm, commanding voice echoed throughout the cavern. "We will continue forth. Our comrades' deaths will not be in vain." A fervent cheer went up from the soldiers, including Darvis and Caria. Tess merely cleaned her blade and returned it to its sheath with a solemn face. Her turquoise eyes watched hollowly as an elf was carried out through the portal. She stared intently at the jagged spear protruding out of the lifeless elf's back. Stannard didn't know whether Tessia had known that elf, but he empathized with her. Was it truly a victory if, to some people, the weight of those 10 deaths meant so much more than a simple number? The atmosphere in the cavern was tense and gloomy. This battle had caught them all by surprise. They were usually capable in battle, but these past few months of repetitive excursions, hoping without success to find any signs that a mutant might be close, had left them dull and sloppy. A few teams had already regrouped and were taking a rest, while the injured and deceased were sent back to be properly cared for. Some of the augmenters were restlessly sharpening their blades, while conjurers meditated to be in top shape for whatever lay ahead of them. Their leader surveyed the battlegrounds like a zombie, until Stannard finally called out for her to join them. "What's wrong, Tessia? Are you okay?" She turned to them and revealed a faint and obviously forced smile. "It's nothing. It's good that we won, but we still lost 10 soldiers. Our ever-so-compassionate princess exuding kindness and grace to us peasants," Darvis cried. "We are not worthy." "Zip it," Tessia said, her voice softer than usual. "We did our best, and we won," Caria said consolingly, gently patting Tessia's back. "She's right, Tessia. We all know what's at risk every time we go into battle. It's impossible to save every soldier," Stannard added. However, rather than comforting her, his words seemed to have the opposite effect as her expression dropped. "I guess you're right. I can't save them all," she repeated glumly. "Nice going," Darvis whispered beside him. "Hey, it was better than your stupid sarcastic remark," Stannard hissed back. "At this rate, I'll only bring him down, Tessia continued, almost too quietly for them to hear. By him, do you mean that guy you're always talking about? Arthur, was it? Karya asked, leaning in. Ugh, not him again, Darvis groaned. Princess, when are you going to snap out of that delusion of yours? Besides, don't we have more important things to be doing? Tessia calmly shook her head. It's not like that, and I... But Darvis continued. You describe him as if he's some all-powerful, inhumanly charismatic hotshot without a single flaw. Oh, please. You're just jealous because Arthur is everything you wish you could be, plus better looking, Karya said accusingly. Then she turned back to Tessia, eyes twinkling. Is he really that handsome and charming? I think he is, Tessia said. He was pretty popular in school, although I doubt he knew that. I'm hating the guy more and more, Darvis grumbled. Tessia shook her head. He isn't perfect, though. Honestly, Arthur was kind of scary when I first met him. You said he saved you from slave traders after you ran away from home, right? Karya asked. Yeah. Tessia's face reddened at the embarrassing memory. Though, to be honest, I felt like it wasn't really out of the goodness of his heart, but some logical scheme. Of course, I was only a child, so I could have been wrong, but Arthur has always had this scary side where he seems cold sometimes, heartless even. Ooh, a bad boy, Karya cooed. I'm going to barf, Darvis grumbled. He doesn't seem like that great of a guy to me. I mean, he left you alone and in danger a few times, right? And he went off on his own after you got kidnapped when that Alacrian mage invaded Xeris Academy. He didn't even make sure you were okay. Just went off to who knows where. He checked in with Grandpa to make sure I was okay, but he was in a hurry, Tessia said, lowering her head. Oh, right. To go train somewhere in secret. Darvis rolled his eyes. If you ask me, he just ran away from the war because he was afraid he would die. Stannard expected Tessia to be mad, but she seemed calm when she answered. You're wrong, Darvis. Arthur may be a bit clueless when it comes to expressing his emotions, and a bit naive in some other areas. Tessia blushed slightly, but he's not one to run away in fear. His desire to protect his loved ones is too strong for that. Yes. Arthur will be the hero who saves us from the wrath of the Alacrians. Darvis threw his hands up, surrendering in the face of Tessia's determined gaze. He can't be that strong though, right? Stannard asked. Over the last few months, he had grown more and more curious about this boy Tessia cherished to such a degree. Despite their current situation, he wanted to hear more about him. She smiled as she gazed off into the distance. He's strong. Well, I can't wait to meet him, Karya said. You will introduce us, right? Yeah, Tessia's smile dimmed. Hopefully soon. Darvis shook his head. Blech, count me out. I feel like I already know way too much about the guy. Besides, you've been fighting alongside me for so long, I bet he'll seem like some second-rate mage when you see him again. Is there a limit to how pretentious you can be? Karya shook her head, and Stannard chuckled. The rest of the teams had gotten reorganized, so they got up. Drogo did a head count for the team leaders, then they departed through the dark corridor on the far end of the cavern. The teams began marching into the narrow hallway, swallowed up by the shadows one after the other. Finally, their team went in. The atmosphere changed drastically once they stepped into the passageway. The air was dry, still, and somewhat sour, and the only sound echoing along these walls was the sound of footsteps. They were barely able to discern the figures of the soldiers ahead of them, a tiny light bobbing in the distance. Stannard looked back in confusion. The light from the cavern they had just left seemed to retract from the hallway. This is some spooky crap. Darvis's hushed voice echoed from behind him. Tell me about it, Stannard said. Some conjurers ahead of them tried to illuminate the hallway with a spell, but its light was soon eaten away by the darkness. It looks like only the illuminating artifact up in the front works in this place, Karya said from his side. Everyone walked in silence or spoke in hushed whispers, paying careful attention to their footing and the bobbing orb of light guiding their way. After what felt like hours of marching, another speck of light came into view. The orange light from the illuminating artifact stopped moving as the conjurers came to a halt, and Drogo called for their attention. He spoke in a low voice, perhaps afraid the mana beast would pick up on their conversation despite the distance. We'll soon reach the point where our scout Sayer and his team were ambushed by mana beasts. Based on his report, we should expect at least a few hundred gnolls and orcs, some larger than the ones we've faced up until now. Prepare yourselves, and may the ones watching over us be with you. They broke into a steady jog, the white light growing larger as they advanced through the dark corridor. Fortunately, the path was smooth. If anyone in the front tripped, it would undoubtedly create a domino reaction. The speed of the bobbing orange light ahead of them grew faster as they picked up the pace until finally, the illuminating light was almost upon them. Stannard's eyes needed a moment to adjust as he stepped out of the dark corridor and into the cavern. He brandished his mana launcher, ready to blow apart anything that came his way. However, his battle readiness was unneeded. There was nothing in the cavern but an eerie stillness and the orc and gnoll bodies lying sprawled on the ground. They had been massacred by the hundreds. Stannard had to watch his step to avoid accidentally stepping on a severed limb or dead body as he moved farther into the cavern, trying to deduce what had happened there. He looked around, somewhat comforted by the fact that everyone else seemed just as confused as he was. What in the world? Drogo's head swiveled as he scoured the cavern, his hands gripping his longsword. "I'm not sure whether to be relieved or scared," Darvis said, looking around suspiciously. Drogo snapped out of his daze. "To the door!" All heads turned to face the towering doors at the other end of the circular cavern. The metal that covered them was thick and covered with dents and scratches, making them seem ancient and threatening. As they headed toward what they presumed was the den of the mutant, the tension began to rise. No one spoke as they took their positions in a semicircle around the enormous doors. There were 100 or so of them, all braced to attack or defend, and 10 augmenters positioned themselves to haul the entrance open. "The door," one of the men said. "It's not fully closed." They all looked around at one another, uneasy, but Drogo snapped everyone to attention with a firm stomp. "Open it," he ordered, bracing for combat with whatever lay in wait on the other side. The harsh screech of the metal doors grating against the stone floor echoed until they had been completely pried apart. For a brief moment, not a single word was spoken. The entire band of soldiers, ready to fight for their lives, stood frozen, jaws slack. A hill of corpses loomed high above them, and a lone man sat atop it. His arms rested on the hilt of a thin teal sword. It shone dimly beneath a coating of blood, apparently from the body of the orc the sword was embedded in. Scattered around the foot of this mountain of carcasses were more bodies, orcs and gnolls, some frozen, some burned, others simply bisected. At first glance, the pile of corpses seemed to blend into indiscernible remains of mana beasts, but as they looked closer, they saw a figure near the top which stood out against the others. With the head of a giant lion and a monstrous gray-scaled body, it lay sprawled in a bloodied mess. It was lifeless, and the unnaturally black horn sprouting from its head had been shattered. There was no doubt about it. That was the S-class mutant they had ventured all this way for, that they had laid down their lives for, but it was already dead. Stannard focused his gaze on the man, sitting tiredly atop a throne of corpses, and the man finally lifted his head. He wasn't even staring directly at Stannard, yet he could feel the pressure of his domineering presence weighing down on his very soul. Every fiber in Stannard's body screamed at him to run away, to get as far as possible from this man. His sense of fear grew as the man's azure eyes gleamed balefully from above. This wasn't anything like the diminutive fear Stannard had felt back at the tent. No, this was true dread. Stannard knew, most likely everyone in there knew, that an advantage in numbers didn't apply to someone like him. From his side, he spotted a figure stepping forward. Stannard almost lashed out, fearing for the person's life. Then he realized it was Tessia. The dread that had overcome him grew even stronger as he stood helplessly, frozen in the unbreakable shackles of terror, and watched Tessia take another step forward. Time itself seemed to slow as their leader dropped the thin blade in her hand. A single tear rolled down Tessia's cheek as her face contorted with emotion. Then she uttered a single word that left Stannard more overwhelmed than the man sitting on top of the mountain of corpses. Art? Tessia took another step forward, less hesitant this time. "Arthur? Is that you?" she asked again, her voice seeming to catch in her throat. Everyone there, each of the soldiers, augmenters, and conjurers alike, turned to watch their leader as she approached the man sitting atop the hill of corpses. Then the silence that had filled the cavern was broken by a bright chirp. As if out of nowhere, a streak of white shot toward Tessia and landed in her arms. It looked like some sort of miniature white fox. "Sylvie!" Tessia exclaimed, embracing the creature before looking back up at the figure on the hill of bodies. "You! State your name." Drogo's usually confident voice wavered at the sight before them. The blue-eyed man regarded him in silence for a moment, and Drogo took a step back. Finally he answered, "Arthur Leywin." Prying his bloodied sword out of the corpse it was embedded in, Arthur leapt deftly down to the stone floor, coming to a stop in front of the large doorway. He stepped out of the shadow, and they could finally make out his features, which had been shrouded in darkness. Arthur appeared young despite the aura that emanated from him. Tousled, shoulder-length auburn hair contrasted with his bright eyes, which seemed composed, casual almost, even in this situation. The splatters of blood and grime that darkened his face and clothes did nothing to diminish his looks. He wasn't glamorous, nothing like the noblemen they'd seen, who carried themselves with chests puffed out and noses pointed so high up that they might as well have been looking at the sky. No, behind his nonchalant gaze and slightly curled lips was an air of sovereignty that transcended any of those peacock nobles, fluttering their power like colorful plumage. Sheathing his teal sword in an unadorned black scabbard, Arthur took a step toward them with his hands upraised. "I'm on your side," he said wearily. The soldiers all exchanged uncertain glances as Tessia took another step forward. Then several members of the Twin Horns ran up with cries of, "Arthur?" Tessia, however, remained where she was. Tessia and Arthur stared at each other for a brief moment, and it seemed he even gave a faint smile, but neither of them approached the other. Tessia's behavior had caught Stannard off guard, but the Twin Horns' actions seemed to dissipate the tension and suspicion that had filled the cavern. At the same time, It raised more questions in his head. Assuming this really was the Arthur Leywin Tessia had told them so much about, what was he doing here? How did he get here? Had he killed the S-class mutant by himself? "That's impossible," another soldier yelled. "How can a mere boy do, by himself, what a whole battalion of mages set out to do?" Arthur simply raised a brow, seeming unaffected. "It really doesn't matter whether you believe me or not. The fact is, the mutant you were ordered to kill is now dead." More soldiers began shouting questions and accusations, but the mysterious man ignored them all. He extended a hand to Drogo and said, "You seem to be the leader of this expedition. Do you mind letting me stay at your camp tonight? I'm rather spent and would like a decent night's rest before heading out." Drogo seemed dumbfounded, but he just accepted the handshake and nodded wordlessly. "What about all the beast cores?" a bearded conjurer asked, pointing at the mountain of mana beasts. Once again, everyone exchanged glances in the hopes of somehow finding answers. Usually, beast cores were collected after a battle and divided amongst the soldiers. Looking at the sheer number of corpses stacked up into that hill, even the most unambitious man would drool at the potential to be gained. "They're all gone," Arthur answered quietly. "Sorry, but my bond has quite a large appetite for beast cores." He pointed to the furry white fox cleaning itself at Tessia's feet. "Are you saying that little thing just devoured hundreds of beast cores?" a burly augmenter asked in disbelief as his hand gripped tightly at the handle of his sword. "Yes," Arthur responded matter-of-factly. "What about the S-class mutant's beast core? What happened to that?" Drogo asked, regaining his composure. "I have it." Arthur let out a sigh. "Any more questions? I'll be happy to debrief later, but standing around answering everyone's questions isn't exactly the best use of our time." "We'll escort him back to base, leader," Tessia said, and the members of the Twin Horns all nodded in agreement. "Very well. For now, I want a few teams to stay behind to look for any stragglers and collect anything worth selling. The rest of us will go back to camp and wait for further instructions," Drogo ordered, placating the dissatisfied soldiers. The trip back to the main camp was almost as tense and stifling as the trip down had been. Caria, Darvis, and Stannard all stayed silent, but the sour mood of almost every soldier present weighed down on their shoulders. Even Tessia and the Twin Horns kept their conversations with Arthur down to hushed, indiscernible whispers. Behind them, the soldiers engaged in various conversations. Some expressed relief at avoiding a battle, while others were disappointed by the absence of beast cores and bounties. A few voiced frustration at missing the chance to confront a powerful mana beast. However, irrespective of their individual sentiments about Arthur's sudden appearance, a pervasive emotion lingered among them: fear. Upon their return to the main camp, Arthur made his way directly to the bathing stalls near the stream. Tessia and the Twin Horns accompanied Drogo into his private tent. "Well, that was anticlimactic," Darvis sighed, settling down next to the fading embers of their campfire. "I'd say it was pretty eventful," Caria countered. "Did you see that pile of mana beasts? And that giant mutant? Even with all of us combined, I doubt we'd have come out unscathed from a fight like that." "Exactly," Darvis exclaimed. "That guy, Arthur, how the hell was he able to kill them all, if he really did kill them in the first place?" Stannard shook his head. "What, you think the guy was sitting there posing, waiting for us to show up so he could take the credit?" "Well, I'm not sure about that, but I mean, it's not natural. Tessia said he was around her age, which means he's a bit younger than us. What kind of fiery pit did he have to grow up in to become a monster like that?" Darvis gave a sigh, looking down at the pair of axes he had been fumbling with. If he really was able to single-handedly kill all those mana beasts, along with an S-class mutant, what are guys like us needed for? "Do I smell a hint of jealousy?" Caria smirked, lightly prodding Darvis with her elbow. "You mean envy, Caria," Stannard corrected on impulse. She turned to him. "What's the difference?" "Jealousy is what you feel when you worry someone will take something you possess. Envy is longing after something someone else has." Stannard shook his head. "You know what? Never mind. It's not important." Carria just shrugged and placed a hand on her childhood friend's shoulder. Anyway, he's just one person, Darvis. No matter how strong he is, it's not like he can win the war by himself. You saw the state he was in. He wasn't really hurt, but he seemed pretty worn out. Darvis rolled his eyes. Thanks. At least he was tired after single-handedly wiping out an army of mana beasts and an S-class mutant. No need to get snarky with me, Darvis. I'm just trying to help, Carria snapped, her cheeks turning red. Well, don't. I don't need your pity. Besides, that guy isn't natural. No point in comparing myself to a freak of nature like him. I don't know. He seems pretty normal to me, Stannard chimed in. Putting his strength aside, he seemed like a decent person while he was talking to the twin horns. Yeah, I even spotted a smile when he saw Tessia, Carria added, smirking. Although I was expecting something more, like a passionate hug or something. Please, you saw the way he talked to everyone. He was a snobby jerk, Darvis said, shaking his head. Well, everyone was kind of a jerk to him, Stannard countered. He didn't know why he was defending Arthur, but sometimes Darvis really rubbed him the wrong way. Whenever a situation didn't go his way, Darvis always pointed fingers and made assumptions to feel better about himself. Darvis's eyes narrowed. Why are you taking his side? I'm not technically taking his side. Stannard shook his head. I just think it's naive to form impressions of the guy without even holding a conversation with him. You've heard how Tessia always talks about him. Don't you think we should give him the benefit of the doubt? Tessia's mind is probably clouded by her childhood memories. Darvis scoffed. You saw the tension between them. Hey, maybe you finally have a shot with her. Stannard couldn't take it anymore. Are you that petty? You sound like a child, bringing me into this. You're drawing conclusions about Arthur based on what exactly? Boys, let's not fight, Carria said, her eyes shifting from Stannard to Darvis. I'm basing it off my instinct, twerp, Darvis hissed, standing up. Maybe that's something you can't do because of your deformed mana core. Stannard could feel the blood rushing to his head at the insult. Well, at least I don't need to convince myself and everyone else that someone better than me must be a monster, just so I can keep my worthless pride intact, he spat. Darvis's face turned red too, and he shook with rage. He threw the hatchet he had been white-knuckling down to the ground, then whipped around, stomped to their tent, and slipped inside. Stannard. Carria came over to him after watching her best friend go. You know he didn't mean that, right? You know how he gets when he's all riled up. With a sigh, Stannard mustered up a faint smile for her. I'm fine. It's not like it's the first time we've had one of these fights. I don't butt heads with him as often as Tessia does, but that's mainly because I just hold it in. But sometimes I can't endure it, and I explode. You're right, though, Carria replied after a moment of silence. Darvis is much better than he was back then. But being born into nobility, he was handed everything. Wealth, resources, attention, even talent. A whole lot of good that does him if he's still an ass. Stannard rolled his eyes. Look, Carria, I'm not mad at you. I'm not even mad at what Darvis said. I'm just tired of his narcissism, that ego that pops up no matter how much you try to shove it down. Carria giggled. Tell me about it. I've known him for more than 12 years, and I bet a rabid mana beast could mature faster than Darvis. But he's gotten a lot better since he met you and Tessia. That's a fact. Yeah, I know. Stannard nodded, already thinking of a way to break the ice with his egocentric teammate. Carria and Stannard stoked the fire until it was blazing again and sat around it for a while longer, just talking. They stood up when they noticed two shadowy figures approaching the campsite. Hey guys, Tessia's voice rang out. As the shapes drew closer, Stannard could make out her form and the man next to her. I'd like you to meet my childhood friend Arthur, she said once they reached them, putting a hand on his arm. As Stannard approached them, he noticed that her eyes were a bit red. His hair still damp from his bath, Arthur dipped his head. Stannard Barrick and Carria Ride, right? Nice to meet you, and thank you for taking care of my friend. I know she can be quite a handful. This got a giggle from Korea, and Tessia jabbed an elbow into his ribs. Seeing the two of them like this made Stannard question the feeling he'd had when he had first seen Arthur. Without the blood covering most of his face, it was safe to say Arthur was indeed the enemy of all single men. His features were sharp, but not overly so, with a subtle charm that went beyond just the textbook standard of handsome. His reddish-brown hair was long, as if he hadn't gotten a proper trim in years, but it only served to highlight the untamed, wild quality he had about him. He was a head taller than Tessia, which made him quite tall for his age. Their leader was just a few inches shorter than Darvis. Though he wore a loose-fitting robe, it was evident that his physique was that of a fighter. The way Arthur carried himself, the way he walked, and the way his eyes seemed to take in everything around him confirmed that the aura he exuded wasn't just Stannard's imagination. As Tessia and Arthur prepared to take a seat around our fire, Darvis stormed out of his tent. When he passed by Stannard, he shot him the embarrassed look he always wore when he was about to apologize, but Stannard stopped him with a hand. With a smirk, Stannard mouthed, "It's fine, twerp." Darvis rubbed the back of his neck as he flashed Stannard a wry smile, but then his gaze hardened as he faced Arthur. Tessia, Caria, and Stannard all looked at him, wondering what he might say. Then, Darvis lifted a finger and said loudly, "Arthur Leywin, I, Darvis Clarel, fourth son of Clarel House, formally challenge you to a duel." The image of Arthur on top of that mountain of corpses, drenched in blood, looking down at them with a cold glare, had been burned into Tessa's head for hours now. She had recognized him almost immediately, but her voice had stuck in her throat. She couldn't call out to him. She was scared to. Even after she'd gathered the courage to finally say his name, he stayed silent. Fear, a worry that something had changed in him during his training, immediately filled her mind as he faced them. She was delighted when Sylvie popped out, but she couldn't get rid of the unease in her chest, even when Arthur finally spoke. The sight of him stepping into the light made her heart feel like it had twisted into a knot. He was filthy, and his exhaustion was clear in his eyes, but it really was Arthur. Tess wanted to embrace him right there, just as the twin horns were doing, but something held her back. Looking at her childhood friend, she sensed a clear distance that went beyond the few yards that separated them. And so, she stood still, anchored, and just gave him a hesitant smile, one that didn't even reach her eyes. He smiled back, but it was only for a moment. Then the soldiers began questioning him. Throughout the trip back to the main camp, Arthur stayed relatively silent, while the twin horns chattered around them. They were all excited to have him back, despite the obvious discontent of the soldiers. Arthur smiled when spoken to and responded, but his replies were brief, and he didn't initiate any conversations. As soon as they arrived at the camp, he spotted the stream and went to wash up with Sylvie. Tess went straight to the main tent with Drogo and the twin horns, hoping to dispel the tension their leader and the rest of the soldiers felt toward Arthur. He came to the main tent after he had washed up, but even without the blood and filth covering him, he was just as unapproachable. He debriefed only what was necessary, otherwise stating that he would report directly to her grandfather. Tess stayed silent throughout the short meeting, while Drogo and the twin horns bombarded him with questions. Drogo left first, informing the rest of the soldiers of their next course of action. The twin horns reluctantly agreed to let Arthur rest only after being promised a more detailed account of the battle later. Then, Arthur and Tess were the only ones left in the tent. She remained tense, staring at her feet, and feeling Arthur's gaze boring into her. She didn't know what to say, how to act, or even how to feel. She was at a loss. Arthur had suddenly appeared in front of her after more than 2 years, and he was acting so distant. Whatever confidence she might have had went out the window as she considered her pitiful state. Here she was, dressed like a man, layered from head to toe with grime and soot. Worst of all, her hair was a bird's nest, and she smelled like week-old garbage. How could she approach him? How could she approach Arthur in this state? He walked over to her, each of his footfalls making her heart beat just a little bit faster, but she refused to look up. As he came closer, she could smell the faint aroma of herbs clinging to him. "Don't come closer," she prayed. Surely he'd be repulsed by her stench. His feet stopped just in front of hers, but her eyes stayed glued to the ground, and she squirmed awkwardly. For a moment, they were both silent. The only sound she could hear was the beating of her uncooperative heart. "It's been a while, Tess," Arthur finally said. "I missed you." At those few words, the ice that had stiffened her body melted. Her vision became blurry, but still, she refused to look at anything but her feet. She clenched her fists to keep herself from shaking. Then her eyes betrayed her, and she saw the teardrops darkening the leather of her boots. Art's warm hand gently touched her arm, and part of her marveled at how large it was. She had known him since he was shorter than her, but now, the simple touch of his palm filled her with a sense of safety. She felt protected. She tried her hardest to stay firm, but she found herself sniffling uncontrollably as her body began quivering. She didn't exactly know what it was that had reduced her to such a state. Maybe it was finally seeing her childhood friend again. Maybe it was that his words had confirmed that he was still truly himself, not the cold killer she had thought he had turned into when she first saw him. Or it might not have had anything to do with that at all. She couldn't truthfully explain why every barrier she had unconsciously raised to help her endure these last 2 years had just come crumbling down. All she felt was a wave of relief that everything was okay now, that she didn't have to worry anymore. It suddenly felt like everything Grandpa, Master Aldir, and all the rest had been worrying about would all be okay, now that Art was here. It was funny how a person could do that, how one person could make you feel truly safe. "Art, you idiot!" she choked out between sniffles. She raised her fist to hit him, but by the time they reached his chest, there was no strength behind them. She must have shouted every profanity she knew at him, yelling at him for just about everything, his cold attitude, his tastelessly long hair, which made him look scary, his lack of contact until now. On, down to how her current state of mind was his fault. And Art just stood there, silently taking it all as his large hand continued to warm her arm. She was angry, she was frustrated, she was embarrassed, but she was relieved. The barrage of emotions turned her into a puddle of tears as she continued assaulting Art, mostly because she hated herself for how she was acting in that moment. She cried until she was exhausted, then rested her head against his chest, staring down at his feet, which were also spotted with her tears and subsiding into hiccups and sniffles. Finally, when they had both been quiet for a minute, she worked up the courage to look at his face, only to see him staring right back at her. She was about to turn away to hide her face, but his smile stopped her. It wasn't like the smile he had given her when they'd seen each other at the entrance to the mutant's lair. His eyes crinkled into 2 crescent moons, and his lips parted ever so slightly. "You're still a crybaby, aren't you?" he joked, removing his hand from her arm to wipe away a stray tear that clung to her cheek. "Shut up," she replied hoarsely. With a soft chuckle, he motioned with his head for her to follow him. "Come on, your friends must be waiting." Tess gave him a nod and picked up Sylvie, who had been rubbing against her leg and humming softly, almost like the purr of a cat. As they walked, her gaze constantly shifted between the sleeping Sylvie and Art. "You got taller," she said. "Sorry, I can't say the same for you," Art teased with a faint, weary smile. Tess stuck out her tongue. "I'm tall enough." Tess spotted Korea and Stannard talking around their fire, and they picked up their pace while she tried her best to hide any signs that she had been crying. After she introduced Art, they were situating themselves around the fire when Darvis suddenly came stomping out with a determined expression. "Arthur Leywin, I, Darvis Clarel, 4th son of Clarel House, formally challenge you to a duel," he announced. There was no particular anger or spite on his face. He simply looked resolute. "What?" they all exclaimed in unison, everyone except Art. Tess's gaze immediately turned to Art to see how he would react. Given that he was physically and mentally drained from the past few hours, she didn't know how he would respond to such a confrontation. However, to her relief, she spotted an amused expression on her friend's face. Nice to meet you, Darvis Clarel, fourth son of Clarel House. May I ask the reason for this duel? Art replied without getting up. Korea had already jumped up and was holding Darvis by the arm. Don't mind him, Mr. Leywin. Please, just call me Arthur. Arthur, she amended. He's just being foolish. I'm fine, Korea. I'm not mad or anything. Darvis shook her away before facing Art again. It was weird to see Darvis speaking to Art in such a formal and respectful manner, since Arthur was a few years younger than him. As for my reason, Darvis paused, then said, with all excuses aside, a man's pride. Tess was utterly baffled by his response, and judging by the stunned expressions on Korea's and Stannard's faces, they shared the sentiment. However, Art covered his mouth to stifle a laugh. His shoulders shook as he tried to hold it back, but he finally broke out into a guffaw. They looked at each other with expressions of even greater confusion. Even Darvis looked bewildered. Soldiers, drawn in by Art's uncontained laughter, gathered around their fire, trying to figure out what was going on. Sorry, I didn't mean to offend, Art finally said, choking back his laughter. It's just that, after spending what felt like a lifetime with those old coots, what you said was quite refreshing. Thank you, Darvis replied, trying to decide whether to be offended or pleased at Art's remark. Anyway, sure, as long as lives aren't at stake, I'm fine with a duel, Art said with a contented smile, getting up from the stump he was sitting on. The two men began making their way toward the southern wall of the cavern, the group of curious soldiers eagerly following behind them. Do you know what this is about? Tess asked Korea as the three of them trailed along behind them. Her petite teammate sighed and shook her head. I think he's feeling insecure because Arthur is younger than him, but supposedly stronger. He's pretty bitter that Arthur is better looking than him too, Stannard added. What? So that's what he meant by a man's pride? Tess blurted, dumbstruck. Yeah, I know. Korea nodded. He's hit a new low. I wonder if all men are like that. They turned to Stannard, who looked back at them with a raised brow, clearly unamused. On behalf of men, allow me to say that we aren't all like that. Maybe not all, but it has to be a majority, right? Korea asked, making Tess giggle. Stannard nodded and let out a defeated sigh. Probably. They got to the makeshift dueling grounds just in time to see them begin. It seemed the entire camp had stopped what they were doing to watch the two go at it. Tess could understand the soldiers being curious about Art's strength since they had only seen the aftermath of his fight, but she hadn't expected to see Drogo at the front, eagerly waiting next to the twin horns. Their leader, the usually impartial Helen, was enthusiastically rooting for Art along with the rest of her party. Soldiers from their expedition, who had all seen Darvis in action and knew of his prowess, cheered for him with whistles and hoots. Beside Tess, Korea groaned. Who am I supposed to root for? Shouldn't it obviously be your childhood crush? Tess teased, snickering at the sight of Darvis receiving the cheers with his chest puffed out pompously. Sylvie, who had fallen asleep in her arms, stirred at the noise from the crowd, taking a quick peek before deciding that her sleep was more important. We don't always have to side with our friends, Korea replied, shaking her head at Darvis's unseemly attitude. You kind of do, Korea, Stannard snorted, then turned his gaze toward Sylvie. I didn't want to ask before, but it's been on my mind. What sort of mana beast is Arthur's bond, anyway? You wouldn't believe me even if I told you, Tess said with a grin, focusing on the duel. Art stood leisurely, his left hand leaning on the pommel of his sword, as Darvis began juggling his axes, putting on a show for the crowd. Just before you came, Tess, he was in such a sour mood. Now look at him. God, I swear he has the emotional stability of a 4-year-old, Korea grumbled. Probably not even that, Tess chuckled, remembering how mature Art had been at that age. One of the soldiers, a seasoned augmenter, volunteered himself to be the referee. He stood between Darvis and Art with an upraised hand. I'm sure the consensus is that we'd like to keep this cavern in one piece, so I want you both to keep mana usage strictly to body augmentations. Is that clear? The soldier asked, glancing at Drogo for confirmation. Drogo nodded in approval. When Darvis and Art both nodded their consent, the soldier said, "First to yield or otherwise be incapacitated loses. Begin," and swung down his hand. At the referee's signal, the match began. All traces of Darvis's pomposity disappeared as he carefully circled around Arthur. Tessia's childhood friend didn't change his position, and Darvis sidestepped around him, warily looking for an opening. Darvis held two axes, nearly identical to each other. They differed only in color. These two weapons were precious Clarel family heirlooms and had been passed down, generation after generation, to the strongest practitioner of their particular style of axe-wielding. They looked more like misshapen swords, with the blades affixed right above the handle, not near the top. The flats of the blades were etched with strange markings that didn't match the simple, unadorned handles of the weapons. Stannard observed the intense atmosphere as Darvis, wielding the cherished Clarel family axes, circled Arthur with utmost seriousness. The pair of axes, an heirloom passed down through generations, were rarely seen, and Stannard recalled the one occasion when Caria had convinced Darvis to showcase them. Darvis continued his cautious circling, maintaining a steady position, never crossing his legs between steps. In contrast, Arthur remained remarkably still, even as Darvis inched closer behind him. Sweat trickled down Darvis's face as he halted directly behind Arthur, facing his exposed back. The cavern fell into a hushed silence, with only the faint sound of water from the stream breaking the tension. The onlookers stared anxiously at the two contestants, and despite Darvis's advantageous position, no one questioned the reason behind his momentary hesitation. After another slow sidestep, Darvis lowered his stance and propelled himself at Arthur's back. The scene held everyone's attention, and Stannard couldn't look away as Darvis rapidly closed the 5-yard gap in just 2 quick steps. Darvis held both axes to his right, seemingly preparing for an upward swipe, but just as he neared his target, he abruptly changed course. Deviating from the seemingly motionless Arthur, Darvis retreated to his original position. His forehead glistened with sweat, and his chest heaved with exertion. "What was that, Darvis?" a soldier called out. "Stop being a wimp," another voice shouted. Tessia, Caria, and Stannard exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain about Darvis's actions. Barely a minute had passed since the duel began, yet Darvis appeared more fatigued than Stannard had ever seen him after several hours of battle. It seemed impossible for Darvis to tire so quickly, and that wasn't the only cause for concern. Stannard had accompanied Darvis through merciless battles against A-class mana beasts, witnessing his ruthless efficiency. He had observed Darvis confidently facing adventurers twice his size and beating them down with a contented smile. However, what he now witnessed was beyond belief. Even from a distance, Stannard could discern a range of emotions, including one he had never associated with the battle-hungry Darvis: fear. As a few discontented shouts arose from fellow soldiers, Darvis sharply snapped at the crowd, instructing them to shut up. Gathering himself, Darvis took a deep breath and lowered his center of gravity. A renewed fervor filled his eyes as he fixedly stared at Arthur, who, at this point, might as well have been a statue. The edges of both axes emitted an amber glow as Darvis lowered them, bringing the tips to touch the ground. He stomped his right foot, signaling an impending leap toward his opponent. However, Darvis remained firmly planted, executing a sweeping upward motion with both axes, creating a cross-shaped attack. A trail of sand soared into the air behind his blades, hurtling towards Arthur. It was an impressively effective spell. While ordinary sand might not instill fear, at such high speeds, it could create numerous small punctures in unsuspecting opponents. The earthen barrage reached Arthur almost instantly. However, instead of piercing his skin or causing any harm, the fine grains bounced off him harmlessly, as if a toddler had thrown sand at him. Initially, Stannard thought Darvis had failed to cast the spell properly. Then the remaining spray of grains, those that hadn't landed on Arthur, crashed into the cavern wall behind him with consecutive explosions. Fortunately, the spray avoided hitting any spectators nearby, leaving the area where Darvis's spell had struck as a crumbled layer of cavern wall. Gazes shifted in shock between Arthur, who remained unharmed after Darvis's spell, and the wall where a cloud of dust emerged from the impact. The entire cavern stood frozen in a silent display of surprise and awe. Everyone except for Darvis, who wore a resigned grimace, as if anticipating such an outcome. In contrast, Arthur turned around to face his opponent, casually dusting off his sleeve where Darvis's spell had bounced off, leaving even his clothes unscathed. With an annoyed click of his tongue, Darvis leapt back, embedding his axes into the ground for another attempt at attacking Arthur with sand. However, as Darvis swung his prized weapons, Arthur raised a hand. Suddenly, the trail of grains trailing behind Darvis's blades fell to the ground, failing to fully manifest into a spell. Darvis's eyes widened, realizing that somehow Arthur had invalidated his spell, or perhaps prevented it from ever forming. Frustration was evident on Darvis's face as he bit down hard on his lower lip, eyebrows furrowed into a scowl. Despite his continued attempts to conjure spells, from a distance, it seemed like he was flailing his axes at an unseen force. "Damn it!" Darvis finally howled, locking gazes with Arthur, whose lips curled up just a tad at the corners. Stannard's wild-haired friend abandoned the attempt to attack from afar and closed the gap, swiping savagely at the bare-handed Arthur. His glowing axes left streaks of mana behind them, but his opponent easily parried them with the back of his hand. Darvis struck again, simultaneously swinging both axes in the hope of catching his opponent off guard. However, Arthur effortlessly shifted the angle of his stance, narrowly avoiding both attacks. Maintaining his composure, Darvis diversified his approach. He feinted to his left before quickly changing direction, raising his other axe for a swift strike from the right. Arthur, with graceful agility, dodged the attack, maintaining a steady balance as his body moved in a rhythmic dance. Darvis unleashed a relentless flurry of attacks, incorporating oft-timed kicks and elbows into his assault. The onlookers, including Stannard, were silent witnesses to the spectacle. One displaying monstrous speed and control, the other effortlessly dodging or parrying every move without a single blemish on his loose clothing. Stannard's attention had been tightly focused on the two fighters throughout the entirety of the duel. When Darvis suddenly dropped his axes and fell to his knees, confusion gripped him. It seemed as if his stubborn and prideful friend had given up, but the wide-eyed, stupefied gaze in Darvis's eyes suggested otherwise. Remaining on his knees, Darvis struggled to raise his left shoulder, attempting to swing his arm, but it remained limp, dangling at his side. His efforts to get up were futile. His legs trembled and gave out, causing him to fall onto his back. The crowd murmured among themselves, exchanging raised brows and puzzled looks. "What's going on? Why can't I move?" Darvis stammered, still sprawled on his back. "You'll be fine, boy," a husky voice reassured. "Right, Arthur?" The powerful voice came from behind them, and Darvis immediately fell silent while the others whipped around toward its source. Stannard let out a frightened gasp before promptly dropping to one knee. Drogo's voice, tinged with surprise and apprehension, resonated from the crowd. "We salute you, Commander Virion." Stannard kept his gaze locked to the ground, not daring to look up until granted permission. Such was the aura that Commander Virion held for all of them. Virian Aerolith was a figure well known to Stannard, both from textbooks and documentaries detailing the old war between humans and elves. He had served as king during that period, and his exceptional leadership and cunning had compelled the human army, despite its numerical advantage, to ultimately retreat. It was no surprise that the current leaders, constituting the Council of Kings and Queens, sought Commander Virian's guidance in the ongoing war. Stannard had the privilege of meeting him once, chosen to be part of the same team as Virian's granddaughter. Initially, he had imagined her to be a spoiled, ill-mannered girl pursuing fanciful fairy tales. However, his assumptions were proven wrong. She turned out to be stronger, more mature, and more dedicated to the war than he could ever be. If she was a reflection of the person Commander Virian had raised, Stannard could only imagine the kind of leader he must be. The group remained in a genuflecting position, with Stannard keeping his ears open and noting the approach of two pairs of footsteps. "He's right," Arthur's voice came from behind. "You'll be back to normal soon." Stannard briefly glanced, but didn't recognize the peculiar-looking man standing beside Commander Virian. Most of his face was concealed under a woolen hood, revealing only a clean-shaven and sharp profile, with thin, pursed lips, hiding any emotion. "Arthur, Tessia," Commander Virian's rough voice echoed once more. "With me." Footfalls, likely Arthur's, approached from behind, while Tessia made her way toward her grandfather. After a few moments, the expedition leader instructed them to rise. The commander, his companion, Tessia, and Arthur all departed. "What was all that about?" Stannard asked Caria in a hushed voice. She shook her head. "I have no idea. I've never seen Commander Virian out on the field, and coming all this way just for one person?" "Seriously," Stannard agreed. "Even the high-ranking leaders back at the wall rarely get to communicate with Commander Virian directly." "Well, it makes sense. His granddaughter is here, right?" "I don't think he's here because of Tessia," Stannard murmured. Then he remembered his injured friend. "Darvis." Caria and Stannard hurriedly made their way over to their teammate, who was still lying on his back. Kneeling beside him, Caria lifted his head and placed it in her lap. "Darvis, are you okay?" "Yeah," he huffed. "I can move my fingers and toes now at least." "What happened? I thought I heard a familiar voice. Who was it?" "It was Commander Virian," Stannard said, rolling up Darvis's sleeves to assess his condition. "What?" he cried. He struggled to get up before falling back into Caria's lap with a groan. "Stay still, idiot. You're hurt," Caria chided him. "Anyway, you heard Commander Virian. He said you'll be okay. I don't think Arthur hit you with the intent to cripple you." "Thanks," Darvis rolled his eyes, because the one thing a guy wants to hear after getting his ass handed to him is that his opponent wasn't even trying. Stannard looked more closely at his arm and noticed a strange welt between his wrist and the inside of his elbow. Even more strange was the trace of mana he felt coming from the reddening bruises. Without a word, Stannard ripped open Darvis's shirt, eliciting a shout of protest from his friend and a squeal from Caria. Just as he had expected, more red welts marred Darvis's torso. "Darvis, did you not feel that you were getting hit while you were attacking?" Stannard asked. "No, I didn't feel a thing," he answered. "Why? Is it that bad?" "It's not that," Stannard shook his head. "But these welts you have are all located in very important places." "What do you mean?" Caria asked, taking a peek underneath Darvis's shirt. Stannard explained, "I've read a few books on mana flow anatomy. You know, the theory behind the movement of mana inside a mage's body. There are areas where clusters of mana channels are known to coalesce. These areas are naturally more protected when an augmenter strengthens his body, but a well-aimed strike can inhibit the flow of mana to that particular region." "Oh, right," Caria exclaimed. "I studied that too. My trainer taught me about it. But he couldn't have been able to hit those, right? My trainer said it was impractical, almost impossible, to target them in battle because of how small and protected these points are." "True," Stannard said. "And I read that the location of these coalition points differs from person to person. Still, I can't help but think these marks are related to that." "Well, it would explain the marks. But it doesn't explain why Darvis suddenly fell down like a broken doll. Hey! Darvis glared from the ground. Excessive mana discharge, Stannard said, looking at Darvis's fading wounds. You mean backlash? Isn't that when a mage uses too much of his mana? Caria asked. I've seen Darvis use much more mana-heavy spells for longer periods than this. Well, if Arthur was able to hit all these coalition points, the mana leakage from these areas could potentially cause backlash. Of course, this is only assuming he was somehow able to locate these minuscule points, Stannard said, wondering how in the hell Arthur had managed to hit him without anyone, not even Darvis himself, realizing. How about we stop admiring the man who left me in this state and help me up? I think I can walk with some help now, Darvis interrupted, gingerly wiggling his legs. Caria and Stannard helped their friend to his feet, and they slowly made their way toward the tent. Commander Virion was in, with Arthur and Tessia. They hoped to be among the first to hear any new updates. But as they neared the large white tent, Tessia stormed out, an unhappy scowl etched across her face. Tessia, over here, Caria called, but the princess ignored her. Moments later, Commander Virion and Arthur came out of the tent, along with the commander's mysterious companion. The hooded man lifted an arm, and a teleportation gate materialized in the space in front of him. The soldiers lingering nearby, probably also hoping to hear a bit of news, all jumped at the sudden manifestation of the gate. Are they leaving? Darvis asked, his arms wrapped around their necks. Their eyes were fixed on the three figures as they approached the gate. Commander Virion was the first to go through. The hooded figure followed him. Carrying his bond, Arthur stepped through the gate, but only after he gave them a regretful, almost apologetic look. They couldn't hear his voice from such a distance, and they weren't even sure he had actually spoken aloud, but they clearly understood the words shaped by his lips. Take care of her until I return. He disappeared into the light as the teleportation gate closed behind him. Stepping into the large white tent, Art was immediately pulled into a bear hug by Grandpa Virion. Damn you, boy. Why didn't you tell me you came back? Virion loosened his grip, holding Art at arm's length to get a better look. Nice to see you again, Gramps, Art said, turning to acknowledge the hooded Asura. Aldir. Arthur, Lady Sylvie, Aldir responded. Much has changed in both of you. I certainly hope so, Art chuckled. Sylvie nodded slightly in response. Art turned back to Virion. How did you learn I had arrived so quickly? Lord Aldir received a message from Lord Winsome, Virion answered. He said you had been sent down here somewhere, so I came right away. To think you were sent where Tessia was stationed. Tell me, was this Ren's doing? Aldir chimed in, an amused tone to his voice. Art nodded, glancing at his silent childhood friend as he answered. Has his sense of humor always been so droll? Ren has always seen himself as whimsical, despite his often indifferent attitude, the Asura replied. I was so surprised to see Arthur when we were expecting to battle a mutant, Tessia said, shaking her head. Yeah, as soon as I arrived, a horde of mana beasts attacked me and Sylv. We didn't even have time to catch our breaths until after we killed all of them, Art said, scratching his bond behind the ears. But what about the door? When we arrived at the scene, the mana beasts outside the room you were in had all died, Tessia pressed. He knew she had been curious about 1,000 things since Art's arrival, but they were short on time. Not now, Tessia, Virion said, placing a hand on his granddaughter's shoulder. There are things I must discuss with Arthur, and this isn't the right place to do so. We're leaving? Tessia asked, glancing from her grandfather to Aldir. The Asura shook his head. Not you, Tessia. You are to stay here. What? Arthur just got here a few hours ago and you're already taking him away? Tessia replied, fear evident in her eyes. Tess, Art cut in, don't worry. I'll be right back after debriefing. Besides, you have your team to look after. With this dungeon cleared, I'm sure everyone will soon be gone. You have your own battles to be responsible for, right? Virian added. That is what we agreed upon when I allowed you to take part in this war. Yes. Work your way up from battles using your own strength, Tessia quoted with a defeated sigh. If she'd had a tail, it would have been drooping in sorrow at this news, but Art knew that whatever Virian had to tell him was important. Then let's head out immediately. Tessia, you've gotten stronger these past few months. The battles you've been through are certainly molding you well, Aldir said, giving her an approving nod. Thank you, Master. Tessia dipped her head, but her bitter expression didn't change. Art was surprised to hear her refer to Lord Aldir as Master. He never would have expected the three-eyed Asura to take Tessia under his wing, but he kept those thoughts to himself. Tessia gave a quick bow to her grandfather and her master before leaving the tent. As she lifted the tarp flap, she looked back at Art with a gaze that held a myriad of emotions. I'll see you soon, Art said with a smile as she left. Shall we go? Aldir asked, and they followed Tessia out of the tent. Outside, before stepping into the teleportation gate Aldir had conjured, Art locked eyes with Tessia's teammate Stannard and muttered for him to take care of Tessia for him. He knew Stannard couldn't hear the words, but Stannard seemed to understand. He nodded meaningfully. Moments after stepping through the gate, Art and his companions arrived at the floating castle that the council had made their base. The flying fortress constantly moved miles above the ground, with no pattern or destination so as to prevent intrusion, even by Vritra spies. After their distorted surroundings came into focus, Art saw that they had arrived inside a small cylindrical room. There were no windows, and only one set of iron double doors. How come you didn't talk to Tess back there? Art asked his bond, as Sylvie scampered along next to him. Sometime in the last 2 years, Sylvie had gained the ability to speak out loud, but for some reason, she chose not to speak unless there was no one else around. A lady needs to have a secret or two, Sylvie replied coyly. Oh, you're a lady now? Art shook his head. I'll surprise Tessia with it next time, Sylvie said with a giggle. Virian and Aldir looked back, perhaps sensing Art's non-verbal communication with Sylvie. He just winked at them. Speech wasn't the only ability Sylvie had gained throughout her training, but because of her young age, most of her time had been spent fortifying her body, so her mana and ether abilities wouldn't tear her physical form apart. Lord Indrath had personally taught her how to strengthen her body, an ability unique to the dragon race of Asuras. Apparently, almost all young Asuras faced the danger that their body would be unable to withstand their innate abilities. Well, since we're all here, let's go out, Virian announced with a smile. At the signal from the gateman, the large iron doors clicked and squealed as the locking mechanism released. The groan and scrape of metal on gravel filled Art's ears as the thick doors opened from the center. He had expected a guard or two to be on the other side of the doors, but instead, a large dark bear towered over him. It gazed down viciously, the 2 white markings above its eyes shaping its expression into something of a scowl. It stood about 9 feet tall, with its hind legs rooted to the ground and its chest exposed to reveal a tuft of white fur just below the neck. Despite its angry-looking eyes, its exposed teeth gave the impression of a smile, 2 rows of white daggers protruding jaggedly from its mouth. "Brother!" A melodious voice chirped. For a split second, Art thought it was the bear that had spoken, but then Ellie, his little sister, appeared from behind the beast with a goofy grin on her face. Ellie had definitely, if subtly, changed over the past few years. In place of the pigtails she had sported when she was younger, her ash-brown hair fell freely over her shoulders. While her dark eyes still shone with innocence, her thoughtful gaze contained a notable maturity. "Ellie!" Art picked his sister up into a hug and swung her into the air as she wrapped her arms around his neck. "Arthur!" Another pair of voices called out, his parents. After putting Ellie down, he turned to his mother and father. He held himself still, tense. Feelings of uncertainty and remorse kept him from giving them a hug. He didn't know how to greet them after how they had parted. "Come here, son." His mother and father both ran toward him, wrapping him in their arms as they squeezed tightly. I don't understand, Art stammered, taken aback by their greeting. I thought what? His father cut him off. That just because you have memories of some previous existence, you could stop being my son? I'm sorry, but I put way too much time and effort into raising you to be the person you are today. I'm still waiting for the return on my investment, his mother added. Though she tried to make a joke of the situation, her quivering voice gave it away. You're right, Art said, choking back tears. I have yet to give you everything you truly deserve. He felt as if a stone shell around his body had shattered, and a wave of happiness and relief washed over him as he accepted their embrace. Brother, brother, Ellie chirped, holding Sylvie in her arms. Say hi to Boo. When Art's parents released him from their grasp, he took another hard stare at the giant mana beast. Boo? He repeated incredulously, looking at his parents and then back at Virion and Aldir. He knew the mana beast wasn't an enemy, but he hadn't realized he belonged to his family. Yup, Ellie said with a nod. Boo, say hi to brother. Boo and Art locked gazes for a second. Then the mana beast smirked at him. Raising a giant paw, Boo swung down at Art. He raised an arm, immediately willing mana into his body. The ground below his feet cracked with the force of Boo's attack. Art stared at his sister in shock, the bear's paw still weighing down on his arm. I see Boo has quite a temper. Art grabbed the beast's wrist and pulled, bringing him down to his eye level. He just wanted to see if you were as strong as I told him you were. He's competitive like that, she said with a shrug as her bond struggled to free himself from Art's grasp. Bad Boo. Wait, Ellie, you can talk to this beast? Are you bonded to it? Art sputtered. The beast's strength had surprised him, but the fact that his sister was able to converse with it mentally meant that Boo was quite a high-level beast. Lord Winsome didn't mention this, Virion asked from behind them. He gave this mana beast to your family as a gift before you departed to Ephiotis. No, he did not mention anything of the sort. Art shook his head, dazed. So Winsome just handed this giant stuffed animal to my sister, so what, she can ride it into battle? Boo gave a disgruntled sniff at Art's words. Yes, I called you a teddy bear, Art retorted, still gripping his paw. No, he was just a baby when Winsome gave him to us, his mother said with a smile. Though I have to say, Boo has grown quickly over the past 2 years. I'll say, his father agreed, chuckling to himself. Well, I'm sure you would like to catch up with your family, Art, but it will need to wait until after our discussion, Aldir said in a serious tone. Your family is living here for the time being, as I thought it would be in your best interest. Right, thank you. Art nodded, turning back to his family. I'll talk to you soon, okay? He gave everyone a hug, except for Boo, and followed Virion and Aldir down the narrow corridor to the meeting room. Sylvie trotted close behind, taking another look back at Boo. Do you want me to beat him up for you? Art thought with a smirk, reaching down to pet his bond. They passed by 2 guards stationed to either side of an unassuming oak door and sat around a large circular table in the sparsely decorated meeting room. It was only the 3 of them, so there were quite a few empty chairs. Just us? Art looked around. What about the kings and queens and the lances? I thought I'd at least be seeing Director Goodsky here. The Asura, Aldir, pulled back the hood that had covered most of his face, revealing the purple eye that glowed in the center of his forehead. He turned to Virion and nodded at him. As Tessa's grandfather began speaking, Art realized just how tired and burdened he looked compared to before the war. Cynthia is currently in a state of self-induced slumber to cope with the effects of the curse she activated when she disclosed intel on the Alacrians. It's that bad? Art exclaimed. The report Winsome had shown him did mention the director's condition, but he hadn't realized she was actually comatose. The elderly elf nodded solemnly. I'll show you where she's resting later, but I'm sure there are quite a few other things you're curious about. He nodded and began bombarding the 2 leaders with all the questions he had. They patiently answered each one. He learned that, while his family was being held there for their protection, the Helstia family had gone elsewhere. Vincent was using his resources in trade to assist the war efforts. It was a bit worrisome to think they might be in danger, but the Helsties seemed to stay mostly in the background, never getting involved directly in the war and staying well clear of the battles. As for the former king and queen of Sapin, they reported back to the castle every now and then, but they'd actually been focusing most of their efforts in the kingdom of Darv, hoping to regain the allegiance of the dwarves, while Curtis and Kathleen Glider did what Tess had done, formed or joined a team to get some real battle experience on the front lines. "Have my father or mother thought about fighting as well?" Art asked. "Your father has," Virion said, "but I told him to restrain himself until either you returned or Eleanor is a bit older. He was insistent on helping out, but I made a strong case." "Thank you. I can't imagine how I would have felt if my father had died in the war while I wasn't even here." Virion continued discussing the state of the war and the strategies implemented to keep the citizens safe, while Art silently listened, staring idly at his bond, who was paying careful attention as well. "Is something the matter, my boy?" Virion asked. "You've been awfully quiet." "It's nothing," Art said, "although I am a bit anxious to hear what you actually brought me all this way for, seeing as you wanted to keep your own granddaughter in the dark about it. And I know you didn't bring me here just so I could reunite with my family." "Yes, well, Tessia is ambitious and has trained diligently to be able to make a contribution in this war." Virion's voice trailed off. "But you still worry about her safety more than anything else," Art finished for him. "So that whole speech you apparently gave her on working her way up to the main battle was just a way to stall for time." Letting out a sigh, Virion nodded. "Can you blame me?" Art shook his head. "I would have done the same thing. How bad is this main battle anyway?" he asked, looking back and forth between Virion and Aldir. "As of now, the main fight is at the wall, where a fortress has been built that spans the Grand Mountains. Not a single mutant or Alacrian soldier has been able to leave the Beast Glades so far, thanks to this defensive line," Virion declared. Despite the good news, he let out a deep breath. "I'd like you to weigh in here, just based on what we have told you so far," Aldir said, in a tone that suggested he was testing Art. Art thought for a moment. "Let me see if I have this right. From what you have dealt with so far, it seems the Alacrian army's plan is to somehow infect certain mana beast leaders so they can force the beasts to lead their own hordes to fight for the Alacrians. Additionally, the Alacrian mages have been using hidden teleportation gates set up by spies to boost the numbers of their soldiers here on Dicathan, which all adds up to a pretty dangerous fighting force." "Agreed," Aldir said. "But it's suspicious." Art studied Aldir's and Virion's faces. "I mean, I understand that the Beast Glades is the perfect place for them to establish, especially if they have a few S-Class or SS-Class mana beasts under their control, but it seems too straightforward. If none of them were able to get through this defense, it either means that our side is that much stronger or that they're stalling for time. And by the look on your face, Virion, I'd say it's the latter. Evidence has recently come to light that has confirmed our suspicions," Virion said sympathetically. "Now, Arthur, I can't have you blaming yourself for what I'm about to tell you." "What is it?" Art raised his brows. Aldir pulled out some items from underneath the table and slid them over to Art. They were pictures of an abandoned ship. Looking at its structure and frame, Art was certain he had seen something like this before. "It's not the Dicatheus, if that's what you're wondering," Aldir said. After seeing this, Gideon the Artificer finally admitted where he got the ingenious idea for the so-called steam engine he was so proud of. Art looked over the pictures once more, trying to convince himself that what his brain had already deduced was wrong. "That was a ship built by the Alacrians, using your designs," Virion said, his voice grim. Before Art had the chance to respond, the door to the meeting room suddenly flew open and an armored soldier stumbled desperately into the room. "Commander, Lord," the soldier said hurriedly, still trying to catch his breath. "What is it?" Virion snapped. "They've been sighted, Commander, approaching the western coast." The soldier's voice quivered with restrained fear. "The ships." Bolting up from his seat at the soldier's news, Art asked, "Where exactly did you see them?" "Just a few miles south of Etistin, sir," the soldier replied, seeming uncertain how to address him, perhaps because of his age. Art rushed out the door past the guard. "Come on, Sylv." "Wait, Arthur, what are you thinking?" Virion called, his voice laced with concern. "I want to see exactly what sort of mess I made," Art replied without turning. Sylvie and Art sped toward the teleportation gate room, dodging several surprised workers and guards. Upon reaching the double iron doors they had come through earlier, Art saw two guards, a man and a woman, on either side of the doors. They hadn't been there before. "Please open the doors," he said impatiently. The male guard, clad in heavy armor, with a long sword strapped to his back and two smaller blades bound to either side of his waist, stepped forward with a stern expression. "All entries and exits are to be authorized by either Commander Virion or Lord Alder. We haven't heard anything from either of them, so no can do, kid." "I just came back to this castle with Virion and Alder. They know I'm heading out. I insist that you let me through," Art argued. "Commander Virion and Lord Aldir," the guard said, "no matter how lofty you royal kids think you are, you need to learn some respect for your elders." The other guard, a female conjurer who appeared middle-aged and was wearing a lavish robe with a hood that covered her hair, quickly intervened, perhaps hoping to quell the situation. She spoke in a gentle voice, as if to a child. "It's dangerous for you to go out alone in these times. If you have a guardian, you—" She stopped speaking as she choked on her last words. Both guards crumpled to their knees, clawing desperately at their throats. They gasped for air like fish out of water as Art took another step forward, looking down at them with an innocent smile. "It'd be wise of you not to patronize me. Arthur." Art turned to see Aldir standing down the hall. The cold disapproval in his tone was enough for Art to withdraw the pressure he was releasing, and both guards gasped in relief. "To the guards," Aldir said. "Arthur is free to leave if he wishes it." He turned his purple eye on Art. "Don't do anything foolish. It would be a shame to have wasted Winsome's time." The guards scrambled to their feet and toward the door to release the lock. The heavy doors groaned against the gravel floor, and Art hurried to the center of the room. "Sir, set the gate to Etiston, please," he said. Looking back at Aldir, who hadn't moved, Art felt guilty for being so harsh toward these people who were just doing their duty. The elderly gateman exchanged concerned glances with the disheveled guards, but quickly complied. The glowing portal buzzed and hissed, and Etiston came into focus. Without a word, Art and Sylvie stepped through the gate, his heart thumping more heavily the closer he got to his destination. He arrived on the other side in an unfamiliar room filled with guards. Art stepped down from the elevated platform that held the gate, Sylvie just a few steps behind. "Who let a child through the secured gates?" The barrel-chested leader barked at the gateman. "He's from the castle, sir," he responded meekly, staring at Art curiously. It was troublesome that everyone thought of him as a child, even though he was well into his teens. He was taller than many of the guards present, but his long, unruly hair and adolescent appearance seemed to keep the soldiers from taking him seriously. But he lacked the patience to explain his situation. Art made his way toward the exit, walking past the large soldier. "Kid, what's your business here? Don't you know this city is in a state of emergency?" The armor-clad soldier stood at least a head taller than Art, and he gripped his arm tightly, jerking him back. "Commander Virion sent me. Now please open the doors before I make my own," Art said. The leader scoffed, rolling his eyes. "Yeah, sure. Commander Virion sent the likes of this thin pretty boy here. I bet you're just some runaway noble brat who had a tantrum and thought he'd run off. Well, wrong time, wrong place. Lest scroum. Take the boy back through the gates. I don't need any more civilians to take care of here." Scoffing, Art willed mana to surge out of his body as he had done back at the castle. Many of the soldiers present were augmenters, so they knew exactly what was happening, as everyone fell helplessly to the ground. The very air in the room seemed to freeze as the soldiers stared in wide-eyed shock at one another. The gateman, an ordinary civilian, couldn't handle the pressure and had been knocked unconscious. "Let's get out of here, Sylv." But the door... Looking around the room, Art saw some of the more capable mages already calling for backup. "I'll make one," Art replied curtly, not wanting to create an even bigger scene. "Sounds good." His bond's white fox-like body began glowing until she was fully enveloped in a shroud of golden light. A thunderous burst of mana radiated from her body as Sylvie's form changed into that of a pitch-black dragon. Over the past few years, her form had become much more distinguished and mature. Small details like the shape of her horns and her scales, which now looked like thousands of small polished gemstones, combined to make her appear fearsome, yet ethereal. The soldiers who were still conscious gave stifled cries, but Art didn't waste any time feeling guilty about their distress. Lifting his hand, Art condensed and shaped the mana gathered in his palm and cast Lightning Surge. A barrage of blue lightning blasted through the ceiling above them, shaking the entire room. He jumped on top of Sylvie as her wings beat, lifting them up. They flew through the hole Art had created, the gasps and screams from the civilians and soldiers below them fading as they went higher into the sky. The crisp winter air bit Art's cheeks as they ascended above the clouds, revealing the setting sun, orange against the horizon. The beauty of Dicathen unfolded like a canvas below, with snow-capped mountains, grassy plains, a sparkling ocean, and lush forests. Taking a brief moment to relish the peaceful sight, Art directed Sylvie southward. "Let's make it there before nightfall," he said, leaning forward on Sylvie's large back. "Just don't fall off," Sylvie replied, her voice still chirpy despite her intimidating appearance. For a time, the clouds cleared, and the land sped by below them in a colorful blur, as if the earth were only a background being pulled away from underneath them. Eventually, though, they were enveloped in thick winter clouds, heavy with unfallen snow. Art hunched his shoulders and thickened the layer of mana around him to protect himself and his clothes from the sharp winds. "Let's get lower, Sylv. We should be near Trellmore by now." Tucking in her massive wings, Sylvie, Art's bond, fell into a steep dive. They barreled through the clouds that obscured their vision, shooting down like a black meteor. As they descended, the glittering sea came into view, and along with it, the direct effect of Art's thoughtless blunder. Art cursed aloud at the nightmarish sight ahead, but his words were lost in the wind. Sylvie landed on a vast, snow-covered precipice at the edge of the forest overlooking Trellmore City and the ocean. Art jumped off his bond, cursing once more, and this time his voice echoed around them, as if mocking him. Art could only stare in silent, impotent rage. Hundreds of ships approached from the glowing horizon, not more than a few dozen miles away from the shore, making their forces stationed in the beast glades seem like nothing more than a speck. Virian's last piece of advice popped into his head at that moment. He had told Art not to blame himself, but this could not have happened without his interference. In his second life, Art had insight and knowledge the people of this world didn't have. Despite that knowledge and his wisdom, he hadn't thought about the consequences that might arise from introducing an entirely new technology into the world. He'd thought only about how a seemingly harmless act would benefit those around him. Memories of the day Art had given Gideon the blueprints for the steam engine were all too clear and agonizing. Because of his advice, a ship that could traverse the ocean had been built and had obviously ended up in the wrong hands. Art had to ask himself, was the Vritra clan getting their hands on this technology what had expedited the war? "This doesn't look too good," Sylvie muttered as she gazed at the oncoming fleet. "No, it doesn't. And it's my fault." Art ground his teeth, a mix of dread and guilt churning in the pit of his stomach. He stared ahead. Millions of thoughts ran through his mind. He had shed tears, sweat, and blood these past 2 years in order to protect this land and the people in it, and to stop the Vritra from taking over this entire world. But it wasn't that simple anymore. Hopping back onto his bond, Art gently patted her neck. Let's go back, Sylv. There's nothing we can do here, Art said through clenched teeth. He wasn't some righteous hero out to save the world. Hell, he couldn't even call himself a good person, hoping to do his best to fight for his people. No, it was his fault that the war had progressed to this state. It was his fault that this fleet of ships was almost upon them, and it would be his fault when those ships arrived and unleashed a horde of Alacrian mages. Art had a reason to fight, and it was not just to protect the few he held dear. It was to right his wrong. Cynthia Goodsky found herself in what seemed like a room, a space enveloped in total darkness, with only a solitary beam of light illuminating her. It is imperative that you give us as much information as possible. A deep voice emanated from the shadows. She felt her lips moving and her tongue forming words, but her voice refused to come out. Instead, a sharp ringing pierced her brain. Your knowledge can win us this war, Director, muttered another voice, this one thin and hoarse. Think of the millions of lives you can help save by cooperating. She concurred, yearning to speak, yet unable to produce any sound. Succumbing to her knees as the unbearable ringing persisted, the voices concealed in the shadows continued to badger her. They sought answers at any cost, driven by desperation, just as she was. It's all right if you die from the after effects of the curse. As long as we get the answers we need, your job is done, a particularly melodic voice cooed. I thought Lord Alder had lifted the curse, she wanted to say, although she knew deep down that her life had always been in danger. However, her voice betrayed her, and the torturous sound overwhelmed her senses. Her vision turned white as the pain lessened. If this was what death felt like, she thought, she would welcome it wholeheartedly. Closing her eyes, yet with vision still completely covered in a slate of white, she wondered what would happen next. Then, a darkened figure approached her. The figure drew closer and closer, but she still could not distinguish its features. Her only comfort lay in the fact that its outline seemed human. Finally, the featureless figure arrived in front of her and bent down, extending a hand to help her up. Truthfully, she was reluctant, even in whatever stage of death she was experiencing. However, her curiosity bested her mistrust, and she held out her hand, waiting for the figure to take it. Their hands touched, and the veil of shadow that had shrouded the mysterious helper disappeared. She squeezed harder, realizing that it was Virian's hand she held. His hand was warm, and she wanted to reach out and embrace him, but her body wouldn't listen. Instead, she remained on the ground, his hand on top of hers. He held her hand so gently, like a new-hatched chick, as if her fingers would crumble at the slightest pressure. She wanted to grab hold of him with her other hand, but still, she could not move. I never apologized to you, he began, softly muttering about how he hadn't stopped her, even when he had realized what could happen to her. Virian's voice, normally so strong and confident, cracked and wavered as he spoke. She pried her gaze away from his hand and looked up at the blurry face of her old friend. She couldn't tell what his eyes were focusing on, but she could see the tears in them so clearly. Suddenly, Virian released his grip, and he was once again shrouded in darkness. She walked away and shouted for him to come back, but no voice came out. Virian, now again a featureless shadow, stopped for a moment and spoke. It was hard to hear, and she couldn't make out many of the words, but she felt comforted nonetheless. When he resumed walking, she no longer tried to shout for him to come back. She accepted his departure. As his figure disappeared into the white abyss, the scene shifted, and a memory she had often taken comfort in came to life. It was just after the end of the war between humans and elves. Both sides had suffered tremendous losses and had agreed upon a treaty. A much younger Virian was walking alongside her. It was all exactly how she had remembered it, down to the field of wilted tulips spreading out to their left. They walked along the paved path, her body moving on its own, but she didn't mind. What do you plan on doing, now that the war is over? Virian asked, his gaze fixed ahead. She had planned on quietly observing the state of the continent after the war ended. That had been her duty after all. but she couldn't exactly tell the king of the elves that, so she just shrugged mysteriously and hoped her charms would distract him and allow her to change the subject. I've known you for quite some time now. For some of those years we were enemies, and for some we weren't. But always, I kept thinking to myself one thing. He held out a finger to emphasize his point. Oh? Her voice came out on its own. And what was that? Your undying love for me? Sorry, but no, he chuckled. Did you forget I'm married? That hasn't stopped any of the human nobles yet. Cynthia shrugged her shoulders, feigning innocence. We elves are loyal, he replied, shaking his head. But I digress. What I kept thinking was what a great mentor and inspiration you would make. Hell, I could see you as the head of some prestigious academy, leading the up-and-coming youth to a greater future. Well, that came out of nowhere, she responded, genuinely surprised. What brought you to that conclusion? A lot of things, he said. But seriously, you should think about becoming a teacher. I know you'll grow to love it. Maybe I'll just open up an academy of my own, she said, smirking. I've taken a liking to Xyrus City. An academy for mages atop a floating city, Virion said thoughtfully. I like it. Cynthia stopped walking, watching Virion as he continued. What do you say we open the school together? Looking back over his shoulder, he stifled a laugh. Yeah, we can call it the Good Sky and Aerolith School of Mages. She could feel her face flush with embarrassment. No, Virion said, but maybe I'll send my kids, or perhaps my grandkids when they come of age. That is, if your school is good enough for them. He gave her a wink before turning back. I'm really going to do it, you know, Cynthia huffed. Just wait and see. Xyrus Academy will become the greatest institution for mages the world has ever seen. Xyrus Academy? In Xyrus City? Virion tilted his head. Not very original. Well, I can't call it the Good Sky and Aerolith School of Mages. Now can I? She retorted, puffing out her cheeks. And you'll be darn lucky if I let any of your descendants attend. Ouch. Virion chuckled. Well, here's hoping for the success of Xyrus Academy. Virion raised a hand with an imaginary glass and a toast. Here's hoping. Cynthia remembered it clearly. She had wished then that the moment would never end. Clear, cold regret had trickled through her veins as she watched Virion walk ahead of her. If only she had met this man sooner, perhaps her loyalty to Alakria and the Vritra would have wavered. No sooner had she thought this than the reality of it struck her like a crashing wave. Her heart had wavered. No longer was she the Vritra's to control. I'm the old man here, Virion called out from ahead. Keep up. Cynthia stepped forward to catch up with him, but there was a piercing pain boring a hole in her chest. The flower-filled scenery shaded to red. She looked down to see a black spike protruding from her body, with her heart at the tip. Hurry up, Virion called again, and this time his voice was more distant. She reached out to him, called for him, but she remained anchored by the pitch-black spear jutting out of her chest. As if the spear was reeling her in, the once pleasant scene she had been reliving was sucked away from her. Her world faded into darkness, and the sight of Virion walking away was the last thing she saw before she was enveloped in a bone-chilling grip. As she sank further into the depths of the abyss, she could have sworn she heard a childish voice apologizing to her. A blood-curdling scream jolted Virion awake. He didn't know when he had fallen asleep, but he immediately got up from his desk chair. Rushing out of his study, he narrowly avoided plowing into a guard rushing in the direction of the shriek. Commander Virion, the guard saluted, skidding to a stop. What is going on? Virion looked around, watching the other guards, all heading in the same direction. I'm not sure, Commander. The scream seemed to come from one floor below. There shouldn't be anyone, Anna! Virion gasped. The only occupied room immediately below this level was Cynthia's room, and Anna was taking care of her. The guard's eyes widened as he turned and headed down the stairs. Following immediately behind him, Virion pushed through the horde of armored guards. Arthur's family was standing outside the door, but they were all just staring inside. Everyone was staring inside. Virion turned his gaze to the room, but his eyes froze on the scene just a few feet ahead. "No," he murmured as he hobbled closer, unable to believe his eyes. How? Who?" he stammered, but Anna simply shook her head, just as shocked as he was. His head spun, and all the noise and murmurs around him became muffled. Virion took another step, but his legs gave out underneath him, and he stumbled against the bed. A wordless howl was ripped from his throat as he sank to his knees, clutching tightly at his old friend's cold, lifeless hand. Cynthia Goodsky lay peacefully in bed, her arms by her side and a thin white sheet over her body. From her chest jutted a pitch-black spike covered in blood, covered in her blood.